Chapter 1, Into the Castle. A long time ago, Luxene's dark skies loomed over its silent residents. No children made merry on the streets, and businesses were reduced to a handful of shops. A castle sat at the very end of this country, weeping in isolation. Luxene wasn't always like this. People used to bask under the gentle sun of this lone island. It sat at the center of Netherware, a vast blue ocean surrounding its sandy borders. Rumors spread among the residents about the missing princess, which caused the blue sky to darken, but nothing was proven as the castle remained closed and quiet. "Well, it's time to sleep, my child," a well-built man decorated with white armor and gold badges kissed his 5-year-old boy's forehead after telling the story. The cheeky amber-haired boy complained, "But Dad, I want to know what the sun looked like and how you got your armor and sword." "I will tell you when the time comes. Hush now, or the dark wizard will whisk you away from bed." He tucked his child and went for the door. "Humph! I'm not afraid of no wizard," the boy mumbled to himself. "I'll show him who's the boss." Thunder struck, followed by howling wind from his wooden window, and the boy covered himself from head to toe with his patched-up blanket. He closed his eyes, wishing for the storm to go away. 17 years passed with the country drenched in black light. The day had come when the castle announced a vacant position for young knights. Most of its residents still closed their doors, but hopeful young men of Luxene kept their hearts open for this day. A kilometer away from the castle outskirts, Larson Wolfe, a young amber-haired boy in his teens, had been training for this highly prestigious position. He waited for the day when the castle would open its doors once more to the people of Luxene, training since the age of 5 with the sword his late father, a retired knight of the castle, passed down to him. Together they sparred until his final days. "Father, I won't disappoint you," he swore to him after burying his remains. Larson's mother went for another man after that, but the boy managed to live on his own. In the middle of his morning sword training, thunder struck a nearby tree. It fell on his wooden house, crumbling it down to its foundation. "Well, it's time to build a new one, I guess." Exasperated, he dropped his sword and gathered his tools and building materials as if it was another regular day. Sometime between sawing and hammering, a knight straddling on his tall gray horse stopped before him. His blazing red armor reminded its people what the sun looked like before darkness claimed the clear blue sky. He pointed his steel sword at Larson. "You there? What on earth are you doing?" Larson dropped his tools and ran toward him. "Are you one of the castle's knights?" "So what if I am?" His orange iron helmet masked his irritation. Larson's black eyes fixed with amazement on the full-armored knight. "What brings you here, Sir Knight?" "I have been searching around town for those who are capable to join our ranks." The knight eyed him from head to toe. The wind rustled with Larson's loose shirt, having no sleeves, showed his lean arms, and his cotton shorts were well worn out. Only a paper-thin flip-flop protected his feet from the jagged road. Larson had the face of an innocent boy in a man's body. He continued with condescendence. "With that toned physique of yours, I think you will do." "Really?" Stars sparkled in Larson's eyes. "This isn't the time to stare at me dumb. Hop on," he ordered. The boy rushed into his crumbled home. "Just let me gather my stuff." "There is no need." The knight steered his horse, exposing its rear. "The castle will provide you your things." "But my house?" "Let the castle worry about it." His words stopped the boy from gathering his tools. "Come on. We can't spend the day dallying." Larson reluctantly climbed onto the calm stallion. He stared at his fallen home for the last time. "I will be back, father. I promise." Through silent houses, dark trees, and hallowed plains they galloped. He could not fathom how hard his heart stammered against his chest. Half of his heart longed for adventure, while the other half trembled on what awaited him there. Upon reaching the castle, a blazing open gate stood before them. The castle's exterior glistened with rubies, providing a spark of hope to its people, a promise of prestige and honor in Larson's eyes. His heart pounded harder as the knight led him inside. He dropped Larson behind the castle and sped off. When Larson opened the silver door, axes, swords, and shields displayed on the browning brick interior of the knight's hall. Boys of different build and height formed rank and file before men in clad platinum armor, their eyes fixed miles away from where they stood. Larson joined the line at the back. He tried asking the other boys what's going on, but unfriendly stares met him. "What a feisty bunch," he thought. The armored man ran the tip of his sword across the ground, grating their ears. The line straightened up and their focus returned to the person gazing at them with burning intensity on the raised platform. The deep-voiced man with a silver saber in hand removed his pristine helmet. "I am Alkener, head knight of this castle. We gathered you here today from different parts of Luxene, hoping to find one true knight amongst all of you. His ashen eyes gazed through the crowd as if looking directly into their souls. Larson wanted to raise his hand but figured it was best to keep his mouth shut. The castle gate is wide open for those who have weak hearts. Do it while you still can. Once we start, there is no turning back. 50 boys filled the room, including Larson. 5 of them quivered in their stalls from the pressure emitted by the head knight. Half remained steady on their legs, hiding the sickness in their stomach. The other half deflected it well. Larson, on the other hand, had determination filling his eyes. Chapter 2. Crimson Dragon. With the introduction out of the way, let us begin the first trial. He called their attention toward a red curtain behind him. Rows of flaming torches dimly lit from the other side. A crimson dragon rested on the far end. Its soft hoofs created waves on the crimson carpet. There were 5 who dashed out of the castle in the blink of a second. Larson hardly felt their presence leaving. His eyes glistened on the scaly creature as if billions of stars collected in them. He envisioned himself riding on its back and soaring above the clouds. Humph! Alkener forced air out of his nostrils and shook his head. We haven't even started yet. He tapped his sword on the ground once again and the dragon lifted its eyelids, letting out a mighty roar. Yellow liquid soaked the red carpet from where the boys stood. What's this? Wetting yourselves already? He furrowed his eyebrows at the boys, trying to suppress his laughter. Your task is to stave off a piece of dragon scale and bring it back to me unscathed. It's that easy. The dragon stared at the challengers with malice coloring its eyes. A womanly scream came out from one meaty boy. Now onto your feet. Alkener hounded at the screeching boy, dragging him through the curtain. His tiny face contorted where his eyes wanted to escape from their sockets. With an audible gulp, he charged at the beast, tears lining his trail. One after another, the boys fell, bleeding on the ground. I wouldn't go into more gruesome details, but let's just say that they failed to preserve themselves, okay? Less than half of the participants waiting for their turn watched behind the curtain as Larson approached the scaly beast. The dragon roared, shaking the ground. Braving the storm without armor or weapon to protect himself, he was a few meters away from the dragon when he reached the corner of the room. The dragon torched the area half-circle with its burning breath, but Larson dodged, barely grazing his ear. He searched for a blind spot, but there was none. A strawberry-haired girl with ebony skin hid behind the pillar where Larson recovered his stance. She grabbed his arm and whispered, "Hey, do you need some help?" "Who are you?" His entire being jumped, shaking his focus for a moment. "It doesn't matter. Do you want my help or not?" She whispered impatiently. He turned his head a little toward the source of the voice and something cold touched his palm. A warm hand secured the hold. Larson nodded at his target with determined eyes. He fixed his gaze on the dragon with the curved dagger behind his back. The dragon blasted a ball of fire toward him. With a tap of his newly acquired weapon, he deflected the blazing flame with ease back to the retaliating beast. Before it could roar, the flames lodged in its throat, reducing the dragon to ashes. A horrified gasp came from the head knight who watched with wide eyes through the curtain. "When did you learn to do that?" "My years of practice paid off, I guess," Larson smugly replied, brushing dust off his shoulders. I see. Well, too bad. We only have one dragon." He walked back and forth, hands placed on his waist. "I have no choice but to cook up something new tomorrow. Today is a failed trial." "What?" A collective screech emanated from the remaining participants. "Come on, the show is over." The head knight clapped his hands with urgency as he said that. "March to your designated rooms, boys. Head up the marble stairs, turn left, and you will find your names etched on the door." Wheeling groans filled the area as they crawled up the steps. The Platinum Knight had tears jumping off his chin. He might lose his head as the castle's most decorated pet had expired in the hands of a single boy under his supervision. What am I going to say to their highnesses? He curled himself into a ball, rocking back and forth while uttering the question repeatedly. A black circle from the dragon's pedestal passed under him, burning his buns. He squealed and escaped the room in manic horror. Larson slumped in his bed that night, recounting the events of the first trial. The touch of burning flames from the dragon remained in his fingertips. Or was it the humidity of his room? Under the gap from his door, a dark figure slid into Larson's room. It merged with the boy's shadow, enriching its dark hue. He felt as if he gained some weight, but he thought it was the burden of his guilt after killing a beast so treasured by the castle. A vision of the blood ruby dragon's deluded gaze replayed before his eyes. His body turned still, but he knew he was still awake. I can't move my arms. What is happening? His beating heart flooded his ears and his body's temperature rose above boiling point. He was burning from the inside. A growling voice echoed in his head. Your body, mind, and soul shall be mine. No. No. Beads of sweat soaked the sheets. I didn't kill it. I didn't kill it. It wasn't me. I swear. Larson's body twitched and twisted as it floated on the bed. He hacked and gagged as if something was constricting the passage of air from inside his lungs. A maniacal laugh reverberated in the background, rotating the room in his eyes like he was receiving vertigo. Finally, his body bounced on the bed until he laid flat on his face. Shuddering under the covers, he tried pulling himself together. Steam escaped from his skin and out of the window. Larson heard knocking on his wooden door. He tossed and turned in his twin-sized bed, hoping it would go away, but the noise persisted. Hey, open up. It's me. A gently voice called from the other side of the door. He rose from his bed and opened the door. The girl from the first trial stood at the entrance, twisting and untwisting her foot. Gee, you're soaked like a dog. Were you working out or something? She pinched her nose, effectively eliminating the musky smell from her nostrils. Chapter 3, The Night Visitors and the Tarnished Crown. The girl had strawberry twin braids and a mischievous smile. Her eyes nestled deep into their sockets as if someone had too much coffee. Wearing a violet off-shoulder dress and bunny ears, she had killer heels to complete her ensemble. What do you want in the middle of the night? Larson furrowed his brows, leaning by the door with crossed arms. The girl retorted, you should be the one coming up to me and giving thanks for saving your butt from becoming Dragon Chow. Because of your help, we had to redo the trial again. He clashed his brown eyebrows at her. She squeezed his cheeks. You look so cute when you're angry. Quit it. He flicked her hands. They left red marks on his cheeks. What brings you here anyway? So feisty. A temporary frown drew on her face, followed by a shrug. At least you had the king's attention. Well, what did you just say? Larson's black eyes widened twice the normal size. She stretched an impish smile. You heard me. I heard he wanted to have an audience with you. The castle guards are on their way as we speak. Why? He could not wrap his finger around her words. She pushed her way in. You wouldn't mind if you let me into your room, would you? Larson's heart turned into stone upon realizing what she said. He returned his gaze to her. Hey, who said you could come in? Shoo! I hear them coming. The unnamed girl slid under his bed like a nightmare waiting to emerge from his dream. Larson Wolfe. Two men in blazing armor stopped in front of him. He faced them, leaving the door ajar behind him. What can I do for you, dear sirs? Is there anyone else inside? One of them pointed a spear at him. Larson's mind raced. He slightly turned his head toward the bed, and the girl put a finger on her lips. There's no one here but me. We heard another voice before we arrived. Both men stretched their vision beyond the door, straining their necks. Larson obscured most of their view. It must be your imagination. You wouldn't mind if we check inside, would you? They pushed him aside, forcing their way in. The knights searched every corner of the tiny room. Aside from the yellow bed, there was no table, cabinet, or window decorating the area. One knight kneeled and peered under the bed. A strip of sweat crawled down Larson's neck. As he grasped his spear and pointed it at the abyss underneath, his colleague called him, Hey, let's go. We shouldn't keep the king waiting. Like a thorn surgically removed from his chest, Larson breathed with ease. Come, boy, you are coming with us. They grabbed his arms, lifting him off the ground with some effort. Larson snapped his head back to his room, and the girl smiled, peering from the bed's darkness. What are you looking at, boy? A knight asked with irritation. A meek reply came from Larson. Nothing. Keep your eyes on the path. A stern reprimand from the knight. We're not escorting you back once the king's done with you. A few turns on the hallway and they reached the king's chamber. Inside was as empty as Larson's designated room, but twice as big. Instead of a bed, a platinum throne with a man occupying it appeared at the far end of the room. The knights dropped Larson, pressing their hands on his shoulders in front of the king. The once platinum crown was stained with gray and green. As he leaned from his throne, Larson noticed the king's skin on his arm draping on bone. Where had all his meat gone? He thought. The king glanced at him from head to toe. His voice was hollow. So this is him? Larson swallowed an enormous lump of saliva down his throat. His stomach churned before the presence of a white-haired man with beard extending to his waist. He could not bring himself to look at the highest authoritative figure of Luxene. Was it true? You are the one who killed my dearest Freya. The king's glaring intensity glued Larson's lips. Speak, you mutt. The king is asking you a question. Elkanor appeared behind the king's throne in full platinum armor. He seemed to have recovered himself from embarrassment. Larson trembled, and his breath crawled. What's a boy to say in this situation? He couldn't admit what he did, fearing a far greater demise to befall him. King Noel demanded, lift your chin, boy, and tell me your name. Larson Wolfe, your highness. The boy's voice fought through his quaking teeth with lips drying like a soda cracker. Ah, so you are that bastard son. The crowned man's face lightened for a second. You have grown to be a fine boy. Larson perked up. You knew my father? Elkanor slapped Larson's face with his metal glove. Where are your manners, boy? Ugh. Larson groaned like a foot stepped on a dog's paw. Elkanor, gather your men and guard the door. His Highness sternly commanded. But your Highness. The king wasn't having any of it. Now Elkanor. Understood, my king. He bowed and walked out of the door with his men in tow. Larson recovered on his knees and massaged his swollen cheek. King Noel rushed to the room behind the throne and pulled out an ice pack. Humbled by the king's kindness, he quickly shoved it on his cheek. You can speak freely now, he urged the boy. Thank you, your highness. Larson straightened himself up. What I learned from my mother is that he was a great man. Your father surely was. A virtuoso to a fault, he served the country well. A moment of silence ensued before he continued. That bastard said he would rescue my daughter, but he died alone. He was the best in his league, so I expected he could bring her back. Nobody told me he died looking for your daughter. The boy's brows clashed together. All I knew was that he failed on a secret mission when your men delivered his body to my home. Right. The king sighed from his diaphragm. I didn't want anybody outside the castle to learn about my missing daughter. Larson's blood rushed up to his head and he curled his fists. Chapter 4, Night, Nighthalia, and Stars. I must apologize for hiding the truth from you. The king knelt before him, bowing his head with desperation coloring his face. I beg of you. Please help me find my long-lost daughter. I would give anything to have her back. It was beyond unbelievable for his highness to do such a thing in front of a commoner. Larson took some deep breaths and offered the king a hand. Your highness, you shouldn't be doing this to yourself. I would have accepted easily if you only asked. I'm so sorry, my boy. It wouldn't change a thing, your highness. I still want to serve the kingdom as my father did. The boy struggled to maintain his footing as King Noel shouldered his full weight on him even if he was mostly a bag of bones. After guiding him to his throne, the king asked for his knights to come in. Bring him his armor, sword, and shield. King Noel ordered. After giving Larson his equipment, the king raised his ceremonial ruby sword. Kneel, my boy. Yes, your highness. Larson willfully obliged. From this day onward you shall be known as Blazing Knight of the House of Wolfe. Your fellow knights shall bear witness as Luxene accepts you as her protector. May you serve your country well. The king tapped the sword on his shoulders as he said those words. Rise, Knight of Wolfe. Elkanor struck the ground with his sword. But what about the other participants, your highness? He shot a seething glare at his head knight. You need more young men in your ranks, am I right? Understood, your highness. We will train them immediately. Also send the families of those who lost their lives in the first trial my solemn regards. King Noel followed up. They should be compensated handsomely. But your highness. His strong authoritative voice stopped his sentence short. That is all, Elkanor. You are all dismissed. So how did it go? As Larson came into his room, the girl leisurely draped herself on the bed like a flat tire. He donned his armor over plainclothes. What are you still doing here? I was keeping your bed warm. Like a cat, she purred next to him. Where's my reward? Larson scoffed and set his blazing armor aside. You're a funny one. Can you at least tell me your name? I'm Nighthalia. She proceeded to put her arms around his waist as she whispered into his ear. She felt for his rounded chest and tight abs. A tingling sensation crawled under Larson's skin. He gently lifted her hands away from his body and returned them inside the pockets of her violet dress. I need to rest. If you want to play with me, little kitty, we can do it tomorrow. Sure, honey. Don't keep me waiting. She waved him goodbye and disappeared into the darkness of the hallway. Yeah. See you, Nighthalia, he whispered and jumped in his bed, placing hands under his head. He held his silver sword and swung it in the air. Visualizing himself on the battlefield, he slid the shield onto the other arm. With his mind exhausted from the battle simulations, he drifted swiftly to sleep. He dreamed of himself sparring with his father using his new equipment. His father, closely resembling him, smiled. "I'm so proud of you, son. I knew you would be a knight someday. I wish I was there when the king knighted you." Larson said nothing, content with his praise. "The path you will take can cost your life. Take extra caution, my child," he warned. "I hope I could see you grow up the ranks like your old man." Larson bowed and thanked his father. His old man gently patted his head, and a bright flash of light roused him from sleep. At the break of morning, Natalia went into Larson's room. His armor and weapons vanished. She found a letter on the bed. Words in bold printed on the bottom of the page: "Don't come looking for me. It was nice meeting you, Natalia." She snuck out of the castle, intent on finding her playmate. Larson procured the map from His Highness in the throne room before leaving the castle. "Are you sure about this?" King Noel squeezed his fists. "Why don't you consider training with the head knight for a month or so to hone your skills further?" "Thank you, but the princess' safety is of utmost priority, my king," he explained with determined eyes. "I see." He nodded. "In return for saving my daughter, I shall grant you the blessing of having her hand." "You are too generous, my king. Only a glimpse of her beauty would suffice." The boy's cheeks reddened. Larson's raised his eyes on the portrait of the queen above the king's head. Her golden locks circled her head like a crown, and her cherry eyes were as clear as day. She wore a flowing platinum dress, complementing her ageless glow. "I believe she's exactly your age now, taking a liking to her mother." King Noel readjusted his stained crown. "Well, we shall discuss your reward once you come back with my daughter." "I must be on my way, your highness. I promise to bring her home." Larson bowed. "Before you go, take this." King Noel produced from his pocket a spherical black pendant. White dots looked like stars in the night sky. A touch of violet emphasized the reflecting spots. Larson wore it around his neck. "What's this, your highness?" "A good luck charm I received from my late wife, Solara. May it help you find your path." He eyed the pendant before sending him on his way. He thanked the king and went for the exit. Wind blew behind Larson's neck as he spun on his heels. Stars resembling Orion's arrowhead printed on it. The king's eyes widened upon seeing the mark. He's the one. He truly is the one. Praise the lunar god." King Noel muttered to himself with surprise and excitement melding into one expression. The oracle's words proved true. "I hope he truly succeeds in saving my daughter and bringing joy back to my people. Oh, our blessed lunar god. Please guide this boy's hand," he prayed. "Solara, my dear wife, help him see through the darkness. May he bring our daughter home safe and..." Chapter 5, Bow and Arrow. After leaving the castle, Larson returned to his home. It remained the same as he left it, crumbled like his old self. He wished for his mother to return, but he knew that would be very unlikely to happen. At the back of his fallen house, he knelt before his father's grave. The inscriptions on wood read, "Here lies the greatest knight who ever lived, my father Larson Wolfe. Father, I will save the princess, have her hand, and make you proud," he declared. "I wish Mom never left. She makes the most wonderful braised beef and seafood platter a boy could ask for." Larson flicked away the water forming in his right eye and rose to his feet. "I won't be long, father. I promise." The boy stepped out of the city outskirts and into the thick forest. A red mark on his map blotted by the king revealed where the oracle of the first dawn of the sun lived. The king advised him to seek guidance there as he might learn more about the princess' whereabouts. Leaves rustled on Larson's left as he sliced through the thickets. Low snarls accompanied thumping steps. Approaching from behind tall bushes, a lion twice his size bared its teeth. His silver sword jammed on its hilt. Larson blocked the pounce of a 300-pound beast with his own strength. Its fangs bared at its breakfast. He overturned the force toward his left and escaped the deadly snaps as if the beast was Cerberus unleashed from the underworld, but with heads merged into a single being. Strips of crimson decorated the boy's arms. He pulled out the silver shield resting on his back before the beast recovered. Clang! Roar! Gah! It was man versus beast. Gathering all his might, he repelled the lion. Another pounce and it choked on his unhilted sword. The lion circled around him and the wind's direction changed. Something swift brushed a millimeter away from Larson's neck. The beast fell to the ground with a groan. Larson eyed the golden arrow puncturing its forehead, perfectly centered. Larson spun to the source of the attack, heart madly pounding like a jackhammer. The shooter had an orange braid flowing down her waist. A violet tribal cloth covered her forehead. Tucking her mahogany bow behind her back, she walked toward him. As he set his gaze on her minty eyes, his heartbeat slowed in tempo. Thank you for a. She just passed by him and tended to the fallen lion. Hey, help me carry this one. We can talk over breakfast. Nerves pinched in Larson's temples as he carried the beast on his back toward her camp. Sitting on two precisely cut logs facing each other, Larson skinned the beast while the tribal girl prepared the marinade from the lion's blood. So what brought you here? Larson speared the skinned beast with a long bamboo stick and placed it over the fire. She casually responded, What do you mean? I live here. A delicate girl like you living alone in the wilderness? He spun the beast slowly from one end of the wooden stick. How do you manage yourself? I'm an independent woman. No man shall say how I want to live my life. She lathered the sauce over their breakfast like a painter working on a blank canvas. Say, how come the castle sent you without a single comrade by your side? The king entrusted this mission to solely me. He tested the meat's tenderness with a wooden branch. Besides, they couldn't risk more men of tiny number while they trained new recruits. You seem new. The tribal girl glanced at him. Larson toyed with the branch in his hand. It's a long story. The meat is not yet done. Maybe telling me a bit about your story can speed up the cooking. Larson agreed to tell her about his quest. The sound of adventure rang in her ears, prompting her to join him in finding the princess. I will join you, but on one condition. She sliced the tender meat and passed him a piece. Larson sunk his teeth into the delectable piece. What is it? We split 50-50 on whatever asset you receive from the king. She pointed a dagger at him. You get to keep the princess for yourself. Deal. He nodded. Say, what's your name anyway? You can call me Merlice. She offered her hand. He received and shook it. A spark of lightning surged through his veins. Right. I'm Larson, by the way. Strange, what was that feeling just now? Larson's heart skipped a beat after letting go of her hand. Was it fear that he felt or something else entirely? Shaking it off, he steered his thoughts away from that unknown feeling. Merlice paused for a second. Maybe he's a lightning bearer or something, she thought to herself. With an unbothered face, they cleaned up after themselves. After packing up each of their stuff, Merlice led the way to the Oracle of the First Dawn of the Sun as she claimed to have passed by her house during her hunt for food. Come on, it's not that far from here. Larson stopped to readjust his shoes. Hey, wait up. Hurry up, molasses. Merlice playfully laughed at him. Let's strike the path while the day is young. He caught up to her. The road remained silent for the duo as they treaded the way. The sky maintained the darkness above their heads. The clouds turned grayish from shielding most of the sunlight. Firebugs aided their eyes from straying off the path. Hey, I told you my story, would you tell me yours? Larson broke the silence. Merlice sighed, there's nothing to talk about. There must be something you could tell me. He persisted. From what I can remember as a child, I had no one and nothing except my golden bow. I'm so sorry to hear that. Larson felt dumb for asking. Merlice rubbed his back and shrugged. I got used to it. The path was more silent than before. Larson knew how it felt to be alone, but having no one by your side since childhood was pain deeper than a sharp stab wound. Oh look, we're here. Her piercing voice brought Larson back at the task at hand. Chapter 6, Divination and Oblivion. A violet tint sat deeper into the forest. A woman in violet garb was occupied counting her bag of doubloons. As soon as she saw the duo, she swiped its contents back into the bag, slid it inside her chest and waved at her arriving potential customers. Hey, old lady. How's the business going? Merlice asked. Oh, it's just you. It's stiff as usual. She shrugged with a disgusted look on her face. What do you brats want? Larson touched the tip of his sword's handle. Should I slice her head off? Chill, man. Merlice pressed her palm against his chest. You wouldn't want to stain your sword with this witch's blood, trust me. When Merlice touched his chest, a spark shot Larson's heart directly. He couldn't breathe for a moment. Merlice felt it too. She took a fleeting glance at Larson and her body burned from within. When their eyes matched, time stood still for both of them. Only whispering breaths crawled out of their lips. Two beating hearts charged each other's vein. I couldn't look away, both of them thought. Ahem. The oracle's strict, mellow voice broke the trance enveloping them. Who are you calling a witch? I'm a prognosticator, a diviner. I'm not interested in forbidden dark arts. Ah. Merlice squeaked, resembling the sound of a startled cat before returning her attention to the oracle. Ugh, youth is so overrated. Follow me into my tent. The oracle rolled her eyes with Merlice tailing behind her. Larson came to and looked at the tent. Gray and purple formed its exterior with a red flag pinned at its summit. Is living in the forest becoming trend nowadays? He shook away the thought and went inside. The two youths sat at the bean couches before the oracle of the first dawn of the sun. She flitted her fingers around the shining crystal ball. When Merlise opened her mouth and Larson raised his hand, the oracle glared at them. Don't say anything. She hushed her visitors. I know what you need. The oracle closed her violet eyes. After a long moment of silence, her rounded body convulsed in her seat. The two leaned in to help, but the oracle regained her composure. Head to the hidden land of Ragnaheim. She gasped. You will find what you seek there. How do we get there? Larson asked. Ugh, do I have to spoon-feed everything? Fine. The oracle snorted. Edwin. Come here, you slouch. From under the violet mantle of her table, a small person with a braided beard and wearing a jumpsuit emerged. He was about the size of a teacup. What is it, madam? He croaked. She ordered him. Guide these children to your homeland. But madam, today marks the Festival of Colors. Edwin stood behind the crystal ball, his back facing the visitors. I'm sure the dwarven elder has his hands full. What of it? Are you saying that you can't? The oracle's hounding voice shook the dwarf from his salts. No, madam. Can you lend me some mystic essence? He pressed his hands together. The oracle produced a marble-sized purplish-violet light from under her violet robe. Merlise and Larson stared it with glistening eyes until it landed on the dwarf's tiny palm. Don't overuse it or you'll break our contract. She warned him. And don't forget to collect payment from these children or you're getting the whip. Yes, madam. Thank you. He leapt from the table to Larson's crimson plate shoulders. We should be on our way to the bearded bridge, boy. Okay. Larson chuckled and stood up. Thank you, miss. Janice Weatherknots. The oracle replied. Nice one, old lady. Merlise smirked. We should get going then. See you around. The wind blew behind Larson's neck as he turned to the exit. Wait up, boy. What's that on your nape? The oracle pointed out. The boy spun back to the violet-coated woman. His black eyes staring blank at the woman calling to him. Never mind. She shrugged. Nice pendant you have there. Larson touched the black orb hanging on his neck. Thanks I guess. Now get out of here, brats. She shooed them away. Edwin led the Merlise and Larson out of the woods and into a busy town of stone and gold. Cinnamon and garlic filled the air from a nearby bakery. Sellers hollered at the passers-by who sported elegant formal clothing. Each citizen had either a brooch or necklace shining a ruby stone. Come ye, come ye. My bag contains rarities from different parts of the world. A fit old man, wearing a miner's clothing, announced. You, sir? Me? Larson stopped. Would you like to look at my merchandise? He opened his boulder-sized brown bag to them. All at 50%. What should I be looking at? Merlise's ocean eyes gazed into it. Look deeper. You are bound to see what your heart so desires. He assured her and gestured to Larson. Come, sir, have a look. As Larson leaned in closer, the merchant flicked away Edwin, who had been screaming at Larson's shoulders. His voice drowned among the crowd as he fell off his shoulders. Large shoes almost swatted his tiny body if not for his quick reflexes. As with Merlise, Larson's eyes fixed on the abyss contained within the bag. The merchant closed his bag and swept her away from her friends and into the crowd. After breaking from the enchantment, Larson twisted his head for his partner and guide. Edwin? Merlise? He brushed through the crowd, but cold stares met him in response. Edwin has been swept away by human shoes. Adrenaline pumped Larson's legs as he drew his eyes beneath his feet in an effort to find their dwarven guide, but he was nowhere to be seen. Edwin? Can you hear me? No answer. Do you need some help in finding your friends? A dark voice echoed from the pits of his stomach. No, Larson ignored the voice. It's not real, it's not real. Larson assured himself. The voice laughed. I'm lending my assistance for free and this is how you treat me? Larson scowled at the wind. What do you want? I will only borrow your body for a moment. An assurance from the beast within. Larson froze at the center of town among the bustling crowd upon hearing those sinister words. Chapter 7, Crimson Scales. Larson pondered for a while before reaching a decision. Only for a moment will I lend you my body. You must promise me that. Sure, I promise. The beast sighed. I don't know. You don't have much of a choice, do you? It urged him. Time's running out, boy. All right. Aye. The The dragon cut off the rest of his sentence. Great choice. Flames burned within Larson's veins. It rose to his lungs as he held onto his neck. His head thumped, beating faster than his heart. A puff of smoke escaped from his mouth. Am I being cooked alive? I don't want to die. I haven't fulfilled my quest yet. Don't be overly dramatic, boy, it hissed at him. A few more minutes of pain and you will feel nothing, as if drifting into dreamland. Larson rushed back into the forest, evading the suspicious glares darted behind him. He screamed. Birds flew away into the dark sky. Larson slumped on the grass, his breaths of air transforming into gasps of fire. Arg! It burns! Somebody, help me! Crimson scales, each the size of a grain of rice, spread in some parts of Larson's arms, legs, and face as he pounded the ground with his fists. Scales peeled on his skin, shedding some of it. I would rather watch a snake skin itself than tell more of his grisly transformation. Anyway, Larson retained some of his human features when the change finished. A crimson tail burned the grass as it swayed back and forth aggressively. Larson grew mute as he took the front row seat at the recesses of his mind, watching through the dragon's eyes. The dragon possessing Larson's body sniffed the air, isolating the scent of bread from his friends. Aha! So that's where you took her. As he passed through the bustling crowd, some of them felt a burning chill as if an invisible ghost flew past them. With inhuman speed, he reached the bandits' hideout, a mountain away from the city. Inside the shabby warehouse behind the mountain, the merchant seated Merlise on a wooden chair behind the dining table. In front of him, a group of black-clothed men crossed their arms. A scruffy man in black stroked the ends of her orange braids. Ah yes, what a fine lady you have brought this time. Isn't she a beauty? The merchant agreed. Here's your bag of gold. A masked man handed him his payment. Just a tiny sack? He huffed. I risked my life fishing out this girl from her swordsman. Another bandit wearing a black bandana flashed the tip of his knife under his chin. What? Did I hear something? An audible gulp crawled down the merchant's throat. My tongue must have slipped. I beg of you, spare this fragile old man. Thank your luck that the gods are with you today. He slid back the knife in its hilt. Be gone with you. And remember, you saw nothing here. The merchant walked out of the door. The sinister group touched Merlise's hand, legs, and face as if she were a saint, but dark thoughts polluted their minds. What should we do with her, boss? The black bandana asked the scruffy man. Suddenly they heard wood breaking. The heat inside the warehouse rose twice more than the normal room temperature. Bucket of grimy sweat soiled the wooden floor. Have mercy, no. The merchant's voice could be heard outside and his bones broke with inaudible force. Ack! A storm of wind shattered glass from the window. Dread filled the air as they drew their arms. Who goes there? The scruffy man called out. As Larson kicked the door open, a burning aura coated his body. Some of them had quivering limbs as soon as they saw him dropping their weapons. He's a demon. One bandit screamed before sharp claws erased his grim face. No, he's an angel. Another tried to approach Larson with hands together as if in a prayer, but he was gutted out. He has come to deliver us to heaven. Ghastly screams filled the room. The men fell one by one, bathing in their own blood. With a raging roar, flames licked at the wooden wares and rocky walls. Merlise, still unconscious, had not a scratch on her body, nor did she fall over her chair. Even I, the narrator, could hardly believe it. When the flames reached her chair, Larson swept Merlise out of her seat. She saw a faint silhouette of a humanoid dragon lifting her body and she passed out once more. The warehouse collapsed the moment they got out. The dragon felt his presence withering. No, it's too soon. The crimson scales on his skin vanished into bubbles of air. The burning aura left his body, but the dragon's soul remained inside his stomach. Larson fell onto the solid ground with a silent thud. Larson's eyes opened to a vast area where the grass was greener. A man in full platinum armor smiled at him, expectation shimmering in his eyes. We meet again, son. Dad. He rushed to him like a child who had been away from his parents since forever. His father pointed a sword at him. Do not come any closer, my child. It's not your time yet. But Dad. It was nice seeing you again, Larson. May the heavens bless you. He pursed his lips, blowing him away. The boy stretched his arms, trying to reach him. Larson woke up, screeching like a frenzied husky. Oh, how long was I asleep? Larson stretched his limbs. More importantly. Beside him, Merlise had her arms crossed over her stomach. He cradled her into his lean arms, shaking her body. Hey, wake up. She smiled at him. In a second her eyes widened, dropping the smile. Who? What? Where? Shoo. It's okay. I'm here. My bow. She immediately released herself from his hold and looked around. Where's my bow? Let's head back to town. I can buy you a new one, he assured her. No. It has to be that bow. It's the only memory I have of my people. She pulled at her braids. What am I going to do? A tiny bearded man waddled through the grass. There you are, kids. Edwin. They both turned their heads to Chapter 8, Fabrics for the Hidden Hearts. They left the fallen burning building to ashes and crawled back into the city. Larson had most of his armor and clothes burned and torn off, exposing his bare chest. Merlise faced away from him as they searched the busy streets. Thankfully, he still had his fighting equipment with him. Even after they left the forest, Larson hadn't told Merlise or Edwin of what transpired in the forest. He decided it was for the best. Merlise nudged Larson away from his thoughts. Hey, do you have anything I could hold onto while my bow and quiver are absent? Sorry, I wish I had brought my old sword with me, he told her. It's okay, maybe there's something I could use inside the shop, she figured. They entered a nearby shop. It had a golden door surrounded by stone walls. Numerous weapons and shields decorated the interior. The owner gave them a small tour of his merchandise. Most of them, Larson hadn't seen before. For you, sir, I think this Jotun shield works best for your toned physique. It's made from the rarest emerald snake in all of Luxene, he claimed. He slid the emerald-crusted shield into Larson's arm. The latter posed with it as if defending himself against a wild boar. After that, he returned it to the owner and looked for something else of interest. Meanwhile, Merlise eyed a slingshot from the rocky shelves. This is perfect. After picking the weapon of her choice, she pulled Larson's hand toward the tailor's house. His heart struck the rib cages like a harmonic drum. He couldn't let go of her warm touch. No, Larson, get your head together. You vowed to your father that you would save the princess and have her hand. Larson's mind echoed inside his skull. Edwin tossed some gold coins over the counter from Larson's shoulder before leaving the weapon shop. The owner scratched his head as he inserted the coins inside his vault. The team stopped at a golden house with a sparkling red scissor, the length of a grown man, resting on its forehead. Merlise pulled him inside. Intricate clothes populated each square inch of the interior. Ladies tending to the dresses switched their attention to Larson, who had an exposed chest. Edwin had switched shoulder for Merlise. What can I do for you, handsome? A round-chested woman in her 30s groped his chest as if measuring it. Larson's tongue twisted. How about a see-through shirt or sleek shorts? A curvy woman with scissors squeezed his calves. Let me measure up your strong legs. Is this really necessary? He flinched. Hush now. A wrinkly old woman put a finger on his lips. We are experts in this field. Whoa! Wait! Larson's cheeks flared red. Merlise giggled, waving at him. Have fun, Larson. Guys, save me. He pleaded with bulging eyes, as if a group of hyenas were going to feast on him. The tailors took him away inside their dressing area. Screams and laughter escaped the room. Merlise and Edwin grinned as they looked around the shop. Should we save him? Edwin asked. Merlise ogled a red scarf in her hand. Nah, he'll be fine. You know that I'm going to pay for it, right? He gazed at the glittering red fabric. List our expenditures. We'll reimburse you once we get our reward from the king. She returned the scarf back in its rack. He raised an eyebrow. Surely. The tailors pulled Larson out of the room and spun his body. He wore a gentleman's white tuxedo emphasized by a smart, casual black coat, matching his dark pants. What do you think? The old woman asked. It's Merlise's turn to have her face red. Wow! You look like a dashing prince from a faraway land of an unknown kingdom. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate for battle. Larson strained his neck, eyeing his new clothes. We crafted them from flexible fibers that will follow your every move, the curvy lady explained. It's also tailored with durable quality. Let's test it out. Larson grabbed his sword and shield. Swinging his weapon, he made long strides. He also did some evasion maneuvers, rolling in different directions. The clothes remained intact without any scratches or tear. How much is it? Merlise asked. The round-chested woman replied. Because this is our first time using the newly acquired rare fibers, you can have it free of charge. Thank the gods. Edwin's ears pricked and jumped for joy. After leaving the tailors, they stayed at a nearby and resembling a large boulder of rock. Merlise and Edwin went out shopping for their dinner. Larson laid on the stony bed, mind fixed on Merli's reddish flush while she commented on his new clothes. You mustn't deny it. Tell her the truth. The voice within him urged. Larson's face turned sour. You have no say in this. I'm trying to help you here, lad. It scowled at him. Larson shifted to his side, facing away from the door. If you are doing this to take over my body again, it won't happen. Ah, you're no fun. Larson ignored his retort. Because this isn't right. How can I stop myself from her magnetic pull? His father's words surfaced in his mind. Son, there comes a time when the brain has trouble finding a way to resolve problems. When that happens, always follow your heart. Who are you talking to? Merlis tapped his shoulder. He sprang up from his bed toward her. Huh? Oh, I was just talking to myself. Too close. Merlis thought. It was too late for her to regret it now. With this sudden proximity, their eyes locked. As if gravity pulled them together, their faces began to move toward each other. Her sweet breath with his softness, an electrifying exchange between their beating hearts. Merlis closed her eyes, waiting to receive his kiss. As their lips were a millimeter apart, Larson froze. No, I can't. I'm sorry. I guess I shouldn't push my luck, huh? She pulled away from him, hiding the crack forming in her heart. Come, dinner's ready. When they finished dinner, Larson thanked her. Merlis responded with a nod, cleaned the table, and urged him to retire in his bed. By tomorrow we must leave for Ragnheim, home of the Silver Dwarfs. Edwin announced as he prepares the payment for the Chapter 9, Strawberry Stalker. Morning came. Larson had been swinging his sword since everyone went to sleep, slashing away the melancholy he had seen in her minty eyes. Why can't I wipe you off my mind? The question lingered in his mind. His sword dropped to the ground with a loud clang and he fell to his knees. Arg! Merlis came out of her room, brushing past him. In her hands were a towel and a bar of orange soap. She beelined to the lake, a walking distance from the inn. Larson paused and turned his neck slightly, feeling her presence exit the area. I'm sorry, he whispered and resumed his sword slicing on the tree. An image of Merlis carved into the bark, which he immediately chopped off. He fumed at the error made by his hands. Curses! Behind the door, Edwin watched the two in silence. Tisk tsk tsk. If only they were more honest. A high-pitched scream originated from where Merlis headed. Rushing against the wind, Larson arrived at the drop of a hat. Sparkling water mirrored the darkness of the clouds as if someone might drown in the abyss if not for the lampposts. At the far edge of the lake, Merlis trembled with a towel wrapped around her body. Hissing and slithering at her feet was a blue snake as thick as a man's leg. She raised a pebble above her head. The snake's head flew 100 yards and its blood spouted like a tiny fountain, staining Larson's white vest. Were you harmed? He asked. She wrapped herself around Larson, water forming in her eyes. I hate you. Larson chuckled as he brushed her orange hair. Remembering last night's events, she pushed herself away from him. Ahem. I just got carried away. When we get back, tell Edwin I grabbed your sword and killed an anaconda, okay? All right, forest girl. I'll resume training now, he said. He thought she looked cute defending herself with glowing pink cheeks. Wait. Larson returned his attention to her, focusing his eyes on her face and nowhere else. Can you look out for me while I clean myself? She requested. Larson nodded. If I catch you peeking, I have a pebble and I'm not afraid to use it. Yes, ma'am. He sat across from her with his body facing the opposite direction. He whistled and little bluebirds perched on his fingers. They whistled back at him. Slightly turning his head, he saw her scrubbing her delicate arms. She shone like a diamond placed on a wedding ring in his eyes. Red scattered across his face. He shook his head, pulling his eyes away from her. No, I won't be captivated by her charms. I'm done. It's your turn. She covered her body and emerged from the lake. Use that soap to wash off the blood stain. She strutted toward the inn without another word. Larson immersed himself in the cold water. What's her problem? When Merlis finished dressing herself, she sat by the door next to Edwin. Do you have any idea where my bow could be? She asked him. He recalled, I think I saw it being taken away by a dwarven messenger from Ragnheim yesterday while I was searching for you kids. What's he going to do with it? She wondered. Don't worry, he answered, I'm sure he's just delivering it to his master for safekeeping. She breathed lightly. Thank the gods. But taking it back won't be easy. He warned her. A branch breaking disrupted their conversation. Rustling leaves from the nearest bush quivered. Shoo! What was that? Merlice pointed her slingshot at it. A girl with strawberry twin braids and dark circles under her eyes appeared. I come in peace. Who sent you here? She slid her weapon behind her pocket. Larson arrived at the scene. He left his upper garments to dry on a tree. What's going on here? Honey, there you are. Nyatalia wrapped her arms around his firm waist. His gaze burned at her. Nyatalia, I thought I specified in my letter not to follow me? Merlice's blood boiled. You know each other? Know each other? I'm his girlfriend, Nyatalia declared. What are you talking about? He removed her roaming hands from his bare chest. I haven't agreed to this. The couple bantered at each other. On the other hand, Merlice's world ceased from spinning. Ice coated the surface of her heart. She stood there, counting the stab marks on her chest. No, it's fine. I understand. I need a moment. Merlice finally responded and turned away toward the trees. Merlice, wait. Larson reached for her, but Nyatalia reeled him in like a chain gone rogue. She enunciated each syllable as if hell burned inside her lips. Do not follow me. Vanishing between trees, drops of tears trailed behind her. He failed to notice them as his lover held his attention captive. No matter. What's important is that we're finally together again. Nyatalia rejoiced. Larson struggled to free himself from her bind. Get your hands off me. I spent my days looking for you and this is what I get? She pouted. Not even a welcoming hug? What are you doing here anyway? He scowled at her. You're feistier than a woman on her regular menstruation. She sighed. Anyway, I decided to aid you in saving the princess. How did you find me? It wasn't easy, you know. She recounted. I disguised myself among the wild creatures here to keep track. Why did you have to move so fast? We were in a hurry. He retorted. I lost you somewhere in the city. Luckily, I saw your tiny friend crossing the streets and here we are. She gazed at Edwin. You have come quite a long way. I admire your dedication. Larson thought deeply. It's far too dangerous to send you back to the castle. And Nyatalia anticipated his answer. He decided. I guess there is one more room in our wagon. Yes. So does this mean you accept my love? She wrapped her hands around him once more. Don't get your hopes up. He deflected her attack well. My heart is reserved for the princess. Edwin hopped over Larson's shoulders. Boy, things got complicated. Tell me about it. Larson grunted. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, especially the ballast girl. He snapped his neck toward the trees. Speaking of which, how far did... Chapter 10, Heart of Ice. Larson followed Merlice into the woods, Edwin hanging on his shoulder. They found her aiming her slingshot at tree leaves. Larson approached her. There you are. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Her bitter voice threw knives as she faced away from Larson. Can you at least lend me an ear? He pleaded. She continued shooting pebbles at the leaves. What is there to talk about? I already know my place. Look at me when I am talking to you. He grabbed her slender shoulders. Ah, she squeaked like a startled cat. Why do you touch me so? Electric pulses rushed inside each other's veins. The warmth of his touch invoked the woman within her. Her minty doe eyes sparkled as if billions of stars danced within them. His focus stayed within the confinement of those eyes. Because Larson stammered. Edwin kicked his human ear. Step on full gear, boy. Because I need, he flinched. Merlice supplemented his sentence. Me? Your skills. Larson shyly admitted. Edwin slammed a palm on his tiny face. Okay, kids. This is getting nowhere. Let's head back. Hey! Nyatalia emerged between the trees. How could you abandon a delicate lady in this dark place? Larson flinched. He told her to look after his stuff while they searched for Merlice. As Nyatalia approached, she pressed Larson's stuff on his chest as if stabbing him with them. What are you talking about? It's been dark ever since we were all born. The ballast girl snapped at her. I wasn't talking to you, Snake. The girl with bunny ears snorted. Leave my boyfriend alone. Merlice's orange eyebrows furrowed. Ugh, the nerve of this pig. What did you call me? Nyatalia flicked her strawberry hair. Yeah, you're a pig. Merlice pointed out. That's why you always wear pigtails. They are twin tails. The Nyatalia asserted. Merlice insisted. Pigtails, you pig. Why you? The other girl curled her nails like a lion ready to pounce at her prey. Girls, stop. Larson cut between them. The skies are getting darker. Nyatalia retracted her claws as she melted from Larson's piercing gaze. If it weren't for you, I would have ripped her rotten tongue off. Shall we get going? Edwin chimed in. Ragnaham is not far, but we may encounter difficulty in gaining entry. The bearded dwarf led the way from Larson's shoulders. During their travel, a little blue bird landed on Nyatalia's arm, chirping at her. Hey, little birdie. Nyatalia acknowledged its presence. The bird pecked her ears like sending a Morse code. Oh. 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 The bird flew toward the branches of trees after delivering the message to her. Their eyes followed the direction of its flight. Larson turned his attention to Nyatalia. What is it? The king. She gripped his rounded shoulders with bulging eyes. He tilted his head at her. What about the king? He's... Spit it out. He urged her, gravity weighing on his shoulders. He's become bedridden. Her pitchy tone plummeted to the ground. If this gets worse, he might not make it before we deliver the princess back at the castle. Oh, lunar god, please save our king. Larson lifted his head to the sky with fingers interlocking as if in prayer. May the lunar god bless him with more health. Merlise placed a hand on his shoulder. Nyatalia pleaded next to him, help us ease our path in attaining our quest. Lightning flashed in response. Were their prayers heard? They watched the yellow light dance across the sky until it disappeared. They resumed their march through the busy city. At the very edge of the city where not one citizen treads, a brass metal boulder in the shape of a door met them. 3 hard, broken horizontal lines had flat curls wedged in between, evenly separating them. It stood at 10 feet. An inviting, mysterious air blew from the vertical crevice. Is this it? Larson asked. Yes, but not quite. Edwin inspected the carvings. We must open the door to Ragnaham, of course. A blast of violet light nearly missed Merli's ear, evaporating the nearest tree into nothing. She jumped after witnessing the destruction. What was that? Nyatalia twisted her body at the source. A horizontal pillar of lilac shot toward her, but Larson raised his shield up for her in time. His silver shield became littered with rust. Ah, my hero. She fawned at him. Let's play later, little kitty. Larson's stern voice shocked her ears. She pouted. So cold. Edwin, is there a way to get through the door? Larson demanded. Edwin produced a rectangular hammer made of titanium and started pounding at the door. Wham! A crack formed. Ack! Blood sputtered. Wheeze! The crack vanished. Edwin rounded his bloody lips and touched the boulder. Ragnaham, I ask of you, brace me in your arms like a mother receiving her first child. I'm home. I'm home, this child cries. The door glowed for a moment. The vertical line slightly widened, letting a glimpse of greenery escape. Purple light sealed the opening shut once more. When Edwin spun his head to his allies, most of the trees had dissipated. Larson was on his knees, Merlise laid flat on the floor, and Nyatalia was barely hanging on. 3 small violet-winged creatures with pointed ears circled above their heads like hunting vultures. They raised their hands above their heads and chanted, Mother Frisia, with your mighty hands, smite the invaders who threaten your precious land. A pebble of violet light grew into the size of a crystal ball and descended toward Larson. Hold your fire. Edwin waved at them, but they failed to see his tiny gesture. This is a misunderstanding. Begone, children of darkness. A freezing aura coated the ball of light, meeting its target like a violet comet. Larson pushed himself upright with the help of his sword sheath. In a single motion, the silver sword came off of its hilt easily. He eyed the incoming icy mass and raised his weapon at it. Come at me, he shouted like a battle cry. Edwin, carrying his titanium hammer over his tiny shoulders, rushed toward him. Larson, no. Larson, what are you doing? Merlise sat up and watched him with quivering eyes. Nyatalia fell silent on the ground, unmoving. Larson smiled at his bearded friend and turned his attention to Merlise. You know what? I kinda like you. She stared at him blankly, caught off guard by the sudden confession. The ball of fire rained down on Larson, emitting a rainbow of dark light as it exploded upon contact. No! Merlise wailed. A murder of crows flew across the dark sky. Chapter 11, Onto the Sunflower. Larson summons a roar from the pits of his stomach, raising his silver sword at the hurling ball of violet light. It pierced the light into 1,000,000 pieces. The shockwave traveled from the tip of his sword down to his arm. A prism of dark colors resulted from the explosion. His balance wavered, far worse than that of a drunken man. The fairies shot different shades of violet light at him, but his sword deflected the attack. They turned the passing birds into stone before breaking like glass mid-flight. Like flies pestering a dining table, Larson slapped the flying creatures with his weapon. Another beam of light and Larson rolled to the side. It struck his leg. Rotating like a wheel, the fairies blasted a flurry of tiny orbs. They exploded on Larson's body. Red splashed onto the floor. The fairies got pinned to the ground after another mighty roar from him. The sound reverberated inside their ears, disturbing their balance. To a normal person, it's like the world around them spun 100 kilometers per hour. Their legs felt like vegetables. Larson huffed as he held his sword above his head like an axe. This ends now. Halt. Edwin shielded the fairies using his back from Larson's silver sword. We come in peace. The sword was an inch away from Edwin's back. Good thing Larson had swift control of his weapon and stabbed the ground next to him. Edwin? Is that you? The fairies looked up at him in disbelief. He smirked at them. Been a long time, eh? When things calmed down, Edwin explained to the fairies about their quest to retrieve Merli's lost bow. The winged beings recovered themselves and issued their apologies. Mother Frisia, lend us your power. The fairies flew above their heads and held hands. Heal these children of cloudy dominion. The pain in Larson's leg disappeared and found himself able to walk again with his injured leg. Merli's regained her lost strength while Nyatalia remained unconscious. All cuts and bruises vanished as if they only imagined them. I'm just curious, Merli's asked the winged beings, what would happen to a normal human if they were to receive that ball of ice? Oh? You mean the sphere of frozen mysteries? It erases them from existence. The lilac fairy replied nonchalantly. Thank Mother Frisia for your quick wit. The purple fairy landed on Larson's amber hair. If you hadn't destroyed the sphere, well, it's goodbye world for you. I thought I was going to die. Nyatalia suddenly roused from her sleep like a zombie emerging from her coffin. The violet fairy flew toward her and pinched her nose. I thought you were never waking up. Edwin, what are these ugly beasts? Nyatalia straightened her nose. Ahem, the purple fairy explained, we are the doorkeepers of Ragnaheim, fairies of the mysterious seal. They opened the door for them. A breath of purified air filtered through their nostrils. Their bodies felt light, as if gravity lost a little of its grip on their heels. Rows and columns of bungalows had hay for the roof. Brick walls formed their bodies. Pounding and hammering echoed throughout the area. They had never seen a sky painted blue with a white cloud floating in it. A ball of yellow fire reigned alongside them. Is this the sun my father told me about? It looks magnificent, but it burns my eyes upon staring at it, Larson thought. Now that the door is open, you will find the messenger of Mictus in a house planted on a flower adoring the sun. The lilac fairy instructed them. Thank you. Edwin nodded at them. The violet fairy warned, before we forget, you only have 3 days. After that, Ragnaheim will reject you from its domain without recollection of what transpired inside its boundaries. She continued. The outsiders have no place in this town. This includes you, Edwin, for the outside air has heavily influenced your body for years. We will keep your advice in mind. Larson assured them. Good luck. We wish for your success. The fairies bowed and sealed the door. Birds had more color aside from black, gray, and blue. Flowers towered over houses. Edwin stopped and relished in the floral aroma he once called home. Atop the sunflower, a tiny house swayed gently. That must be the house. Merli's pointed. Nyatalia crossed her arms. But how do we get up there? There used to be a spring leaf somewhere here. Edwin scattered his eyes. The silver dwarfs used that to pick up special orders from Mictus. When he had found no spring leaf to hop on, he tore thorns from a rose and coiled a grapevine around it. He asked Larson to throw it as far as he can. It latched onto one sunflower seed. After testing its sturdiness, Edwin went first and urged everyone to follow behind him. Larson, I don't think I can. Nyatalia froze in her heels. He offered. Want me to carry you up there? Ah. She placed her palms on her cheeks. You're so naughty, honey. Suit yourself. Larson shrugged and grabbed the vine. Wait. She breathed from her diaphragm. Okay. I think I am ready. Larson lifted Nyatalia on his arm as they climbed. Merli's had red flares flashing in her minty eyes as she followed behind them. They reached the sunflower surface. Its black seeds formed a spiral pattern. At the center, a house made of steel and silver swayed with the flower. Larson propped Nyatalia on her feet like a delicate lady she said she was. He received a kiss on the cheek from her and she eyed Merli's with a dirty look. Humph. Merli's pouted. His arms and shoulders rose in defense after releasing himself from Natalia. What did I do? Nothing. She exhaled. It must be the hot weather. Okay. He brushed it off. She coyly asked. So, is it true what you said to me before the violet sphere landed on you? What? He hid his blush from her. Oh, never mind. She dropped the topic and went toward the house. Edwin escaped the steel house and expelled rainbows from his mouth. Energy drained from his face. Hearty laughter from the house swayed the flowery landscape some more. He hurled another string of rainbow, raining over the working bugs below. Larson rushed to his side. Are you all right? He only waved his hand in response as he was seeing double. Chapter 12. Search for the golden weapon. Easy now. Larson scooped up Edwin. Natalia scooted closer beside Larson. Oh dear. Should we call for help? Edwin recovered himself. No, we don't have much time. I can still stand. Are you sure? Merli's doubled in. Yeah. He wiped off the rainbow stain dripping on his lips. Anyway, Mictus is waiting for us inside. The steel house stood 10 feet tall. Inside, a teacup-sized bearded guy in white, silky clothes greeted Larson and his team. A horned hat on his tiny head pointed toward them. Around his neck hanged a blue crystallite with a hammer symbol carved on it. Edwin, my friend. Welcome back. The other bearded guy chuckled. You should have brought a stability pill with you. Edwin squeezed his head as he explained. We were in a hurry, Mictus, and we are still in a hurry. Oh right. The fairies told you already. His smile turned upside down. You only have 3 days to linger inside Ragnarheim. The two dwarves locked hands together like the best of pals. Merli's cleared her throat, but they were too busy catching up on things. Stomping her foot, Natalia broke the bearded men's temporary bond and winked at Merli's. Rude. Mictus scowled at her. I believe you have my bow. Merli spoke up, cutting to the chase. It has a gold coat and a quiver of golden arrows. Ah, the raging piercer. He scratched his chin. I sold it to the talking raccoon. Her orange eyebrows converged. Wait. Where did you learn its name? I didn't learn it. I crafted it for Myrna. He explained to her, speaking of which, she looked exactly like you. Merli's couldn't believe it. You knew my mother? Didn't she tell you about me? Mictus gave her a dubious look. They were all gone before I could even learn to walk. From what the last remaining survivors of Nurgana tribe told me, all of them died from a mysterious illness. I'm so sorry to hear that. Mictus pressed his hands together. I pray that the stars will guide their souls to Georgians, the dwelling of the dead before rebirth. Everyone bowed their heads and said their silent prayers for the slain. Mictus broke the silence. When I was gathering rare materials outside Ragnarheim, a group of wolves attacked me. Your mother was passing by when she saved and escorted me back home. As a symbol of my gratitude, I gave her the raging piercer free of charge. Merli's pounded the metal floor with her fist, leaving a bowl of dent. But why did you to sell it? It meant everything to me. As I was saying earlier, the talking raccoon came in here yesterday and bought the item. Mictus shivered while reeling in his coin sack, about the height of a regular human table. He paid a monstrous amount of argent. With this, I can build a mansion made of diamonds. For a hefty amount of coins, she scowled under her breath at the overloaded sack. They assumed the shape of a silver flat donut. Larson squeezed her shoulder and looked at Mictus. Can't you buy it back? Once the item is sold, it can never be bought back. Edwin cut in. That's the law here. I guess there's no other way. Natalia filed her nails by the door. Larson asked, do you know where this talking raccoon lives? It might take a day and a half for a human to get there. 10 times for a tiny man like me. Mictus unfurled the measuring tape on Larson's foot. You should stock up on supplies. Thanks, man. Edwin tapped his shoulder. It's nice seeing you again, Edwin. Join me for a drink sometime. Looking forward to it. Edwin jumped on Larson's shoulder. Before you disembark, try asking the cat hermit for directions. Mictus waved them goodbye. Edwin knows the way. They left the house and climbed down the sturdy grapevine. At the ground level, unfriendly stares from bearded dwarves wearing shades of white accompanied their travel. One resident hissed at them. Their walk ended at an oddly shaped structure. This dome house of straws had white square smoke puffing from its chimney. A wooden sliding door separated them from the motorcycle-like snore. Natalia knocked but got no response. When she shook the house, the door slid open. I'm in the middle of my meditation, Maya. A yellow cat, the size of a normal cat in the human world and standing on 2 legs, scratched its tubby tummy. Larson sounded rushed. Sorry to disturb you, but we need your help. She yawned at them. This better be important, Maya. Can you tell us where to find the talking raccoon? Nyatalia restrained herself from scratching the cat behind its ears. Yeah, bye. She closed her sliding wooden door. Larson's foot impeded it from completely closing. She tapped his foot with her puffy paws, but he didn't budge. Hey! What gives? Please, we really need your help. Merlice came forward and pleaded. For the love of, she grunted. Fine, you win. Take off your shoes and follow me. Inside this 10-foot house, a pink chandelier hung 20 feet from the velvety floor. Various colors of large yarns, chew toys, and aromatic air populated the room as they passed through the living area. A set of gray pillars filled the adjacent room like naturally formed rocks with flat tips. Speak, the cat hermit urged, sitting on the highest pillar in the middle of the room. What's your name, Yellow Kitty? Nyatalia squeaked, trying to contain herself. She pulled out a gold pendant hanging around her neck with her name etched on it. I am called Pompon. Ah. Nyatalia curled her fingers, ready to lunge. Larson blocked her attack. She wrapped her arms around him instead. I'm Larson, this girl clinging to me is Nyatalia, and the sulking one over there is Merlice. Merlice sunk behind him with deep red coloring her face. Larson gave her a sorry look. What an interesting bunch of weirdos. Pompon grabbed a violet ball of yarn and flitted it around her fingers. Edwin seconded, jumping on the shortest gray pillar closer to Pompon. Aren't they? Let's get down to business. Larson broke free from Nyatalia's grip. With a single leap, he sat next to Edwin. Merlice and Nyatalia followed behind. Chapter 13, Mischief over Tea. Pompon, the yellow cat hermit, placed a tea set on each of their laps. First, a drink to quench your thirst, Maya. Each set had 3 ceramic teacups with no handle and a small kettle. The light yellow color occupying the cup on Larson's right smelled fruity. The middle cup emitted a toasty aroma from its deep orange hue. On his left, a fragile golden shade filled the cup and tickled his nose with its honey scent. From these cups, choose one that best suits your taste. There are no right or wrong answers here. Pompon gave them instructions as if they were answering an open-ended question. Come on, take a sip. Something doesn't sit right with me. Larson inspected the middle cup. She tilted her head after sipping her jasmine scented tea. What's the matter? Why serve tea of all the drinks? He looked up at her. As if I had anything else. She shrugged. Besides, it's healthier than just water, Maya. Edwin agreed, you do have a point there. Now drink. She gestured at their cups. Embellish yourself under the sweet aroma. A surge of energy rushed inside their veins. In every breath, relief filtered their lungs. Their mind became clear, earthly worries almost washing away. Their bodies lightened, as if the drink carried away their burdens. They instantly lost their weightlessness when they emptied their cups. How is it, Maya? She peeked. Nyatalia exulted. It felt like heaven. I thought my soul was leaving me. Merlice hugged herself. It was amazing. Edwin couldn't contain his smile. Larson chimed in. I kinda wanna do it again. That's all I have for today. With a snap of Pompon's fingers, the tea set shattered and fell toward the velvety ground. A collective grunt of disappointment came from the group. Pompon took the final sip of her cup and knocked the tea set off the edge of her seat. Actually, I brewed them from my freshly excreted poo. Pompon confessed, each time, the color and taste changes when I filter them. All of them gagged, but none failed to recall the warm liquid journeying down their stomachs. Edwin wished he could emit rainbows out of his mouth once more. Their faces paled out of life. How could you? Nyatalia sounded betrayed. I was kidding. Pompon was left in stitches. Boy, this is priceless. You should have seen the looks on your faces. Enough games. Merlice shouted at her. Will you help us or not? All right. Pompon dropped her paws as if there was nothing to it. Geez, can't a cat have a bit of fun? In her front pouch, yes, the one similar to a kangaroo's, she rummaged her paws inside. When she pulled them out, she cupped her hands at them, but her palms were empty. What are we supposed to see? Larson scanned her paws at every angle. She waved her hands, mirroring a jazz dance performance. Nothing. Stop wasting our time. Merlice scowled at the cat hermit. Well, that's it for the show, kids. Pompons first stood up. She hissed at them as if scaring away bigger animals. Get out. Playtime's over? But I want to see more of your tricks. Nyatalia rubbed her head, calming Pompon's nerves. That's enough, Maya. She removed her hands from her ears. You're being too generous. Larson complained. You haven't told us how to reach the talking raccoon's house. We won't leave until you tell us. The cat hermit purred. Ugh, when are you guys gonna leave me alone? Just give us what we want and we will be out of your fur. Edwin assured her. I won't tell you again, all right. Turn left, then another left before going right at the very end of the corner. Pompon paused for a breath. After that, go straight, left, left, right, up, right, down, down, right, left, and back. Is this some kind of joke? Merlice fumed. If you have a riding machine as that of the hoarding raccoon, your travel might get a tad easier. She brushed her off before gesturing them toward the exit. A lone cave stands on Mount Volcano. It's hard to miss. Now scram. Everyone halted their steps for a moment. The scent of various teas enticed their senses. The feeling of being at ease resurfaced in their mind. Ugh, I wish I could have had some too, but I couldn't leave my post as the narrator of this story. Can we have some of your tea again? Edwin pleaded. Pompon eyed him dubiously. I will have to charge you for that. Larson promised, we'll pay you once we get back. Oh, I don't know. She rustled her yellow paws on her name tag. We'll bring you more yarn. Nyatalia suggested. Her transparent claws poked at the gold plate around her neck. I already have all the colors you can imagine. How about some new toys? Larson recommended. Now I will grow tired of it after a month or so. She released her nameplate. Edwin asked, some delicious tea? Nope. My stock is full. Pompon scratched her chin. How about you bring me something odd from that hoarding raccoon? Do we have a deal? Merlice confirmed. Sure. Pompon hands each of them a pouch of mixed and flavored tea bags. Keep your end of the bargain or I will haunt you when you sleep. Pompon shut his door before them, curled herself into a ball and returned to her nap. I mean meditation. The motorcycle's engine's purr escaped from her furry lips. The savior of the world has come. He had Orion's arrowhead on his nape. The moon formed a smile among white dots in the black sky. A fountain at the city's center sparkled livelier than it did during the day. They decided to stay at the nearest and after an exhausting conversation with the cute yellow cat hermit. Red bricks formed the walls and a slab of rock corked its top part. After knocking on the metal door, a bearded dwarf holding a fork poked Larson's shin. Ow! What gives? Larson glared at the assaulting dwarf. It's a welcoming ritual, keeps off evil influences of the outside world. He put his fork away and welcomed them inside. So, do you want to stay for the night? We only accept Argents. I have some with me. Edwin produced 3 grayish donut coins from his sling bag. I hope these can still function as payment. The dwarven innkeeper nibbled at the coin. Cracks formed on his teeth. One night. Chapter 14. To Mount Volcano. A silver carpet touched both floor sides of the room. A deep blue mattress leaned on the wall next to the silver door. Larson laid it flat. 2 girls plopped on the soft bed while the boys slept on the floor. Soon 2 roaming pairs of slender arms roamed Larson's body. Now knock it off. You're making me feel weird. Larson's heart beat faster, his breath rising in temperature. Nyatalia licked his ear. Come on, Larson, I know you want this. What's gotten into you? The arms wrapped around his limbs and his man inside of him has awakened. Let go of me. Merlice spread her legs on top of his stomach. Shoo! Stay still. We'll take care of the rest. You too. Larson drowned in heat and bliss. Help, somebody. No. Larson sprang up from his bed. The girls tossed pillows at him. Shut up. Thank goodness. It's just a dream. Larson checked himself before returning to sleep. I don't want to lose it before having the princess hand. Violet colored the room Larson lingered in. It had no door or window but a lilac marble table and chair. Scents of teas and flowers loitered the area. A yellow cat sat on the opposite side, mouth stretching from ear to ear. It's Mew again, Maya. Did you like my gift? She rested her chin over interlocked paws. Larson grabbed another chair and sat opposite the cat. Wah! Don't act surprised now. I'm not called Cat Hermit for nothing, Maya. She licked her paw. Besides that, I'm here to give you my advice for free. Be thankful I'm still being nice to you. What is it? He urged her. Pompon hissed at him. Don't rush, Mew. But we have little time. We are in Dreamscape, you snailwit. She slammed her paw on his head. A minute crawls for an eternity here. Sorry, I have little knowledge of dream magic. He toned himself down. Anyway, here it is. Whirlpools chime at 3 o'clock. Frogs hop over the pond. Kelp snag tadpoles left behind. One of them holds the eye. What does that mean? He gave her a puzzled look. Figure it out yourself. My free service is done. She produced a fist of a white ball of yarn and tossed it at him. Wake up, Snailwit. But the meteor-like ball hit him in the head with mighty force and he whited out. The sun struck Larson's face and he rose from his bed. Two girls passed him around as if he was a body pillow. Larson escaped their clutches and gasped. I need some air. He almost stepped on Edwin, who slept like a rock in his fetal position on the floor between the girls' feet. After whispering his apologies, Larson grabbed his silver sword and shield and stormed out of the door. He sat near the glossy pond and closed his eyes. His mind cleared, letting the sound of chirping birds drown his thoughts. Breathe in, breathe out, an incantation, not a ritual. He whispered to himself, breathe deeper. Something on your mind? The dwarven innkeeper's rough voice disrupted his concentration. Larson opened his eyes inside. Yeah. I couldn't seem to figure it out. Whatever it is, try to delve your focus deeper into the problem. You might find the answer if you use your eyes. He patted his back and left his side to tend to his business. Soon, a whirlpool formed at the center of the pond. A frog jumped over the lily pad, leaving its tadpole for a moment. Encroaching behind it was a kelp. It rapped on the sole tadpole. Serene blue light flashed beneath the surface. Realization struck Larson's mind as he rushed inside their room, waking up his friends. Nyatalia slapped him but kissed his sore cheek afterward. Merli saw this and crossed her arms. No matter how much Larson nudged him, Edwin wouldn't budge. Oh well. Larson scooped him up and slid him into the chest pocket of his vest. They asked around for directions to Mount Volcana, but the citizens refused to answer them. The dwarves either slammed the doors in their faces or tried to stab them with sharpened forks. Honestly, they are much angrier than my grumpy neighbors. Ugh, the filth! Keep your dirty hands off my door. A bearded dwarven lady sternly ordered them. Rude. Nyatalia rolled her green eyes. She looks even filthier than us. Edwin finally woke up. What's all this racket? It's already noon, Edwin. Larson peeked inside his vest pocket. We've been asking around for directions since leaving the inn. Why didn't you wake me up? I know where the mountain is. Nobody dared to explain themselves. If they did, it would take them forever. Edwin climbed onto Larson's shoulders and instructed them on the path toward Mount Volcana. The sun tilted toward the west at a 45-degree angle when they reached the rocky mountain. Silver and white glittered among the trees. Red beardless goats patrolled on 4 rocky pillars pointing toward the cloudless sky. Larson and friends encountered a fork in the path. Uneven silver rock formations made it impossible to see beyond. A slight tremor brought nausea to their sinuses, but it was bearable. What did the cat hermit say again? Larson turned his head left and right. Was it left, right? Nyatalia tried to recall, but the cat's cute yellow image occupied her mind. Nyatalia, can't you ask your goat friends for directions? Edwin asked. What do you take me for, huh? Burning intensity escaped from her green eyes. I'm not a goat whisperer. I guess birds are her only specialty. Merli shrugged. Nyatalia glared at her. What is that supposed to mean? Would you two stop it? Larson stepped between them. Bickering doesn't help us get anywhere. Suddenly, Larson's spherical pendant emitted a violet glow. They all shot their attention at the glowing object around Larson's neck. White dots from the sphere blinked to the left. Edwin eyed the glowing pendant. Is it broken? Not sure, but I have a feeling that we should turn left. Larson went on ahead. Come on. They followed the light until it faded like a defective light bulb. The largest rock formation stood tall and proud before them under the setting sun. A flock of birds flew above the sky and an index finger-sized feather landed on Edwin. Chapter 15, Infernal Embrace. They reached a child-sized gape on the triangular spike, stretching 10 humans in length and 10 humans in height. Inside the cave, a thick red and orange substance formed a pool at the center. Tiny whirlpools had a distance of 20 feet from each other. Orange creatures, blobs with soulless eyes, emerged from the pool and hopped on the floating rocks. Red eyeballs wandered on the flaming surface of liquid. Greetings, intruders. A soft, malicious voice called their attention from behind them. I haven't had humans in my collection for a while. The previous ones didn't last 10 years as they promised. Ah, humans are such fragile creatures. A fuzzy creature with a mask on and around its eyes stepped down from his pile stash of miscellaneous gold, silver, and platinum, among others, thrown. The rest of his face was white. A bushy tail similar to that of a zebra skin wagged with excitement. Black mice assisted his arms in his descent. Are you the talking raccoon? Larson asked. So what if I am? Will you stay for my scrumptious velvet coconut muffins? A bell rang from an open furnace behind his throne of valuable trash. It's all natural. Putting his violet mittens on, the talking raccoon pulled out a silver tray from the furnace. He grabbed one reddish-brown cylindrical bread with a gold sheet wrapping its shape and gave it to Merlice. Hazelnuts danced inside her nostrils. She wondered if a bite would taste better than it looked. Merlice broke from the trance and flicked it away. Where's my bow? My muffin? As if an expensive vase broke in front of him, his cheerful smile shifted into a death glare that stared into thousands of souls. I know the burning flash will obliterate you. Hellish vines rose from the burning liquid, blocking the view of the other side. Noel leaped from one floating solid platform to another until he arrived on the other side. The vines opened for him, then reshaped themselves as a charred wall extending from left to right. Nyatalia whispered something incoherently under her breath. Ashen aura coated her hands. As she rushed onto the wall, a marble of fire licked the hem of her violet shoulder dress, but she failed to notice it. Punching the wall, she left a fist-sized dent in the wall. It squealed like a screeching monster. Her bunny ears twitched. Gah! This wall is bushier and darker than your zebra tail. Take back what you said. A segment of the wall reanimated as vines, piercing the floating rocky surface Nyatalia stood on. Did something die here? She flipped toward the platform on her left in time. The orange water smells more rotten than egg and cheese combined like its owner. Why, you foul-mouthed pest! Pillars of lava burst from the reddish-orange water. A splash burned her leg. Burning flesh permeated the air. Another pillar of lava blasted under her foot. It soared 30 meters, an inch away from the triangular ceiling. Larson stepped onto the nearest platform and flew toward the falling delicate flower. Nyatalia screamed as she descended into her fiery death. Her fall stopped short. When she opened her eyes, she saw herself in his soft clutches. Her heart wanted to shout and her face turned radish red. Was it the inferno underneath? Larson. His name slipped out of her tongue. Are you all right? He braced her closer to his chest. His warm scent numbed the pain in her leg. Thank you for saving me. Larson's face flushed, and they reached the rocky shore. Rest here for a while. Edwin, tend to her wounds, will ya? Sure thing. Edwin inspected the burn on her leg. Let me see here. She called to him as if remembering something. Ah, Larson. Yeah. He rushed to her side once more. She propped herself up. I saw an open socket at the base of the pillar of lava before it collapsed. Noted. Larson faced toward the burning water. Don't try anything with me now. Her eyes fixed on Edwin as he wrapped her leg with a makeshift bandage, crafted from a piece of her dress hem. Merlice, can you fish something for me? Larson directed her to the floating eyeballs. She pulled out a titanium rod she borrowed from Edwin. What am I looking for? Look for the odd one out among the eyeballs. He brandished his silver sword and shield. I will keep the vines at bay. A diluted eyeball floated among the clumps. It looked directly at Merlice. Spider legs sprouted from its body and swam away. She locked her eyes on the target. As if shooting an arrow, she struck the fleeing orb and passed it to Larson. A pillar of lava emerged. At its base, a hollow circular spacet. He catapulted toward it using his sword and slammed the diluted eyeball inside the open space, and the wall howled. Vines wiggled and wobbled like octopus arms. Their collapse revealed the fuzzy creature. Alas, we meet again. Noel clapped his charcoal hands. I must congratulate you for reaching this far. Give me back my bow and quiver. Merlice demanded from the floating platform. Raising his hand, a pillar of lava launched her backward. I wasn't talking to you. Ah. She lost her balance. Larson tried to reach for her. Merlice. I caught her. Nyatalia announced. Instead of relief at seeing them on the other side, Larson's arms trembled. Each breath burned his lungs, but he remained firm and gripped his weapon. He charged at him, striking him with his sword. Before the weapon hit the fuzzy creature, Noel vanished and reappeared behind him. He saw 3 black stars forming Orion's arrowhead glowing on Larson's nape. He paused midair as if the mark held his eyes captive. No. It can't be. Got you. White dots on Larson's pendant emitted blinding white light. Noel shielded his eyes, but Larson pinched his black fur and pinned him to the solid ground. Black mice holding golden spears came to his aid, but Noel signaled them off. Impressive. You are the only human capable of doing such a thing. You truly are the fated one. What do you mean by that? His eyes burned through him. Forget what you heard. The fuzzy creature raised his arms, smirking at Larson. I can see. Chapter 16, Gains and Losses. Noel's mice servants handed Merlise her bow. Finally. She hugged her golden bow and quivered like a long-lost relic. Larson, when we get out of here, I want you to go out with me. Nyatalia pulled his arm. A radar within Larson's mind flashed red. On a date? Nyatalia interlaced her fingers behind her back while twisting her foot. Unless you have other plans. Larson, can I talk to you in private? Merlise swiped him away from Nyatalia. The other complained. Hey, no fair. It's my turn. She eyed her as if lava coated her pupils. Nyatalia crossed her arms as the other whisked him away. When Merlise felt they were in a safe distance from everyone, they stopped in their tracks. She shoved Larson in a slightly dark corner of the room. What do you want to talk about? Larson had a sinking feeling inside his chest. She pressed her index fingers together and twisted her torso sideways. A lot of things. Like. A lump journeyed down his throat. Ahem. I'm still here. A tiny fuzzy hand pulled at his pants. Larson thought, thank the gods, I'm saved. Can we continue this over dinner once we return to the human world? Merlise curled her tongue. I'll think about it. He huffed. They all gathered at the center of the room, away from the sloshing lava. Merlise and Nyatalia sat on opposite sides of Larson. Electrifying gazes shot through his body from both sides. The mice servants placed warm muffins on each platinum plate. A warm orange juice accompanied their snack. Thank you for the food, but we must get going now. Edwin returned his plate to a mouse servant. You cannot leave just yet. The law of my land cannot allow that. Noel objected at Edwin's announcement. You don't want to be buried 10 feet below the ground by pillars of rocks, do you? What kind of sick joke is that? Nyatalia slammed her silver goblet. There was an ancestral war that waged between cats and raccoons for years. Raccoons lost the battle eventually. Noel explained, dismissing the orange spill. From what I heard, that wretched cat hermit placed a curse on this land as punishment. They who step foot or linger in this rocky plain shall leave a dearest thing etched deep into the cores of their hearts. Edwin recited from memory. That's correct. The fuzzy creature nodded. Also, it must be equal to or more valuable than the item retrieved from this accursed land. Edwin offered a silver key to his home in Ragnheim without giving it another thought. From her hair, Merlise removed a clip with a thumb-sized blue feather hanging on it. Nyatalia looked at her palm and 2 black crystals fell into her hands. Then I will offer my knight emblem. Larson handed over the sun insignia he salvaged from his obliterated blazing armor. Noel shook his head. I said something valuable. He scratched his head. But is my emblem not enough? Mount Volcana needs more than that. The talking raccoon bore his soulless eyes into him. I see through my abyssal eyes that you cling strongly to your memories. Particularly you and your father's. Larson, you mustn't. Merlise squeezed his hand. No. It's fine. He tapped her hand and approached Noel. Keep the end of your bargain. Promise me that. Surely. The talking raccoon rolled up the fur on his arms. Shall I begin? With a flick of Noel's charcoal fingers, Larson fell to the ground like a felled tree. The 2 girls poised to rush to his side, but Edwin halted their steps midway. He shook his head at them. Their chests weighed heavier than a sack of concrete as they watched the talking raccoon perform its operation. Noel placed a diamond circlet over his patient's head. Steady now. He inserted his hand into Larson's head. As if stabbed by a sharp dagger, Larson gasped. His pupils swerved left and right at the topmost section of his eye each second. Cackling sounds came from his mouth while Noel pulled out a blue fabric from his mind. He also retrieved the circlet. Larson felt the capillary in his chest expand as if his heart would break the longer it took. A mighty roar escaped from his lungs, sending chills down Noel's spine. In Noel's hands was a cerulean sword about the size of a pen. His mice servants removed it from his hands and vanished into the darkest part of the room. Larson's friends helped him sit on a wall. There was no visible wound on his head. His entire body lost almost all the energy to even stand. Take my ride. It will ease your travel back to town. With a snap of his fingers, his mouse servants directed a two-story reindeer toward them. Tell the cat hermit that she should see the world outside the four corners of her room. Your message shall reach her. Larson hopped on and pulled the silver rein. It is rare for me to give something to strangers, two of my most precious things at that. He sighed. I really did wish that you could extend your stay. Please have this tea. It will help calm your nerves. Edwin handed him 2 bags of jasmine tea. When the electric platinum reindeer sparked to life, they all jumped on its violet saddle. Edwin took the wheel. Larson and his friends thanked and waved the talking raccoon goodbye. It was their second night and tomorrow, they must leave Ragnaheim. This thought echoed on the team as they dashed down Mount Volcana, chasing away dark shadows. Golden bells danced around its neck, chiming to the beat of each step. They reached Pompon's house half an hour before midnight. Hey, Yellow Kitty! We've got something for you. Nyatalia pounded on the wooden sliding door. Pompon swiped the door open, her brow crossed together. Do you have any idea what time it is? Check this out. Larson revved up the car and pressed the horn. Also, Noel said that you should see the world using his gift. Ah, that's so sweet of him. The cat rushed to the driver's seat. Bye. After giving the reindeer to Pompon, a flash of intertwining violet and blue light beamed from the sky. They woke up in the forest just outside the busy town of rich people. Try as they might, they could not remember how they ended up there. Larson tried recalling his thoughts. A memory of him training when he was 5 flashed before his eyes. He was pointing his sword and kept slashing at the wind as if someone used to be there. Who was I talking to? Why can't I remember? Chapter 17, Flight of Blues and Violets. What am I doing here? A collective thought after reorienting themselves. Trees swayed around them and wild creatures chased at each other behind the bushes. Stretching their sore muscles, they thought they overslept. Nyatalia offered to massage Larson's back. Thank you for the kind gesture, but I'm fine. He refused. She squatted next to him. How about you massage me instead? Yeah. I gotta sharpen my sword. Larson got up, resting the weapon on his shoulder. I can't protect you if it's dull. He went for the trees and grabbed some rocks, leaving Nyatalia in awe. Edwin dropped off his shoulder, shaking his head. What? She raised an eyebrow at him. He evaded her gaze. Oh, nothing. Next to them, Merlice caressed her golden bow and quiver. She doted on them like children in their mother's bosom. I knew it was a dream. I thought I lost you forever. Edwin walked toward her. How did it get into your hands? All I know is no dwarven messenger took it like you said before. Her minty eyes gazed at him with suspicion. The bearded dwarf scratched his head. Speaking of which, I think it's time we visit Ragnaheim. Beyond the busy streets, a lone boulder with distinct carvings impeded their path. A sense of recognition sparked in their minds, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Violet-winged creatures appeared behind it. The lilac fairy approached them. You have already completed your quest. There's no more reason for us to grant you entry. But we just got here. Larson protested. The violet fairy warned them. Be gone or you shall face the wrath of Mother Frisia. Nyatalia flinched at the word. Merlice's eyes watered and wrapped herself around Larson. A beam of purple light barred Edwin from inspecting the stone door. The purple fairy pleaded, please, while we are still asking you nicely. Let's just go. His tiny body trembled on Larson's shoulder. I have a gravely ill feeling about this. Wise choice. The violet fairy waved them goodbye. We suggest you take it easy for today. They all retreated from the door and never looked back. Rejoining the crowd of elegant people, Larson and his friends walked aimlessly. What should we do now? Larson asked Edwin. A boy with pointy ears motioned to Larson from the nearest bush. Psst. Over here. Who? Edwin fixed his eyes on the source of the tiny sound. We need your help, hero. The winged boy ducked into the bushes. Hurry. Before the portal closes. What is it? Merlice pulled Larson's arm. Larson wriggled through the bush, which stood about the waist of a grown man. Let's check it out. A rotating indigo portal swirled behind it. An icy glare shot through the trees. Larson was the last to enter, eyes wary behind him. On the other side of the portal, a blue sky stretched above their heads. Ladybugs and beetles loaded food supplies and tools on their back. With their wings open, they aimed for their assigned destination, never wavering their focus. Sparkling purple dust rained behind them. A blue-winged creature blew some of this dust at them, and their bodies shrunk down to 3 inches. Edwin kept his size, matching their heights. They lost all earthly weight and started floating. The flying boy gestured for them to follow. Ah! My skirt! Merli shrieked as she pulled down the yellow hem. Larson scooped her from her legs in his lean arms. Don't worry, I got you. Merli's face flushed like the ripest of apples as she placed her arms around his neck. Her heart pumped faster and faster like a beating drum. The wind blew at her skirt as she pinned it down. Thump! She found it hard to breathe, but she maintained her composure. Hick! Her chest spasmed. Oof! Acid crawled up her throat. She placed a hand on her mouth. Are you okay? Larson craned his head toward Merli's. Yeah, she lied and her breath labored. Only a little winded since it's my first time flying. I think we're getting close. He pulled her closer to his chest. Hold on tight. I'm also getting close, she mumbled, then caught her tongue. To mean, you better not drop me. Her heart rattled like crazy. How could he not notice? Her head became light, but she held on to him like her life depended on it. Air entering her lungs thinned as she gazed at him. His strong jawline matched that of Adonis. The warmth of his arms wanted to consume her. He's so warm and so close, yet so far, she thought. If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up. Nyatalia floated and twirled as if she was flying in a lucid dream, enjoying herself. I never dreamed of dancing in the air. This could be a great place to start our honeymoon, she thought. Edwin, on the other hand, flew idly in the background while watching the kids. He wondered if he could bring a ladybug or beetle back to the human world. It's just a little further in. The male cerulean fairy pointed toward the floating landmass, supported by rainbows and white clouds. Shimmering water flowed down at the center. Where it began and ended, nobody knew. As they got closer, a single tree, about the size of the earth, opened its luscious green leaves. Bountiful winged creatures either bathed in the cool water or flew about, carrying various things in their arms. They landed on the soft, flowery surface. The violet and blue fairies swimming in the water emerged and poked at them. Some of them pinched Larson's muscles and nipples. He tried flicking their hands away, but more replaced them. Then a set of fingers inspected his mouth. His body hardened and his face burned red. The same thing happened with the rest of his team. Nyatalia described how she took better care of herself to them. Covering her entirety with her arms, Merli's looked for a way out. Edwin just went with the flow of their roaming fingers. He wasn't as sensitive as Larson. Knock it off, guys. You're scaring our guests. The cerulean fairy's voice repelled them. He turned his attention to Larson's group. Welcome to the kingdom of Zaharia, everyone. Larson tried to calm himself as a lot of his blood went down to his thighs. The cerulean fairy smirked at him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. He flinched at his sudden gesture. Chapter 18, Kingdom Beyond Dreams. Zaharia, the Kingdom Beyond Dreams. I can't believe it. Nyatalia squealed. I thought I'd only see this place in illustrations from books I've read. I feel like I have been here before, but when and how? Edwin scrambled his thoughts. Before them, a building crafted from garnet had 3 converging tips pointing to the serene sky. Its walls formed a heptagon. On the front side, there was a long woman with flowing hair down to her pelvis carved above the entrance. An intricately woven crown placed on its head. Over their heads, a bluish-violet fairy rode on his lilac chariot, seasoning the kingdom with shimmering dust. Nyatalia put out her tongue and tasted the falling grains. Her face turned sour when she swallowed a mouthful. Edwin sneezed and the violet flowers jumped from the ground. Sorry. Merli's laughed at their candid reactions. She clung to Larson without him noticing. The magic place enchanted him. His heart lightened until her warmth occupied his thought sphere. Larson uncoiled himself from her. Over there, heroes. The cerulean fairy pointed toward the golden sparkling door in front of them. I'm Loy, by the way, at your service. Whoa, hold up. Larson raised his arm, impeding further advance. Where did you learn about us? Oh, I completely forgot to mention this. I was gathering some rare building materials for my house when I saw you fighting off the violet guardians, the cerulean fairy rattled on. Nyatalia gasped, stars twinkling in her green eyes. Violets. Women are called violets, no matter the hue. Men are called blues or indigos depending on the amount of violet in our skin. As you can see, I'm all cerulean. He spun as if showcasing himself. Larson rolled his eyes. The more I know. You, sir, were stunning. The cerulean fairy grabbed his arm and touched his blade. With your sword, you destroyed the sphere of frozen mysteries. You would have been obliterated from human history if not for your excellent swordsmanship. Merli's whispered in his ear. Seems like you have a fan. Larson chuckled nervously. Securing his weapon, he set a respectable distance between him and the fairy. Yeah, that's too close. Sorry, I'm just over the sun finally meeting you in person. He wheezed, skin glowing like a jellyfish in the depths of the ocean. Through the glossy door, a long golden hallway adorned with garnets flashed brighter than a blast of lightning. The red carpet rolled from the door toward the end of the hallway could barely be seen. Larson raised his silver shield, aiding his eyes on the path. His friends followed behind him. Larson asked, "What did you need help for again?" "Oh yes, our fairy god queen will provide you with details." Loy rushed ahead of them, his voice guiding them forward. Come, come. At the end of the hallway was a room illuminated by rose gold light. It originated from the velvet throne decorated with garnets. Loy bowed in front of it and kissed its hand. Like a supernova, its radiance exploded, stretching the entire room. When the light bowed, the cerulean fairy whispered to it. Soon, its blinding magnificence vanished. A woman with flowing silver hair down to her pelvis appeared. It covered most of her body. She had no wings, lifting herself from the ground. Still, Larson averted his eyes. Mother Frisia, I have brought you the brave humans I told you about during my quest of finding rare building materials. Loy gleefully announced to their fairy god queen. Ah, creatures of Middle Realm, I have been waiting for your arrival. She sat herself on the garnet throne, shifting her long sparkling legs. Apologies for the sudden call, but we are in dire need of your aid. I can see that. Larson lowered his shield, enough to protect his eyes from her hypnotic curves. She floated and pressed his shoulders. You see, our ever-flowing water Solana has been losing its luster recently. Without its sparkling glory, the people of Zaharia will sink in gloom. If they remain in gloom, our kingdom will fall down to Terravia. Larson focused more on her words than her rounded chest resting on his shoulders. Sweet hazelnuts flitted with his nostrils. Most of the oxygen inside his body spiked to his head. As he was going to collapse, her arms, about 12 feet each, embraced him. Terravia has an opposing force pulling us down. Loy tugged him away from her soothing clutches. It is a land devoid of soul and harmony. If our kingdom meets its end, Ragnaheim might also collapse. The silk of her rose gold dress touched Larson's skin. One of our chief responsibilities is maintaining Ragnaheim. It's a pact signed by silver dwarves in Zahars 1,000 years ago in human time. It's the fruit of our allegiance against the dark wizard Umbra, the color of life and the living. Loy pulled at his human ears. That manifestation of evil almost banished our domains in Terravia with his forbidden arts, if not for our joint efforts. Larson's eyes swirled, steam puffing out of his lungs. His body limped from the bliss of having his body caressed. Back to the topic, Mother Frisia gazed into his eyes, hearts flashed in his black eyes. Will you help us regain the splendor of our sacred water? Larson was incoherent. Nyatalia failed to retain what was said, echoing in the room. From the moment the fairy god queen opened her mouth, Edwin had been sneezing. Merlise finally claimed Larson in her arms. What will you offer us? Would a bag of gold suffice? Loy suggested, crossing his arms. That won't help us much on our journey. Merlise shook her head while gleaning over Edwin. Do you have anything else to offer? Let's see here. Loy, deliver me the chest of Arana. Mother Frisia returned to her throne and ordered his cerulean servant. Loy dashed behind the throne and reeled in a marble box with infinite chains. He plopped it in front of the queen with a cracking thud. Thankfully, the vibration didn't part the ground. Larson and his friends dropped on their bottoms. But contained within it are our sacred treasures. He explained as he fumbled with the locks and number combinations. The stability of our world greatly depends on them. One treasure won't hurt Zaharia. The fairy god queen's hand phased through the heavily locked chest. A beam of yellow light escaped around. Chapter 19, Quest for Spring. From the fairy god queen's hand, a golden mirror beamed like a stroke of lightning. Its handle was made from golden leaves. These leaves also skirted the edges of the reflecting glass. She looked at herself into it as she brushed her hair. She returned her attention to Larson's group. This sacred treasure holds the key in unlocking the seal within souls. Larson fixed his eyes on the shining object. A sacred treasure, huh? Ooh ah. Shiny. Nyatalia was entranced. Will it make me look prettier? Merlise thought. I hope Larson finally notices me. The tribal girl saw a vision of him and herself locking hands, whispering sweet nothings at each other. Then a kiss planted on her nose while she indulged under his arms. Flowers of love rained down on them. Then the sun gleamed brighter, burning her eyes. Merlise snapped back to reality. Would it suffice as payment? Edwin pondered deeply. I couldn't return to the oracle empty-handed. All of them gazed at the mirror with varying intensity as if magnetized by it. You shall receive the Eye of Athena once you have completed your quest. The queen slid it back inside the locked chest, her hand phasing through it. They all frowned. I shall guide you toward Solana. Loy pulled at Larson's hand. The rest followed. The fairy god queen winked at Larson. Hurry back. The cerulean fairy led them to the shimmering, flowing water. The fairies swimming in it fled as soon as they approached. Slight vibrations of the land caused minor dizziness. Larson and his friends lost a fraction of their weightlessness. Solana, our sacred water, the source of Zacharias' happiness. Loy let his hand flow with the water and his tone lowered. It dimmed more than the day before. Edwin placed a finger on his chin. I'm guessing Zahars can't dive. Our wings will dissipate if we did. Loy explained. Once we lose our wings, our bodies will soon follow. Yikes. Nyatalia placed a hand on her lips. So please help us, heroes. All right. But we are taking the treasure with us after this, Merlise emphasized. Larson unsheathed his sword. We shall seek its source. Loy enthusiastically nodded and wiped away his tears of silver. Before you dive in, scoop a handful from Solana. While holding your breath, pour the water into your mouth and wait until your lungs constrict, the cerulean fairy instructed them. With the water trapped in their mouths, the air entering their lungs thinned. Soon the liquid dissipated and their chests spasmed. Larson fell into Solana head first. Ever-expanding deep blue surrounded him as he felt for his neck. I can breathe. Below his feet, the hue darkened to black. Medium-sized fish swam in schools with whitish blue at the tip of their bent antennae. They seemed to be swimming away from something. Nyatalia, Merlise, and Edwin joined him. After finding the balance to float, they roamed their eyes around their surroundings. The strawberry-haired girl tapped at the little lantern sticking out of the fishes' heads. The tribal girl pulled Larson back up. As he stared down, a bigger blackish-violet fish with razors lining its mouth chomped at a single school. Larson noticed the darkness creeping upward as the numbers of light diminished. Larson raised his silver sword. Hey guys, I think we have an infestation. I'm on it. Nyatalia punched the approaching menace. A triangular tooth detached from its mouth. The fish dashed back into the darkness, squealing like a dog. Moments later, it returned with a battalion. Merlise aimed her golden arrows at them. Like a speeding torpedo, they leapt from the golden bow toward their targets. One fish ate most of the arrows while some of the projectiles shocked the others. 2 more rose from the darkness for each fallen creature. Edwin brandished his titanium hammer and posed like a pitcher preparing for the ball. His weapon shone brighter than a polished coin. Striking 3 fish at a time, he sent them back into the abyss. They returned twice the size from before. Larson slashed some of them with his sword. Some bit at his legs and arms. Red escaped from his open wounds. Gah! There must be a way to slice down their numbers. Edwin swam up toward the lighter part of the water. Larson retreated next to him. Edwin, do you still have some dwarven coins with you? My argents? Why? He eyed him dubiously. I have a plan. But it's a waste of coins. Edwin gripped his sling bag. Larson opened his palm, gesturing for him to drop them. Just trust me. With heavy breaths, Edwin handed him some of his gleaming silver coins with a hole in the center. Then he decided to gather the fleeing fish into his bag. This better be worth it. Larson ordered. Merlise and Nyatalia, would you mind rounding them up for me? Sure, the girls answered in unison. The blackish-violet fish formed an accelerating circle, pulling them in. Merlise strung her golden bow and shot at the center of the vortex, shedding some light for Larson. The boy dropped some argent into the eye of the vortex. It glowed as it descended at the middle, floating. The spinning fish slowed their rotation and closed both ends of the loop. Nyatalia punched them into the shape of a ball. Now Edwin! Larson shouted. The snapping fish compressed into a smaller sphere. The bearded dwarf summoned his titanium hammer and twisted his body at a 45-degree angle. With all his might, he swung his weapon and the ball of fish flew 100 meters outside the water. The abyss surrounding them retreated, showcasing the glimmering clear blue water. Other tiny creatures emerged from the rocks at the bottom. Seaweeds and algae added color to the scene. Edwin released the light-bearing creatures from his bag. They kissed him in the face before swimming back home. Suddenly, Larson's throat tightened. Ack! Seaweed snagged at his leg while his friends hurried to the surface. He tugged at it, but it wouldn't give. As he pulled at the tangling object while aiming his sword at it, another vine of wheat wrapped on his arm. Big bubbles erupted from his mouth. His eyes forced themselves upward. A silhouette of a creature with wings jumped into the water. The flapping attachments on its back dissolved a few meters in. Come with me. Chapter 20. Zaharia Lost. Larson floated in the water's darkness. Blackish-violet fish swam over him, as if running away from something. A dark-cloaked figure walked toward him. It pulled his leg, pinned him to the ground, and punched him in the gut. Larson gagged, expelling a mouthful of water from his mouth. Another punch and his body flew to the surface, where a blanket of light consumed him. He faintly heard people arguing, but he could not bring himself to open his eyes. Is he dead? Merlise leaned over the unconscious boy. Her fingers interlocked, trembling like a magnitude 7 earthquake. Not sure. There's no response from him. Loy wiped off water dripping from his forehead and pursed his lips. I shall try what you humans call the mouth-to-mouth method. No! Larson roused from his resting position. Everyone jumped upon hearing his roar. Nyatalia dropped the flowers with gem petals in front of the castle and rushed to his side. Edwin followed behind her. Nyatalia pressed herself into Larson, lightly punching his chest. I thought you weren't going to make it. What happened? He asked, draining his ears. Loy proudly announced as he squeezed his hands, searching for pressure points. Thanks to you, our sacred water Zalana sparkled more graciously than ever. He pulled his hands away, inserted them into his pockets, and nodded his thanks. What happened to the fish we threw out? We shall repurpose them as we do not have the means to dispose of them. The cerulean fairy replied. Edwin asked. Why? Waste adds weight to our land. Loy stood up from his crouched position, therefore pressing Zaharia closer to the soulless Teravaya. In the middle of their conversation, Loy's body wobbled and lost balance. Loy! Merlise shouted, her orange eyes overstretched. Larson caught and sat him by the garnet wall of Zaharia near the shimmering golden door. What's happening to you? Ah, my time must have come. Hero, I wish to hold your hand for the last time. He grabbed Larson's tender fingers. I am glad to have met you, even for a brief moment. Larson's skin didn't crawl. It's like holding his father's hand as a kid. His heart doubled and beat as tiny orbs of light flew off the fairy's cerulean skin. No. Do not fret. Shed no tears, I am but a fleeting memory. The cerulean fairy smiled as if the sun emerged from his face. Stop saying that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have resurfaced along with my friends. Loy placed a finger on Larson's soft lips and shook his head. Leaning into his ear, he whispered, Beware of the queen. The bluish-violet fairy sprinkling glittery sand over the castle halted his operation. In Larson's direction, he threw more grains with a downcast face. The fairy swimming in Zalana splashed water in Loy's vanishing body. When the cerulean fairy's body completely vanished, the landmass shook sideways. The entire kingdom hopped down an inch from its original position. Zalana bumped a few meters into the air before dropping back on its course. The flowers splashed on by the water disintegrated. Nyatalia screamed. What's going on? The entire kingdom is mourning. Larson answered. Edwin held the door open. Quick! Let's check on the queen. They marched toward the glimmering door. In the hallway, the brightness decreased by half. The red carpet on the floor became visible to them. They entered Mother Frisia's chamber. A long woman with a garnet crown on her head sat on her violet chair. Her pointy chin rested on her delicate fingers. She spoke. As a million miles into the crystal-like floor, he was my most loyal servant. Larson kneeled before her. I'm so sorry. If only I paid more attention, my foot wouldn't have caught on the seaweed. Lloyd didn't have to jump in and sacrifice himself. Don't blame yourself, dear. With a pull of her index finger, he landed on her lap. You have done a lot for our kingdom. Hey, we also did our part. Merlise complained. Hush. A gust of rose gold powder pushed Larson's friends out of the door. She caressed Larson in her arms. Where were we? The boy sunk his nose deeper into her chest. Most of the oxygen inside his body shot up to his head. A huge portion of his blood concentrated on his pelvis. The man within him awakened, enticing his drive. Yes, dear, indulge and be my king. The fairy god queen laughed hysterically. Mother Frisia's skin absorbed his body, consuming it whole. Larson floated inside a dark violet space, his energy quickly draining. Larson, my boy, a husky voice within him spoke. Get a hold of yourself. The boy opened his eyes, seeing nothing. Daddy. Yes, son, it's me. The voice confirmed. Your quest isn't over yet. He tilted his head. What quest? You must remember, son. The fate of the world rests in your hands. The father's voice faded. My hands. Larson looked at his hands and gripped his sword. He thrust the sword through the wall, creating a small gap. As if being stabbed from within, Mother Frisia squealed like a haunting banshee. The room spun faster than the blades of a metal fan at maximum setting. The stars of Larson's nape shone like the brightest ball of fire in the night sky. It fueled Larson's will, and he broke free of his flesh prison. The queen exploded. From her meatless corpse, a sphere of light, the size of a pebble, emerged. It approached him, and a soothing female voice whispered in his ear. The blackish violet fish have resided within the residence of Zaharia. Be quick on your feet and take the eye of Athena. Do not let them devour you. The locked marble chest of Varana hung open next to the throne. Larson pulled out the mirror from it and left the room. Rejoining his friends, he pulled them out of the castle. Outside the door, the swimming fairies hissed at them. The fairy in charge of dusting over the kingdom spat at them. Unsatisfied, he swooped down, running them over with his indigo chariot. Larson stunned him with the handle of his sword, overthrew the rider, and motioned for his friends to hop on. Edwin and Merlis threw some dust behind them from the brown boulder-sized sack. It propelled them out of the land. The indigo portal was within sight, shrinking by the second. The beetles and ladybugs slammed on the chariot. With their ride thrashed, they jumped off, hoping to reach the closing portal. Chapter 21, Date in the Dark. They landed from the sky at the center of town. A beetle almost caught Larson's foot when the portal closed. Is everybody all right? Edwin asked, his size reduced to a teacup. Nyatalia got up like she was rising from her grave. We're alive. I thought we would not make it. Merlis nervously chuckled. Larson hugged himself, rocking back and forth. They are all gone. It's all my fault. The words circulated in his mouth. Larson. A slender hand tapped on his quaking shoulder. He jumped from her touch. His black eyes looked mad. Don't touch me. It's me, Merlis, she whispered. Is something wrong? Apologies. He turned on his back. Can you give me some time? Sure. She walked away from him, swinging her arms. Nyatalia arched over him. Hey, what's that in your hand? Like a child hiding something from his best friend, his hands reflexively clutched the golden mirror toward his chest. Hey, is that a fairy? She pointed to a tall bush sitting close to the forest boundary. Larson strained his neck, his chest wide open. Where? Zoink! Nyatalia snatched the mirror like a kid's candy. He stood up and chased after her. Give it back. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. As Nyatalia ran around Merlis and Edwin, her foot stumbled on a pebble, and she hit the ground face first. Oof. Merlis picked up the golden mirror and locked her other arm around Larson's neck. Nyatalia recovered from her fall and joined them while Edwin hopped on the tribal girl's shoulder. When they gazed into the golden mirror, memories of Ragnaheim returned, their conversation with the silver dwarven smith Mictus, tea party with the cat hermit Pompon, and retrieval of the bow from the talking raccoon Noel. Larson released himself from Merlis' grip. Where should we go next? The dwarf suggested. I guess we should visit the oracle again. Maybe she can tell more. The oracle? Her bunny ears pricked. Edwin elaborated. Yeah. The oracle of the first dawn of the sun. But we don't have the payment yet. Merlis stuttered. He winked at her. We can add it to your tab. Sure. The tribal girl rolled her eyes. The team searched for the cheapest inn of the nameless city. Browning exterior lined the walls. Rust dominated the interior. A toothless owner leaned away from his counter with a gray fedora covering his face. 5 gold coins for the night flowed out from Edwin's wallet. The owner fell off his chair. After recovering himself, he instructed them to their room. For mattresses rested on the dusty floor. The window could fit a man. The walls were so thin that a breath echoed in the hallway. Nyatalia wrapped her slender arms around his firm waist. Larson, why do I get the feeling that you were supposed to take me out today? Larson jolted, frozen down to his soul. He didn't know what to say as the words retreated to his uvula. Sweat beads traveled from his forehead and jumping off his soft chin. Stop hogging him, pigtails. Merlis seethed and her fists closed. The other snapped at her. What did you call me? Come on, Larson. The tribal girl pulled his arm. Ladies, hold up. Larson paused for a thought and released himself from their clutches. A lamp ignited from his mind. All right. If you can tell me how many stars there are in the universe, I will take one of you on a date. For real? Let's see, Merli scrambled her thoughts. The girl with bunny ears responded in a second. There are about 70 sextillion stars in the universe according to recent texts. Hey, that's cheating, the tribal girl protested. I won fair and square. Nyatalia slid her arm in his. Isn't that right, honey? Larson was lost for words. He wasn't expecting such an answer. I can confirm. My celestial scope says so. Edwin produced a golden rounded object from his brown sling bag. He gazed into the lens and through the cloudy skies. 23 digits appeared on its smooth edges. Without protest, Larson took Nyatalia's hand and Edwin jumped off his shoulder. Merlis didn't say a word, watching them tread toward the edge of the city. The couple stopped in the middle of a forest. Nyatalia pulled Larson's face closer to her. Her sugary breath penetrated his nostrils. Isn't this a bit too much? The boy complained. Nyatalia pursed her lips. Please? One kiss is all I ask. They froze when a branch of stick broke behind the bush. It sat a few feet from them. A silent gasp came from it. Nyatalia chanted some unintelligible words and a wall of dark clouds descended from the sky. Larson's heart sunk upon seeing the dark wall. It's probably a wild animal. Shall we go? Nyatalia pulled his arm. The air turned stale as they twisted their heads back on the path. Faint hissing roamed the area. A group of shadow creatures pulled Nyatalia away from him. They had formless bodies and red eyes. Cold vine-like grip held her captive. They squeezed her rounded chest. He'd rushed to her face. Larson slashed their heads off and they evaporated. Ugh. Oh. Nyatalia exclaimed after seeing more of them emerge from the darkness. She gathered her breaths. He jabbed his silver sword through some of them, releasing pressure from his nostrils. Ha! She clawed some of them. I can't take it anymore. I'm not done yet. Larson charged at the shadow creature. Hap! Most of them vanished with the wind. The remaining dark shadows ceased approaching. A sigh of relief expelled from Larson's lungs. Nyatalia's right arm and neck distorted as if refusing to accept its human form. I guess I overdid it this time, huh? Let's get back to Edwin. He might help. Larson supported her as they waddled through the dark cloud. She purred behind his ear. You're quite touchy today. Quit it. He pulled away from her teasing lips. She smiled and left a kiss on his cheek. Larson's face turned strawberry red, like her hair. Behind them, a dark cloaked figure watched them retreat. I will be waiting for you, fated one. It spun on its cloak and disappeared. The couple looked back, but nothing was there. They dismissed it as a passing wind. Chapter 22, Nyatalia's Secret. Where do you think you're going, little missy? Edwin caught Merli stepping out. She stopped for a second by the door before proceeding without a word. Kids nowadays. He shook his tiny head. Merli's caught up to the couple and Nyatalia clung to him like a concrete adhesive. She spotted a mulberry bush and slid behind it. After picking up a pebble, she aimed her slingshot at the strawberry pigtails. A wild boar chewed at the ends of her orange braid, pulling her away. She pinched its nose, and it released her hair. Red colored her minty eyes, and she threw away the animal, hitting a tree. She gasped upon hearing the branch breaking. The couple turned their attention toward the bush. A dark cloud obscured Larson and Nyatalia from the peeper's vision. Merlis cursed at the wild boar, which snorted away from her flaming gaze. Beyond the cloudy veil, Merlis heard their screams as if they were having the time of their life. All went silent for a moment. A crack slithered on the surface of her heart. She gritted her teeth. I knew it. Larson, how could you? She rushed back to the inn, tears trailing behind her. Edwin crushed somewhat into chips with his hammer on the front porch. Wiping her eyes, she trudged up the steps. It was an hour before evening. Maybe he has a reason. Edwin's words caught her quaking legs, as if he knew the treachery that transpired. Her fiery, minty eyes pierced him. Isn't what I heard reason enough? Do you believe he would do such a thing? He deflected her glare without effort. Merli sat on the steps, melting off the steam in her face. I mean, he's a man and all. Let's give him some time. Edwin resumed smashing wood. He will tell you when the time is right. She shook her head. I'm not certain about that. Speaking of the devil, the couple has returned. Thick white liquid lined Nyatalia's shoulders. Some pieces of branch and leaves decorated their hair. Larson wiped off the white substance off his palms. Hey! We're back. Nyatalia searched the kitchen for something to munch on. Gosh, I'm so hungry. How far did you go? Merlise asked. Larson gave her a confused look. What? I mean, how did it go? She chuckled nervously. Nyatalia poked the meat lathered in red sauce and offered Larson her soaked finger. He licked on it, thinking she was asking her how it tasted. But he was wrong. When he wasn't looking, she snatched a kiss from his lips. It was great. You should have seen how Larson thrusts his sword. Nyatalia proudly announced, winking at Merlise's teary face. I really felt the vibrations crawling through my veins. Easy, Nyatalia. Larson glared at her. She slid a finger over his auspicious nose. It takes a woman to know a man. Larson split away from her and sat at the table facing the door. An impish smile plastered on Nyatalia's face. Don't worry, child. It's just the sap of white cherry tree lingering on their skin. Edwin called Merlise's attention. She hissed at him. I knew that. Edwin gestured everyone to the seared meat seasoned with Spanish paprika, ground pepper, and soy sauce. As he chopped it into pieces, a savory aroma enticed their mouths to water. He gave each a piece. Nyatalia raised her wooden cup filled with grape juice. I have something to tell you. Are you proposing to Larson? Merlise snapped at her. She chuckled, deflecting the weight in her words. Would you just listen? Fine. Merlise crossed her arms. I'm afraid I used too much of my power when the shadow fiends ambushed us back there. She explained in her hoarse voice. Haven't you wondered where my powers came from? I thought you were born with it. Larson answered. That's not completely false. You see, I had to borrow this form to avoid detection. Lightning struck the roof. Nyatalia transformed into a woman with golden locks circling her head like a crown. Her eyes were clear as day and her platinum flowing dress complemented her ageless glow. A collective gasp echoed in the room. When the lightning vanished, she returned to her borrowed form. You mean I've been talking to Her Majesty this whole time? Larson's face turned pale, dropping his wooden spoon on the rusty floor. No need to be formal. Continue calling me Nyatalia for the duration of our travels. She requested them. Merlise whispered to Larson. What's the Queen doing here? As I said earlier, I wanted to aid you on your quest in saving my daughter. Nyatalia's ears twitched. Since she had been gone, I have been studying dark magic from ancient texts, hoping to find some answers as to her whereabouts. She continued, what I shared with the talking raccoon was just a fraction of my power. Each time I use my powers, my life force depletes. Renan, demon of dark arts, offered to provide me some knowledge in exchange for my soul. Nyatalia's finger wobbled on the wooden fork as soon as she mentioned the demon's name. Her world spun, and she fell off her chair. The distortion on her right arm spread across her chest up to the other arm. A tightening on her chest cut off most of her air supply. Her vision darkened. Your Highness. Larson crouched next to her. Oh my gods. Merlise didn't know what to do or how to react. What happened? The demon must be collecting his payment. I don't have much time. Her breath stuttered. Are the gods punishing us? Was it wrong to have tried searching for my daughter? The boy sat her up in his arms. Speak no more, Your Highness. Save your strength. Edwin placed a hand on her forehead. Her body's warmth is diminishing. We must get her to the oracle at once. The boy lifted the Queen in his arms. As they rushed into the forest, a grinning, cloaked figure caught Larson's peripheral vision. He paused in his tracks. What are you looking at? Merlise asked. When he stared through the thickets, it vanished. Nothing. It must be my imagination. They continued through the dark forest, but the icy stare never left the back of Larson's head. He brushed it off. Chapter 23, Unveil. From the distance, they saw a red flag on top of a violet and gray tint. Larson rushed toward the woman in violet garb, smoking white squares from her pipe. She jumped from her squatting position upon seeing the boy with an unconscious girl in her arms. Please, we need your help. The boy stopped before her. With frenzied eyes, she retorted, I'm not a doctor. Take her back to the castle. I'm begging you, save our Queen. He dropped to his knees. We don't have much time. Something pinched her rattling heart. I think I have some raw materials that might help. Merlise went inside and placed the bean cushions together to form a bed. Larson laid her down on them. A black pot boiled over the fire. Rare leafy herbs simmered inside it. The oracle stumbled while preparing her crystal pestle and mortar. For the Queen, her breath crawled. Madam, hurry. Edwin peeked over Larson's shoulder. The Queen's face turned pale each ticking second. After grinding the cooked herbs, the oracle poured a teaspoon of pink liquid into the mortar. Green smoke escaped from the mixture, which she wafted toward Nyatalia's nose. As if punched in the gut, the unconscious girl gasped for air. The vile-robed woman stabbed some spoonfuls into her mouth in rapid succession. "You're going to kill her." Merli swiped the metal spoon away from her rigid hands. The oracle produced another spoon from her sleeves. "We have to move fast or it will be too late." When the mortar was emptied, Nyatalia leaned her slender body by the violet-covered table, panting like an overheated cat. Larson, standing 6'5", towered over her. His toned physique was enough to block the light shining down on her. "Don't worry, my queen. We will get you home soon so you can rest your wounds," Larson assured her. She struggled getting on her feet. "I can still go on. We must save my daughter." "I know how you feel, but you mustn't overexert yourself, my queen." He pinned her gently by the table. Her green eyes bored into his black pupils. "I told you it's Nyatalia." "Apologies," Larson whispered. "This is only a temporary cure." The oracle cut in. "If she uses her powers once more, it might be the end for Her Majesty." Larson's thoughts went to the king. He must be worried sick about his wife joining us on our perilous quest. His mind spoke inside his skull. Merli's went to Larson's side. She rubbed her hands on his shoulders. The comforting warmth eased the weight on his back temporarily. Larson squeezed her soft hand. By the table, Nyatalia listened in on the conversation, fighting against the dizziness and nausea. The oracle puffed spherical smoke from her pipe, attempting to calm her nerves. "So how was the Festival of Colors? Did you have fun?" "We missed it," Larson answered. Edwin replied with a sarcastic tone. "But we had fun in Zaharia. We almost got killed by bugs." Merli's brushed her arms. "Bugs aren't so bad." The oracle inhaled from her pipe using her mouth. "I sometimes use them to deliver things for me. Speaking of which, they have come." A platoon of cockroaches slithered about from the window. Merli screamed, feet glued to the ground. Larson stepped out for a moment while Edwin flew to the table. Thunder flashed and Nyatalia's body transformed to that of Queen Solera's for a second. Her spinning vision stabilized, but her head pounded. The oracle looked at her suspiciously. The cockroaches retreated into the dark corners of the tent. "We meet again, Janice Weatherknots." Nyatalia finally acknowledged her. "Ah, Your Highness." She bowed before her. "How was your second puberty?" A nerve panged on her temple. "Manageable. It feels great to be young again, you know. I won't have to stress on maintaining my ageless glow." Nyatalia caressed her flawless rosy cheeks with the back of her hand. She formed a bird with her fingers while doing so. A satisfied laughter completed her silent tirade of insults. Looking at the oracle, dark circles, fine lines, and sagged skin destroyed her once youthful face. She usually spent her nights counting and ravishing in her fortune until morning when her tent was established. Janice only smiled at her taunting gestures. "I could not compare, Your Highness." "You knew each other?" Larson waltzed in through the tent flap. 17 years prior, my husband and I consulted the oracle as a last resort in finding our daughter. Nyatalia explained. "We learned from her that the fated one will rise and save the princess and all of Luxene." "Have you found him?" Janice probed, eyes pointing at Larson. "I saw 3 stars forming Orion's arrowhead on your nape during your first trial. That's when I knew you were the fated one." She gestured toward Larson. He bowed. "You praise me so, Your Highness, but I'm not the one you are looking for. Have heart, my boy, for the gods have chosen you." She brushed his amber hair like a puppy doing a good job. Janice got up and gathered her wares. Larson offered to help her clean them, but she refused. Instead, she asked him to look after Queen Solera. Once she finished, she turned around to the group. "As for your next destination, you must head toward Common." "The land of golden sands?" Edwin asked. "Edwin, do you still wish to go with them?" Edwin was lost in thought. "Can I think about it some more?" "You have until tomorrow at noon." She told him, then she turned to the others. "You are all welcome to stay for the night." "Thank you, Janice." Larson kissed her hand. "Only the queen has the right to call me by name." She retracted her hand. "I prefer to be called the Oracle of the First Dawn of the Sun." "Yikes." Merli's reacted. Edwin advised him. "Careful, young man. She bites men's head off while they sleep." Nyatalia giggled at his words. Janice gritted her teeth. 10,000 whips for you. You won't sleep until you repent for your slimy tongue." "Oh no." He ran for his life as Janice stretched out her whip. "Come back here, you good-for-nothing loaf." Childish cries echoed through the night. After receiving his punishment, they all went to sleep. A dark-cloaked figure peered through the window. Rest well, fated one. I shall have your soul soon. When lightning struck once more, it vanished. Chapter 24, Fire Under the Rain. Larson wrinkled his nose at something burning. When he opened his eyes, flames engulfed the tent. Nyatalia's skin became charcoal and Merli's had her innards devoured. The oracle and her dwarf were nowhere to be seen. No! As he screamed his lungs out, the entire area exploded. Trees evaporated and passing birds cooked in an instant. The roaming wild beasts crawled for safety, but it was too late to salvage themselves. I must be dreaming. The skin on his hands became crimson scales. His black pupil thinned like that of a cat. He crouched, ejecting a pair of crimson wings from his back. Blood sputtered the ground. Thunder struck the abomination, but he grabbed it with ease and threw it at the nearby village. Outside Larson's dreamscape, the steaming boy squirmed in his sleep. Sweat soaked the bean pillow. Merli's placed a wet cloth on his forehead. When she touched his neck, her hand burned. Goodness! You're scorching. It's so cold, he mumbled like a child having nightmares. His fever continued rising to twice the boiling point temperature. Merli's hushed him to sleep while she wiped his face. After soaking and squeezing it once more in the bucket of water, she continued removing heat from his body. Her minty eyes had a lot of things to say. Nyatalia observed them with a forlorn face. Dear, look at them, she thought, staring at the violet ceiling. The girl who yearns for his love and the boy who refuses to acknowledge his feelings for her. Weren't we like this when I met you? I wish we could go back. The orange-haired tribal girl scooped up the bucket and walked outside the tent. Larson opened his eyes and sprang up. Hey, how are you feeling? Nyatalia asked. You must escape. A dark voice in Larson's head whispered. They are holding you captive. Larson gazed at the girl leaning by the table with slanted eyes. Flames escaped from his nostrils as he dashed out of the flap. Nyatalia rose to her feet, but her chest spasmed, pinning her back in place. When Merli's returned, she pointed in Larson's direction. 10 kilometers into the forest, a handful of trees burned and wild animals ran for their lives. Larson shot at the flying birds, toasting them. Kill them. I must slay more. Larson's mouth started moving on its own. Yes. I am free again. I feel so much alive. Fire spread throughout the forest. It ate most of the trees in the surrounding area. People from a nearby village halted their businesses and closed their doors. Children started screaming as the flames encroached, growing bigger by the minute. Crimson scales populated Larson's skin. Heat and steam dominated his breath. About 25% remained of his human form, mostly on his face. His red tail was about the length of an old man's cane. It seared everything in its wake, even the blowing wind. Larson, what's gotten into you? Merli's gripped her golden bow. He climbed the tallest tree. I am Crimea, the sacred god of crimson fire. Bow before me, lowly beings. The clouds sprayed water, but it couldn't douse the fire. Merli's aimed her golden arrow at him, quivering. It shot like piercing lightning. Before it could reach his chest, Crimea caught it with ease. Yellow light coating the arrow dissipated. Nyatalia joined the scene. What have you done to Larson? He needed some rest, so I sent him to dreamland for all eternity. He cackled with his dark voice mixed with Larson's charming tone. Crimea blasted a ball of fire from his mouth, but Nyatalia blocked it from consuming Merli's with Larson's silver shield. Are you all right? Nyatalia asked her. The other responded, yeah. Thanks. Another blast of fire expelled from Larson's mouth. Blood dripped from his teeth. He flinched from the exposed veins in his mouth. To ease the pain, he breathed from his nostrils, but the stinging sensation persisted. Do you have a plan? Nyatalia looked at Merli's, dragging her away from the incoming flame. A crater formed on the grassy plain. The impact rustled the hidden creatures beneath the ground. It was about 30 meters deep and 15 meters wide. Merli squinted her eyes at the enemy. Red light sparked from his chest when he expelled fire from his mouth. Great eyes. Nyatalia raised the silver sword. She called her attention. Should you be moving? Worry not. She smirked at her. I can handle myself. Merli's nodded, taking a deep breath while pulling 3 arrows from her golden quiver. 3 bolts of thunder whistled from her bow like fireworks launching into the sky. Crimea flipped toward the next towering tree before the arrows exploded upon contact with the previous tree. He jumped from his post and landed behind her. He sliced her back with his burning claws and doubled with his scorching tail. His opponent impacted toward the nearest tree, splitting it in half. Merlise wasn't responding. Nyatalia rushed at him, but Crimea caught the beaming sword with his bare paws. He pressed into her with a weight equivalent to half a ton. Her foot skidded several meters back, peeling off the grass and revealing the soil. She rolled to the side, but he punched her right arm where the shield rested. The attack sent her foot skidding 20 meters back. The affected arm throbbed, doubling the heaviness of the shield. Gritting her teeth, she rushed for another strike. The dragon possessing Larson's body parried her attack and kicked her face. She flew a few meters into the air. While she's falling, Crimea connected with an uppercut, knee jab, half kick, and ended with a downward punch from her nape. The final attack pinned her to the ground face down. He picked her up from her head with a single hand. Blood dripped from her forehead down to her chin. A flash of lightning revealed Nyatalia's true form for a second, golden hair and platinum dress. The dragon's world stopped, dropping his grip. Celera. Successions of 10 cackling arrows appeared in all directions. Crimson wings jutted out of Larson's back and he flew away. Blood dripped from his back. The shots converged and exploded. He's too fast. Merlise screamed. Nyatalia reached for the fleeing beast, her vision turning dark. Larson. No. Merlise limped back to the scene and found her ally motionless. Help! Somebody, she fell next to her. Chapter 25, Borrowed. Raging flames from the forest reached the busy city. Crimea landed at the center plaza. Every step he took, the land desecrated under his heels. Fruits displayed on carts dried like raisins, and some buildings toppled like a house of cards. People ran for their lives without direction as to their destination. Fire caught on a fleeing adolescent boy's head. Ah! Help me! Oh, lunar god, please save us, an old man aided by his cane exclaimed. He tripped on a child, finding her way through the crowd, but he left her to fend for herself. The little girl sprained her ankle. Ow! Where are you, mommy? No! My baby! The rounded woman was 10 people away from her child. Among the crowd, Crimea picked up the child with a single arm. She screamed at the dragonoid figure, a bucket of tears falling from her eyes. Larson scowled from within his mind, fighting against the dragon's hold. Don't harm her. She's just a child. Child or not, it doesn't concern me. Those who do not acknowledge their new god shall perish. Crimea retorted. A man holding a metal rod rushed at him. Monster! Release my daughter at once. Ah! A challenger, I see. His attention turned to the man, wearing an impish grin. The little girl escaped from the dragon's clutch the moment he took his slit eyes away from her. Crimea grabbed the charging man's arm and twisted the metal rod around his neck. Gargles and curses escaped his mouth as he clawed at the coiled weapon around his neck. Stop this madness, Larson. Merlise appeared behind him, supporting Nyatalia on her shoulder. You again. Crimea released the man. I thought I got rid of you already? Upon removing the coils around his neck, the gasping man pulled his shaken daughter away with him, rejoined his wife and dashed among the distraught crowd. Crimea, come home. Nyatalia pleaded, her voice weakening. He remembered the momentary glimpse of her true form when he defeated her. It was prior to landing in the busy city. Ah, Celera. What tricks did you conjure to attain your second youth? Release that boy and return to my husband, she calmly ordered him, deflecting the question. That old fart, Noel? He treats me like some kind of ornament inside his house of tarnished rubies. He gnashed his pointed teeth. They glimmered against the surrounding fire. He shall rot in his own degradation. What must I do for you to let go of him? Merlise stepped forward. Nyatalia pressed a hand on her chest. Stand back. Let me handle this. The tribal girl finally earned some gut to speak up for herself, I see. Crimea sneered at her. Truth be told, this boy is only interested in the princess. I know that. But that's not why it hurts so much. Merlise scowled at him, tears forming in her eyes. He peeked, then what is? Losing him is enough to wreck my world apart. I could care less who he wants to be with. Her emotions flowed out. Spare him. I'm begging you. Larson, who had been watching the entire time from the deepest seat of his consciousness, felt a nerve in his chest trip. A bead of water fell from Crimea's borrowed body. Let me go, you bastard. He struggled in his seat as if tied to a metal chair. Nope. The dragon wiped off the strip of tear with his crimson hand. I shall have my complete freedom and this boy's perfect body. Give him back. Merlise shot a volley of cackling arrows at him. Crimea smirked and curved himself into a ball like an armadillo, evading the shots. Merlise cursed under her breath. Work on your aim, little missy. You shoot like an old lady drowning in alcohol. He rolled toward her and slapped her with his crimson tail. A slit of red etched on Merlise's face and she lost her balance. Ah! Nyatalia still held Larson's sword but failed to recover the shield. With only her left arm functioning, she swung the silver weapon at him. The dragon evaded her strikes as if it's child's play. Your Majesty, you should have run when you had the chance. These flimsy attacks barely grazed my scales. Gah! She sliced her opponent aimlessly with the borrowed weapon. Like their confrontation back in the forest, he deflected her attacks with ease. Here I go. The dragon clamped his teeth, a manic smile plastered on his face. Crimea struck Nyatalia's chest with his iron-like shoulder. As she flew back, the dragon punched her gut, followed by a knee kick. He ended his assault with a dropping heel kick to the head and the queen met with the ground once more. I am giving you one last chance to flee, Your Majesty. He warned her and turned his back. Now onto the wild girl. The citizens continued running about like lost sheep from a burning den. Crimea tripped on an old man. As he was about to expel some foul words into his mouth, he poked the possessed body's uvula with his wooden cane. The dragon choked while chopping off the old man's head. Nyatalia lifted her face in signal to Merlise, pointing at Crimea's crimson skin. The tribal girl sneaked behind him and sliced off a piece of dragon scale from his arm. Gah! I will get you for this, the dragon roared at her, shaking the earth. She passed the piece to Nyatalia. Hey, pigtails! The strawberry-haired girl gripped the item, pushed herself up, and murmured foreign words. The scale expanded into a shield. Violet light formed the second layer of protection. Crimea stretched his lungs and red light flashed at the base of his neck. He shot a ball of fire like a meteor falling toward Earth at 100 miles an hour. With the crimson shield raised, Nyatalia braced herself for the impact. A loud booming sound cracked her defense upon contact. The ball of fire pushed her a few inches backward, but Nyatalia forced it back toward Crimea. It rushed twice as fast and the dragon had no time to react. It lodged in his throat and his crimson scales exploded into dust. Larson's slit black eyes returned to normal and his body crashed to the ground. A line of red smoke escaped from Larson's body. When the boy inhaled, it traveled through his nostrils and latched itself back to the pits of his stomach. His eyes remained shut. Merlise limped toward him. Larson! The tribal girl held him in her arms. Flames from surrounding buildings burned her lungs, but she didn't acknowledge the pain. All that mattered to was Larson's return. She placed an ear on his smooth chest. Steady beats harmonized in her eardrums. Thank goodness! Nyatalia collapsed to the ground, life drained from her face. Chapter 26, Silver and Gold. Merlise looked back at the unextinguishable flames. She latched Larson on her shoulder while dragging Nyatalia with her open hand toward the oracle's abode. Edwin and Janice recently returned from their money counting. When they saw the tribal girl bringing her torn friends to the tent, the bearded dwarf and his violet-robed master tapped their foot by the flap. Can't I leave you kids alone for a night without incident? Janice placed her hands on her waist. Edwin added we were only a few trees away and we could smell fire burning from the nearest city. Merlise dropped her baggage and slumped to the ground. All of her will drained onto the grass beneath her feet. When she recovered herself, she laid on the tent floor. Janice sat on the table in front of her and struck the edge of her teacup 3 times with her golden teaspoon. I heard from the survivors of the burned-down city what happened. The orange-haired girl looked away from her and fixed her gaze on Larson, who slept soundly next to Nyatalia on her left. Also, I shall add my first aid assistance to your bill. Janice took a sip of her jasmine tea. The tribal girl responded. Thank you, Janice. Sorry for troubling you again. The oracle sighed, placing her teaspoon to the side. You need to take better care of yourself, child. What do you mean? The girl tilted her head. You cling so much to Larson without realizing it. She gazed straight into her eyes. Try distancing from him for a moment and ask yourself, is he really the one for me? What if he is the one for me? I haven't had much experience with men, but sometimes you have to take the initiative. Make him see and realize your worth. With that, she left Merlise to think. The next morning, Larson woke up with a slight fever. Janice prescribed him to drink a bitter blue pill she crafted from the rarest blue leaves of Luxene. You know you should do something about the parasite residing in your body. The oracle used her motherly tone. Larson pressed his temples. But I don't know how to get rid of it. I'm sick and tired of it. It clearly chose you to be its host. She pointed out. Why not try talking to it? Have some compromise. I will try. Thanks. He got up to his feet and assessed his things. Larson abandoned his broken silver equipment and carried Natalia on his back. She still hasn't woken up. On the violet-coated table, Edwin counted the coins Janice gave him. The oracle walked toward him. Edwin, are you sure you don't want to stay? These kids need someone to direct them. He unenthusiastically replied while finalizing the order of his things. I can't abandon them. You have to settle down someday. She winked at him. I know. He looked at her with forlorn eyes. Even us dwarves worry about time. A century flies fast. The next thing you know, you're dead. You are only half a century old in human time. Edwin wore his sling bag over his shoulder. Half a century more before my soul returns to Ragnheim. Pessimistic as ever. The oracle shook her head while embracing her cup of coffee. The bearded dwarf hopped onto Merli's shoulder as Larson had both of his occupied by Natalia's bracing arms. They both joined his side. Well, off to Common then, Larson said, his friends following him through the flap. Janice watched them through the opening. Good luck, fated one. Lead yourself not to temptation. A few miles into the forest and through the ruined busy city, endless golden sand greeted them. Some grains lodged into Edwin's throat. The dwarf coughed. I should have brought my mask. You can sit inside my vest pocket, Larson offered. No thanks. He continued coughing as if his lungs would burst at any moment. You already have a load on your back. Merli's removed the distinctly patterned violet bandana from her forehead. Here, you can borrow my headband for a while. How generous of you. Edwin accepted and covered half of his face and entire body with it. As they continued on their path, a handful of yellow buildings came into view. Cubic and rectangular houses were built from solidified sand. They had no doors or windows but openings. The clouds maintained the lightest shade of gray. The residents were quiet. Unlike its gloomy counterpart in the castle of Luxene, Common resumed business as usual. Its residents had brownish skin and their smiles shone brighter than the sun. They wore a simple cloth over their bodies. Larson and his friends landed at an inn. It's situated at the very center of the sandy town. Edwin asked the innkeeper what time it was. The robed man answered it's evening. What? But the clouds are so bright. Larson double-checked the grayish-silver sky. First time. The innkeeper raised his eyebrow. It's always bright here in Common, even at night. How do you keep track of time? Edwin asked. If the grains rise, it's morning. He kept his sales-like smile. If they deplete, it's evening. The bearded dwarf roamed his hands inside his sling bag. Okay. How much is it for one night? 1 gold coin for each room. After dropping the payment, the innkeeper directed them to their room. To their surprise, their room felt a little chilly compared to the streets. Each room had 2 beds. Natalia and Larson on one room, while Merli's and Edwin stayed in the other. The bearded dwarf went out to look for food with Merli's. Larson occupied their room while they were away. There seemed to be a lot on his mind. Suddenly, an image of Merli's circulated in his mind. Go on, don't be shy. The dark voice within him urged. I know you want her. Get off my head. He shouted. Leave me alone. I'm not leaving until I have retrieved what is mine, your body. Crimea laughed hysterically. No, no, no. The boy wrestled with his mind. I won't let you hurt them again. Then a knock on the door caught his attention. Larson? Do you have a moment? Ah, yeah. He dropped his hands and they sat on her bed. Merli's leaned in closer to him, hands fidgeting behind her back. Both of their hearts rattled like a pair of maracas. Chapter 27, Apple and Wine. What is it? The boy asked her. Merli's pulled her hair back. I wanted to say something, but I forgot. Okay. He laid his back on the bed. I think I should get back to Edwin. The tribal girl stood up. He might need some help with dinner. No. Stay. Larson held her wrist instinctively. She didn't say anything, sitting next to him, hips bumping into each other. Larson could hear her veins beating from her neck. As she got closer to him, breaths of caramel enticed the boy to her lips. Crimea's voice rumbled inside his stomach. Now's your chance, boy. No. Pull back. Pull back. The boy's brain ordered, but his body refused to follow. Merli's felt his body quiver as he approached her lips. She jerked herself away from him. Are you sure this is okay? The boy paused for a moment. Gazing into her minty eyes, his sense of reason evacuated his mind. His heart pumped louder than a crack of thunder. The scent of her sweet blood pumping inside her neck drew him closer to her, drowning the inner beast's voice. He wanted her. You look beautiful tonight. Larson nodded and pecked her nose. Wait here for a moment. The boy blocked the opening of the room with a movable wooden cabinet. He sparkled in Merli's size. We couldn't have onlookers, could we? The dragon smirked in the boy's mind as he proceeded to the dame stationed on the bed. Their lungs exchanged air through their mouths as if drinking each other's breaths. Larson's black eyes shot upwards each time a surge of electrical pulse coursed through his body. The tribal girl roamed her hands on his back, caressing him. No, owning him. Their hearts fluttered like a bird wanting to escape their cages. It's something they have never felt before. They were both nervous but excited at the same time. He caressed her face before placing his hands on her garments as he wasn't sure where to begin. His desire urged him to feel her body through the fabrics. Flashing thoughts of what shouldn't be alerted him once more, but his hand already started to move. The boy untied her scowl and peeled the rest of her violet tribal clothes. He felt her rounded chest until they hardened. The orange-haired girl's nipples swelled the more his fingers roamed. The girl loosened the buttons of his vest and pressed herself against his bare chest. Random thoughts wandered in her mind as she never touched a man before. Still, she wanted to learn more about him as she removed his black coat. I'm so happy, Merli's thought. Tonight, you are mine. He pulled her onto the mellow mattress. The silky blue sheets enveloped them as they rolled on it, lips attached like magnets. He removed the clips on her hair and traveled his mouth from her tongue down to her soft chest, grasping them gently. Heat surged in her sensible areas. His manhood awakened and the woman in her yearned for him. Ready? Larson asked. His black eyes fixed on her minty stare. Merli's nodded with red flashing across her face. My being, my heart, my purity, I give them all to you, she thought. The boy unzipped, prepared himself, and touched her most sensible area. His warm hands made her squeal. An experienced smile etched on the innocent boy's face, though it's his first. She tried covering her mouth, but the sound had already escaped. Her heart strummed 2 beats per second. Steam escaped from her lips and a bead of tear fell from her eye. Her slender fingers squeezed the broadness of his shoulders. The pink shade on his face deepened in hue. She then journeyed her hands to his chest, exploring every curve and crest. She flicked his untouched nipples and a rush of blood traveled down the boy's pelvic region. After wiping the tear, Larson explored the highs and lows of her warmth. The cavern of her acceptance embraced each plow of his plow. Their fingers interlocked. A kiss sneaked in whenever there's a chance. The bed grated like it would break any minute. It followed the flow of their steamy dance. Finally, the nails keeping its 4 sides together flew and buried themselves to the wall. The mattress met the ground with a muffled thud. Nobody noticed, nobody cared, all that mattered was the sound of their hearts beating. Reaching an insurmountable height of happiness, Merli's reeled him closer to her bare chest, grasping his amber hair and savoring his manly scent. They locked lips as they both felt it coming and exclaimed for the last hurrah. After bursting with joy, Larson slumped next to her and flitted his fingers in her orange hair. What could be, and what should have been toyed with his mind? Had he forgotten his oath to his father? Merli's rested her head on her palm, elevating herself a little, gazing into him. His eyes sparked a fraction of flame. A moment of hesitation stopped her from placing a hand on his innocent face. She cleared her thoughts and continued to brush his cheek. Surely it's nothing, her mind said. Larson pulled her closer and locked her in his burning hold. She drenched herself in his warmth while he caressed her head. A promise of tomorrow permeated the air. The couple's hushed whispers reached Edwin in the adjacent room. An involuntary smile stretched from Ertaware. He raised his cup of wine and drank from it. An ah sound followed as if he drank some cheap carbonated drink on a hot summer night. I'm so proud of you, boy. You have grown into a man. Edwin wiped tears off his face. Nyatalia sat next to him with a cup of wine in hand. Why are you celebrating? Larson has finally become a man. That's good for him. She stared into the stagnant violet liquid. I hope he doesn't regret his decision tomorrow. You're okay with this? Edwin leaned his head toward her. She took a sip from her cup, coating her teeth with the bittersweet taste. I never promised him anything and I'm already tied so. Good point. The bearded dwarf downed his drink. They tipped their empty cups and gazed at the stars. The group of sparkling white dots formed a hunter aiming his bow to the west. Chapter 28, Contemplation. Another morning came, but Nyatalia decided to remain in bed. Larson offered to stay by her side, but she refused him. Won't it get lonely in here, Your Highness, Nyatalia? He bit his tongue for the error. How sweet of you to worry about me. The bunyard girl giggled. I'll be fine. Buddy? She placed a hand on his lips. I can take care of myself. Go on, child, join her. Are you certain? He removed her hand with utmost respect. She nodded, flapped her hand at him and gestured toward the minty-eyed girl peeking through the exit. Don't keep her waiting. A lump journeyed down Larson's throat as he walked toward his lover. When he looked back at her, the bunyard girl's cheekbones rose. Merli secured her hold on his arm. He was hers after all, right? With a triumphant grin, she matched his rhythmic steps. A few meters away from the inn, Larson felt the humidity of the land penetrate his skull. His heart rattled erratically. Her warm touch was like a sack of rice weighing in on him. Did I really do it with her? A question in his mind he couldn't abolish, no matter how obvious the answer was. Oh, lunar god, please help me. I didn't mean to. The boy ceased from walking. It should have been the princess, not her, he thought. What's wrong, Larson? Something on your mind? Merli stopped and looked at his distraught face. No. He snapped his neck at her in surprise and released himself from her clutches. Can I be alone for a moment? Harbor in some information while you're at it. Edwin responded, sitting on Merli's shoulder. Larson nodded and walked away without another word, kicking a palm-sized rock out of his path. When it struck a teenage boy in the gut, he bolted. What's his problem? The tribal girl huffed under her breath. Let him be for now. He patted her neck with his tiny hand. I think he overdid himself last night. What does that mean? He leaned toward him with an inquisitive glare. His shoulders jumped from the slip of his tongue. Oh, forget what I said. I'm just an old man babbling some incoherent stuff. The tribal girl furrowed her eyebrows and the duo continued, asking door to door for more details about the land of golden sands. Larson walked aimlessly in the sandy town. A statue crafted from golden grains marked the end of his path. With its palms pressed together, the cloaked figure looked up at the cloudy sky. Every curve and angle detailed the man it used to be. Wings about an arm's length spread out from its back. The boy rested next to it, lifting his chin to the sky. Father. What should I do? A man wearing full platinum armor complete with his shining white sword and shield exited from the statue. Larson gasped upon seeing him march toward his direction. Closing his eyes and ears, the amber-haired boy shrunk himself into the statue's base. Did the boy think it was his time? He knelt in front of the boy. Did you regret it? Father. Larson's eyes widened, then shook his head. No, but Do you have feelings for her? Another question swiftly followed. I'm not sure. You're not sure, but you did it with her, the man firmly said with his eyebrow raised. Larson had a minute of thought. Who's this man? Is he really my father? Seeing the doubt in the boy's eyes, the gleaming knight removed his winged helm. A matured version of an innocent boy revealed from it. Soft amber hair rolled down his neck. Charcoal eyes searched the boy's face. A surge of warmth crawled up his eye sockets. It was the dragon. Larson finally came up with an answer, drying his eyes. His father tapped the side of his helm. So it was the dragon who made love to her? No, what I meant was, the boy stuttered, his tongue tripping in mucus. Why are you getting worked up, son? An armored hand patted his shoulder. It's just a simple question. It's not that easy to answer. The boy crunched his eyebrows. Make up your mind before it's too late. Humans only have one life and there are no dovers. The man's voice faded as grains of light disintegrated from his body. His face vanished with a peaceful smile. No, wait. He called to him, arms outstretched like a child pleading for his father to stay. The boy knew he couldn't stay, but he hoped that he would see him again someday. After dropping his arms, he stared deeply into the small mound of grains between his legs. A handful of it danced with the wind. Wafting air from his left added more sand to the mound. His attention shifted to the strapped brown slip-in clinging onto a slight leg. There you are, Larson. The tribal girl bent over him. Oh hey. He jumped, disturbing the mound. Did you gather some intel? Well, everyone here has a unified response. Edwin replied. Like somebody trained the residents to say the same thing about the weather over and over again. No luck here either. The boy sighed. The bearded dwarf formed his finger into a check mark, placing it on his chin. One guy struck me, though. He constantly flinched when a word different from his peers slipped out of his mouth. Shall we talk to him again? Merli suggested. His house isn't far from here. Let's head back for now. My head's hurting. Larson lifted himself up and walked ahead of them. His stomach wasn't really screaming, to be clear. He just couldn't bring himself to look at her. Where had his honor gone? Maybe the wind carried it away when morning came, leaving his pride behind. She darted her glare at his back, crossing her arms. Seriously, what's his problem? He's been like this since he woke up next to me. Edwin shrugged. No one would understand unless the boy's mouth started moving. The tribal girl felt a distance had been placed between her and Larson. An invisible line that connected them last night vanished with the onslaught of sand. Can you blame him? Chapter 29 of What Was Felt. Larson rushed into the inn. When he stepped inside Nyatalia's room, the covers were in disarray. His heart thumped in his ears. Where did she go? The boy checked the other room, but she wasn't there either. He tried asking the innkeeper, but he wouldn't respond to his questions. The dark-skinned man only stared through him. What is going on? The boy slammed his palms on the solidified sandy table. Curses littered his mouth as he nursed the bruised area. Larson waddled to the kitchen for some bandages. After flipping over the cabinets, he ended up cooling the inflamed area with running water. It didn't help ease the swelling. Do you need help with something? A soft hand tapped his shoulder. Larson jumped. Gah. You're high. I mean Nyatalia. I got bored and walked to Common Central Library for something to read. She explained herself with glowing green eyes. Did you know they have some books displayed on their shelves from the ruined ancient library of Alexandria? She seated him on a wooden chair by the table and inserted her hand in the pocket of her violet off-shoulder dress. A light violet cloth appeared from her hand. Her tongue licked the bruise before wrapping it with the cloth. Larson contained his laughter while her tongue cleaned the area. When she finished, her radiance struck his eyes as if enchanted by her. The boy shook his head, breaking the trance. A second longer and his heart would explode for her. Please never walk alone. He grabbed both of her shoulders. You may never know if the people or objects of this place are cursed. I dispelled this book with my sweat before bringing it here, she proudly announced, waving the gray hardbound object from her pocket as if scattering her scent. You can do that? He let go of her. But what about your powers? The boy asked. It doesn't cost me magic. A magic-born's perspiration has natural dispelling properties, she explained in a casual manner. Didn't you learn this from your father? Not sure. He scratched his head, chuckling at his own foolishness. Maybe I was dozing off when he ranted about Luxene's kingship. Then a shadow stretched toward Larson's saws. He turned slowly, his breathing even when he saw Merlice carrying sacks full of vegetables. When Larson offered to help her, she raised a palm at him. No, I can do this. A negative aura emanated from her as she passed him by. The boy tilted his head at her, but he thought nothing of it and remained by Nyatalia's side. Oh, welcome back, guys. Nyatalia greeted them. How's shopping? The shops have run out of meat. Can you believe that? The tribal girl waddled her way into the kitchen. We're left to survive with produce for now. I hate vegetables, Nyatalia groaned. Larson and Nyatalia set up the table. Edwin chopped the vegetables while Merlice prepared the sauce. When lunch was cooked, they all gathered at the table. The tribal girl looked at Larson whenever he took a bite of her cooking. Ah yes, bite into it, she thought. Edwin whispered to her, pissed. What? She unhinged herself from the trance. If you keep staring at him, he might melt, the bearded dwarf insinuated. I'm not staring at him. Her cheeks turned red. What makes you think I find it sexy when he sinks his teeth into the potato? Oh, the dwarf's mouth and eyes rounded. She stabbed a spoon into his mouth. Oh, shut up. Ack. Larson was in a lively chatter with Nyatalia, who kept blabbering about the Grey Book. The people of Tommen were said to be the descendants from the solar god, Helena. Then the Dark Age came about and Umbra, the dark wizard, saved them from demise. Nyatalia closed the book. I wonder who this Umbra is. Is he a former king of this land? The ancient text had little to tell about him. The story helped distract Larson from Merlice, who sat at the opposite side of Nyatalia and next to him. Confrontation wasn't his forte. When he was a child, his father would scold him and he'd stay silent, hoping that everything will work out later. He figured they both needed some time away from each other to think. They stayed in their rooms for the rest of the day. Lunch carried over to dinner. When Merlice stared at the boy, he noticed her warm gaze this time. She flinched in her seat, hiding her face with her orange hair. He laughed at her reaction, but he still couldn't bring himself to talk to her. After cleaning his plate, he went upstairs. The tribal girl only watched him leave the table. She could have spoken to him, but what was she going to say? Sorry? That can't be right. I didn't do anything wrong. We didn't do anything wrong, she thought to herself. With her plate finished, she stepped out for some fresh air. By the end's opening, Merlise leaned on the wall pondering deeply on her whys and hows. She couldn't let things end this way after that steamy night. His kiss still lingered in her lips. It's not fair pinning the blame on him, she murmured in the wind. Nyatalia joined her side. But it also isn't fair to abandon a girl's feelings. Your Highness. I mean, she bowed before her. It's all right. The bunyard girl waved the formalities and walked back inside to her room. Focus on how he could win you back. With that, Merlise was left to sort out her thoughts. When he felt everyone was asleep, Larson immersed himself in the darkest part of the room where shadows feared to loom. Closing his eyes, he felt a warm embrace. A steaming breath brushed against his face. Well, a dark voice forced burning air from his nostrils. You finally decided to have a chat with me. Larson opened his eyes. A crimson-scaled creature about 10 houses tall stood on 4 legs. 2 blood-red horns pointed at the boy. Its yellow eyes had slit pupils similar to a cat. 2 sets of jagged teeth overlapped as it smirked at him. The dragon flapped its crimson wings, pushing the boy a few feet back. Chapter 30, Bloody Contract. I want to settle things with you once and for all. Larson stared the beast straight in the eye. The winged creature stomped his front paw, shaking the ground. Do you have what it takes to bring me down? I can try. The boy maintained his footing on the dark plain. I admire your confidence. The dragon grabbed a crimson sword from underneath his belly and threw it at him. Show me what you got. Larson grabbed the blood-red sword from the floor without a second thought and rushed at the beast. I, Crimea, the sacred god of fire, shall obliterate you. The beast swung its tail at the amber-haired boy, but he jumped in time. Another swing aimed for his head. Larson slid under it and reached its crimson leg as thick as a sequoia tree. It trampled the boy. A second later he pushed all the strength he got, lifting the front paw enough for him to escape. Not bad for a puny human. The winged beast commended him. Larson clenched his teeth and went for another try. The dragon flew a few meters from the ground and blew its flaming breath at him. Rolling to the side, the boy successfully dodged the attack, but a burning sensation in his chest stopped his momentum. What? Oh, didn't I mention we are inside your body right now? Crimea landed on his 4 paws. Any damage dealt on the ground or walls shall affect you too. Curses! Larson gasped for air. The winged beast smirked at him. Try again. With his sight on the goal, the black-eyed boy gripped the sword's red handle and ran toward the beast. Crimea lifted his paw and dropped it a couple of times. The vibrations disrupted Larson's balance, falling to the ground, the sword almost stabbing him in the chest. Don't die on me now. If you do, your physical body will perish. We don't want happening, do we? Crimea insistently warned him. Larson struck his fist on the ground and felt a punch in his gut. He groaned on the floor while the crimson beast laughed at the boy's foolishness. After regaining himself, the boy mustered some strength in his diaphragm and thrust his sword toward the beast. Crimea dodged every slice and dice with minimal effort, as if dancing with him. Larson roared at the last missed hit. The dragon flicked his finger, sending the boy a kilometer away from him. Larson huffed as he laid flat on the dark ground. At your limit? Crimea swung his tail like a raging worm. Larson spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm not done yet. Come at me. He taunted the boy. The 3 stars on Larson's nape glowed, pushing away a fraction of darkness as he charged for the 3rd time. Crimea felt a weighty presence emanating from the boy. The crimson beast clenched his teeth and flapped his wings at him. A tornado formed, but the boy sliced it in half with ease. Crimea's limbs trembled as the immense pressure closed in on him. When he blasted a ball of fire at him, Larson stabbed his sword through the burning mass. The flaming debris churned his stomach, but the boy pressed on. A silver aura manifested itself around his body. Sword clashed against paw. Larson asserted himself against the beast. Crimea pressed him down, but he was losing his force. His hind legs scratched the dark surface as while being pushed back. Red erupted from 1-meter-long claw marks. Gah! Larson dropped to the ground, hugging his stomach. His silver glow faded in an instant as blood drenched his body. Looking at him, Crimea thought, oh crap! I overdid it. His once proud and mighty demeanor changed to that of varying levels of anxiety. The dragon whistled a sharp, heavenly tune, and the blood reversed its flow back into the open wounds. The long marks gradually closed. Relief washed over the beast. When Larson recovered, he approached Crimea and bowed before him. Please lend me your power, O sacred god of fire. My skills aren't enough to protect the ones precious to me. I admire your dedication. Crimea regained his composure. For that, I shall grant your request. With the snap of its fingers, a white feather pen appeared in his palm. The dragon stabbed the tip into his chest before handing it to the boy. On his other paw, a rolled yellow parchment unfurled. Now sign this paper using your blood. The hole in his chest burned as if his veins were screaming. He pulled in some breaths through his mouth and wrote his initials at the bottom of the paper. Crimea scanned over a line from the parchment. Your soul shall be mine once you reach the age of 21. Can you promise me you wouldn't take over my body without my express permission? Larson asked. The dragon countered. Will you submit yourself to me once the contract is over? We have a deal. The amber-haired boy breathed deeply and opened his palm toward him. Both parties shook hands. Wise choice. His dark laugh echoed the area. The agreement is signed. Larson released his hand and walked away from him. I sealed my fate, didn't I? He thought. Hey, take this. Crimea handed the crimson sword to him. It's the symbol of our deal, the blood sword of Ares. I fed some of your blood to it so the reach extends further. The boy caught the blood-red weapon. Its length doubled to match the wielder's height. His eyes journeyed up and down the newly acquired blade. His heartbeat resonated with it as if some connection formed between the boy and the weapon. Return to this plane whenever you are ready. Crimea curled into a ball like a cat would. I shall train you until your body and soul give up. For the princess and my friends I will do anything. Larson replied with determination coloring his eyes. The dragon didn't comment, but beamed a menacing smile at him. Crimea snapped his fingers, and the boy reanimated back into his room. Merlice peeked through the opening and saw Larson with his eyes directed at a corner, legs crossed. Walking over to him, she touched his shoulder. Hey, Larson. Do you have a moment? I'm training, he whispered, irritation weighing in his voice. She took a step back. Oh, next time then? Larson didn't answer. She walked back to her bed with a heavy heart. Chapter 31, Just Be Friends. Merlice wanted to reach Larson, but she retracted her hand as soon as she raised it. Swirling her spoon on the mashed potato lathered in caramel sauce, a lot of questions poked her mind. Is he angry? What did I do? Hey, you've been poking at your food for a while now. What's the matter? Larson called her attention. She let go of her spoon and left the table. I have to poo. Excuse me. Larson grabbed her wrist, but she broke out of his hold with little effort. The rest of the group remained in their seats, focusing themselves on their potatoes. The tribal girl rushed to the driest place of all Tommen, away from the civilization. The wind swept away her tears. Her finger pointed at the sand and drew infinite circles until she formed Larson's face. It's similar to a child's drawing. The oracle's words popped into her mind. I haven't had much experience with men, but sometimes you have to take the initiative. Make him see and realize your worth. I guess it's time I head back. She sighed after realizing the sands had depleted. Larson appeared before her. Merlice, do you have a moment? What do you want? She glared at him. Don't be like that. He pulled her hand, brushing it against his palm. I would like to say sorry for whatever it is I've done. Let go of me. She slapped him square in the face and marched toward the inn. Larson was left stunned. Was I too harsh on him? Merlice laid on her inside her room, stabbing the sandy wall with her finger. Nyatalia crept to her side. Hey, how are you feeling? Your Highness. She cleared her eyes and sat herself up. It's nothing. My stomach is still upset, that's all. Was it Larson's cooking? She probed, sitting on her bed. The tribal girl shrugged, evading her gaze. Maybe? He's such a man, that boy. Always keeping things to himself. The greenied girl stretched her legs. He wouldn't even share the recipe for his mashed potatoes. Nyatalia laughed, but Merlice couldn't bring herself to crack a smile. The strawberry-haired girl blabbered about the book she brought with her from the library, but her words didn't register in the other's mind. Her thoughts gravitated to Larson and their first night together. Merlice spoke as if an arrow launched out of her mouth, cutting the other's analysis on the plot. I thought you and him had a thing. I wouldn't stoop so low, my dear. She closed the gray book. Besides, I have a loving husband back in the castle. The king. Have you any news about him? Merlise gasped. Nyatalia hugged the cup of water with her hands. No, but I send him letters regularly using any bird I could find. I hope he's doing well. I'm sure the castle is taking good care of him. Merlise leaned on the wall, wrapping her arms around her legs. Nyatalia resumed with the last part of the plot. An overall rating of 6 out of 10 for the history of Chkaman became her verdict, as it lacked evidences to back up the data. The tribal girl's mellow voice snatched her attention from the book. Do you think I did something wrong? Maybe he's still giving it some thought. Kids always put their feelings on their head. Creases formed on Nyatalia's forehead. What should I do for him to talk to me? Give him some time. When the time is right, say how you truly feel about him. He needs to know, he needs to understand, she suggested. But how will I know if the time is right? You will feel it. Trust your gut. The green-eyed girl left the bed and strolled out of the room, clutching the book in her armpit. Larson sat in the corner of the room once more. He met with Crimea in the dark plain. All right, shall we commence with the training? Yes. Larson answered, heart pumping more blood than it usually did. The winged beast exhaled red mist from his nostrils. It swirled into a ball in his paws. You might feel a powerful sensation once the essence settles in your body. After releasing the red gas, it slammed into Larson's chest. When his hands touched the mass, it exploded and punched through his nose. He fell to the ground, writhing and gasping for air. Guh. Feel my energy, boy. Embrace it. Crimea encouraged him. A few moments later, Larson remained stationary. His limbs wriggled as if struck by lightning. His eyes stared at nothing, and his mouth quivered. Crimea reabsorbed the red mist by inhaling it from his body. The boy breathed with ease. The red-horned dragon shook his head. Oh dear. This will take a while. Then a muffled thump forced Larson back to reality. Merlise walked by Larson's room and watched him meditate in the corner from the opening. A step forward and the boy turned his head. Merlise, is that you? Sorry to bother you. Her feet swiveled back to where she came in. He unhinged himself from his cross-legged position. No, wait. The tribal girl paused. The amber-haired boy tapped the space next to him. Please sit with me. Okay. A moment of silence brewed in the room. Hey, don't let it bother you. Forget what happened between us, she suggested. Larson bent his neck toward her. What do you mean? All I'm asking is, can we remain as friends? A diaphragm deep sigh guided her words. The boy couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was it for the best? Instead, he replied in a heavy tone, sure, if that's what you want. Great. Great. A smile vanished as soon as it formed. I'm glad we're on the same page. Right. They both sat there without further dialogue. Nyatalia's back faced the two as she listened in on the conversation. A grain tickled her nose and a gust of wind expelled from it. The former couple jumped. I should leave. I have stalled your meditation long enough. She dashed out of the room. Merlise felt his hand reaching for her but chose to ignore it. As if needles parked on a cushion, she felt each stab on her chest. Then she found herself unable to breathe. A voice echoed in her ear, Rigorum. She called for Larson's name before her entire body. Chapter 32, Blackcurrant. Larson dashed out of the room when he heard a scream. Dark violet light flashed from the end of the hallway. Merlise and Edwin were knocked out on the ground. Nyatalia was nowhere to be found. A blackish-violet fish flew toward the collapsed duo. Larson summoned his red sword and blocked its sets of teeth from munching on their bodies. Its chomper sank into the weapon and evaporated. The fish flew out of the opening. Larson tailed the toothless creature until it led him to the outskirts of town. Darkness reigned over the clouds. White birds passing by turned black. Lightning struck the center of deserted nothingness. The ground swayed sideways. A sandy temple emerged from the sands from where the lightning struck. It had yellow vertical rectangular structures of varying heights. There were no doors, but there was an opening at the uppermost part of the middle building, similar to a balcony. Dark-skinned people wearing a single cloth wrapped around their bodies rejoiced from the town boundary. They bowed down before the dusty temple. A man in green clothing stepped an inch away from the border. The residents picked him up and pulled at his limbs. He shrieked until he vanished into thin air. As if nothing happened, they resumed their prayers, chanting incoherent words. The yellow temple glowed in response. A dark-robed figure appeared from opening, raising his arms. People of Chkaman, you have done well in serving me for the past 17 years. Tonight, we feast for you have brought premium meat. Its voice distorted, changing from male to female and vice versa. The crowd cheered. What are you waiting for? Get him. The robed entity pointed at Larson. Everyone rushed at the boy. Scratches, curses, and spits launched on him. Larson remembered what Crimea told him. Some of my red mist remained in your body. However, you are limited to call for my limbs. The boy summoned crimson-scaled arms and punched the sandy ground. The earth trembled. Some of the residents got buried 10 feet below the sand. Most of them ran for their lives. Ah, so you possess the power of a god. Interesting, the cloaked figure craned its neck. Larson demanded. Where is Nyatalia? Oh, you mean this little trash? The figure clapped and Nyatalia appeared a few inches away from it before falling. No. Larson lunged, catching her in time. Nice catch, but she's of no use to me now. It clapped twice and revealed a human-sized black crystal above its head. In my hands is the gift of Ramon, the demon of dark arts. With this I can destroy the world and any god who dares challenge me. Nyatalia? Nyatalia. Larson shook the unconscious girl. The cloaked figure laughed. It's no use calling her now, boy. You will pay for this. Scaly crimson grains coated his legs and feet, and he hopped 12 feet high. Flames supported his ascent. Arg. The dark figure summoned black spheres from its hand. You think you're so hot, huh? Eat this. Larson bounced them back to the source with his blood-red sword. Part of the building got coated with charred mass. The dark figure directed lightning bolts at him. His sword couldn't block them all, so his body darted to the sandy ground. Larson couldn't move his body. Sandy grains covered his body inch by inch each second. The people who were previously buried rose from the sand and placed their hands on his body. His body submerged until only his face could be seen. The cloaked figure descended and picked up Nyatalia. Feast your eyes as I tear her limb from limb. Larson sank deeper until the sands covered half of his face. Nyatalia murmured in her sleep. Dark hands grasped the ends of the menace's cloak. Impossible. The hands pulling the boy down removed their grasp from him. Larson's body elevated as if an invisible force aided his ascent. He summoned his blood-red sword once more. The dark figure blasted more dark spheres at him, but the amber-haired boy evaded them. His black eyes focused on the target and aimed for the head. The menace vanished before his sword could hit. A second later he appeared at the opening of the topmost portion of the building. Thunderbolts rained down on him. Larson propelled to the sky like a fish swimming in the sea as he evaded them. His hand caught a bolt and threw it at him. An explosion radiated yellow light. Once the smoke cleared, the cloaked figure disappeared. Enough with your petty tricks. The shadowed menace reappeared in front of the boy. I am Dark Wizard Umbra, Suntop God of Darkness. I shall not fall in the hands of a mere human. The wizard summoned a dark sword equal to the length of Larson's weapon. Their blades clashed, emitting thunder blasting toward the city. As they locked weapons in the air, an image of a crimson dragon projected from Larson's face. Umbra trembled for a moment, but gripped the sword tightly and placed heavier pressure on the boy's blade. Larson descended a few feet from the hard press. Golden arrows flung from the town's boundary. Edwin boosted their speed with his titanium hammer. Part of the glowing temple collapsed. People of Chaman, can't you see how these barbarians desecrate your god's abode? The cloaked figure gestured to the residents. I call for your aid in vanquishing these immoral monsters. The residents grasped house tools as they rushed at Merlis and Edwin. All hail Umbra. All hail the new god of darkness. Don't worry about us. Edwin raised his hammer. You take care of that guy. Don't kill them. Larson pleaded. Merlis nodded as she aimed her bow. Yeep. We'll keep that in mind. As two beings clashed in the air, Nyatalia groggily rose from the sandy ground and shouted, Fragram. The black crystal floating above the temple burst into pieces like a bomb. Umbra felt the strength leaving and Larson forced himself into the dark figure, slicing off its head. The skies returned to its natural grayish-silver tint. Toman's residents stopped what they were doing and dropped their tools. The wind carried Umbra's corpse. This isn't the last you've seen of me, a distorted voice declared. Nyatalia collapsed to the ground. Chapter 33, Critical Healer. Larson placed Nyatalia in her bed, tucking her under silky blue sheets. Her tan skin turned pale and veins became prominent on her face. People gossiped from the opening of the room. A golden arrow pierced through the crowd and all went silent. What are we going to do? Larson asked, pacing back and forth near the bed. Edwin, standing on the headboard, shook his head. I don't think she'll make it if we take her back to the Oracle. Isn't there anyone here who knows healing magic? Merlis directed her question to the group of people behind them. They did not respond and resorted to whispering among themselves. I've asked around, but no one here uses magic, Larson answered and shot his gaze toward the bearded dwarf. You have some healing items with you, right? I doubt healing items will work on her. I can sense her soul fading. Edwin placed a hand on the unconscious girl's forehead. Curses! The boy punched the nearest wall. It left a crack stretching to the hardened sandy floor. He leaned by her feet. Queen Solera, forgive me for failing you. A man in apple-green robes walked toward the land of golden sands. He carried with him a wooden staff with an emerald diamond on its head, acting like an eye. His short brown hair swayed with the wind. His golden eyes saw a cloth-like dark aura swimming with the grayish-silver clouds. He asked around where it came from, but the residents didn't turn to answer him. A merchant with a huge traveling bag on his back laid his goods in front of him. These all look lovely. Sadly, I'm not here to shop. But I can pay you for some information. He offered the man in tattered cloaks. The other croaked, what is it you want to know? Can you direct me where that dark carpet in the sky comes from? The newcomer pointed at the clouds. Ah, it is said to be Ramnon's spirit. You can find the girl with bunny ears at a nearby inn. She is whom you should seek. Thanks. He handed a palm-sized sack of gold to him. After stashing the payment in his pocket, he bowed. It's always a delight to be of service. The man stopped at a building with a hardened sand structure. 3 letters of bold script were carved above the opening, Inen. The innkeeper stood behind the counter. When the green-robed man asked him where a girl with bunny ears stayed, he led him to the upper floor. There he wrestled against the gossiping crowd. In the bed laid a pale woman surrounded by a swordsman, an archer, and a dwarf. The gossiping halted. Larson, Merlise, and Edwin turned their heads at the source of silence. A man in apple-green robe approached them. Who are you? Merlise asked. He bypassed her and placed his hand on Nyatalia's chest. She doesn't have much time. We need to move fast. Who gives you the right to grope her? Larson tugged his hand away from the unconscious girl. Don't you understand? I'm trying to help you. He broke away from his hold and focused his golden eyes on Nyatalia. I want you to gather some materials for me. But we don't have time for that. The boy countered. I can nourish her body for a while with a portion of my clerical essence. He plucked out a green orb from his mouth and placed it under Nyatalia's tongue. A thin hue of her color returned. Quickly now. Onto your feet. What do you need again? Edwin asked. The golden-eyed man answered. A vulture's feather, an ostrich's nail, and a dove's tear, 10 each. You can find them outside Tominess boundary. The crowd made way for Larson and his friends. They rushed to the point in the northeast where the sand ended. No tree, grass, or sand touched the landscape. Large cracks similar to human veins marked the land. A venue of bald, hunched-over, and heavy-bodied birds dined on a decaying deer. The smell of death burned Edwin's nose. A branch broke under Larson's feet and the birds flew away. Merlise aimed her bow at them, but they evaded them with ease. Edwin propelled himself to the air from Larson's shoulder and the black-necked birds flew toward him. With a swirl, the pursuing birds clumped together until the bearded dwarf had 10 feathers in hand. 1 down, 2 more to go. He jumped on Larson's head and handed him the vulture's brown feather. They trekked the southwestern part of the town. Pink-necked birds about the height of a human bathed in flocks by the pond. Larson picked up some flowers and threw it at them. Merlise formed a circular fence around 10 birds, enough to expose their toes. Larson ran his blade through them, clipping some black nail ends. The pink-legged creatures flapped their wings. A splash of water sizzled on his blood-red sword. Oval marks appeared on his arms and legs, but the boy successfully gathered the needed amount. The team strolled to the eastern side. A dole of short-necked birds with white bodies scraped the soil for worms. The clouds in this area dimmed darker than the ones in town. Merlise gathered some berries from nearby bushes. Tears formed in the birds' eyes as they munched on them. Edwin produced an empty vial from his sling bag and passed it to Merlise. She meticulously handled a dove while the water in its eyes dripped 10 times. With the complete set of items in hand, they rushed back to the inn and handed the ingredient to the man in apple-green robes. The tiny black pot's lid hopped a few beats. The newcomer dropped the ingredients in the raging water. Did we make it? Larson's black eyes never left the healer in motion. When the water turned murky, the man filtered the clumps with his hands and poured the liquid through the clean white cloth placed over the cup. He administered the greenish-black concoction between Nyatalia's lips. I'd say you arrived in the nick of time. I just had the most wonderful dream. Nyatalia's eyes slowly opened, then immediately sprang out of bed. I sat in the glade with my daughter in my arms. She smiled at me like the first breath of spring. I was so happy. We'll get the princess back. Larson held her hand and sat her in bed. For now her highness should rest. She had awoken at last. The crowd rejoiced. Chapter 34, The Dark Age. Larson pulled the wooden cabinet sitting at the foot of his bed, covering the opening. The gossiping crowd groaned and left the inn. Nyatalia looked at her hands and summoned a palm-sized dark crystal in her hand. The robed man touched it and the floating object exploded. Only a portion of the life force you lost has been recovered, he explained, kneeling next to her and closing her hand. Take it easy, your highness. She gazed at Larson with pleading eyes. The boy tapped the healer's shoulder. If it weren't for him, we could have lost you. You deserve all the credit. He acknowledged the rest of the team. I merely concocted the ingredients you have given me. You all did well in preserving my life. Nyatalia smiled at them. Thank you. Her radiance struck the robed man's heart. A shade of pink colored his white cheeks. His golden eyes glowed a brighter hue. Calm down. No need to be nervous, he thought to himself. With a deep breath he collected himself. That means you shouldn't use your powers anymore. Not ever. The next one might potentially end your life. Will she be all right? Edwin asked. As long as she doesn't overstrain herself, her highness should be fine. The robed man scattered his fingers inside his silver bag. He handed a violet pouch filled with yellow powder to Nyatalia. As for your distorting limbs, apply some of this lunar dust. She ogled at the tiny sack. You have done a lot for me. How can I ever repay you? Your highness, if I may, I would like to take my leave now. He stood up from his knelt position and turned his back. Your radiance shall suffice as payment. The queen caught his wrist, squeezing it with gentle force. Hold on. What's your name? I'm Travis Gardelius, your highness. The pink on the man's face added a little red shade when he faced her. She giggled. Please call me Nyatalia. Merlice invited the newcomer for lunch. Larson removed the wooden barrier. Behind him, Nyatalia grabbed the newcomer's arm, green eyes fixed on his. Heat brushed up the man's veins. The people of Tommen lively chatted with each other on the streets. Children either ran outside their sandy homes or built sandcastles from the grains. 2 lines of stalls had fruits, meat, and other essential stuff. Edwin instructed Larson and Merlice to shop for ingredients after handing some gold coins. The tribal girl walked behind the boy, who tossed the coin sack in the air, craning his neck on the stalls. She imagined herself holding his hand once more. His hands would travel from her cheek down to her neck, the sweetness of his tongue latching onto her lips. Suddenly she bumped into Larson's arm. His manly scent lingered on her nose. Bliss enchanted her face. Are you all right? Larson asked with worried eyes. Merlice retracted from him. Sorry. I got distracted. He turned his attention to a plump woman wearing a bloodied apron under the creases of her waist. She chopped the skin meats into different cuts with her sharp cleaver. Talk, talk, talk. The wooden board complained for each drop of the blade. How much for the steak? Larson pointed to the lean meats with a thick line of fat lining every piece. She answered. 3 gold coins, sir. Can you do 2? The boy tried to haggle. The plump woman wedged her blade on the wooden board. Tell you what, I will give you 2 kilograms for 5 gold coins. How's that sound? What do you think, Merlice? He nudged with his elbow the girl gazing at the sandy floor. Ha! His companion lifted her chin. I guess it's a fair price. We're taking it. He dropped the coins on the table. The woman handed him a small sack containing his purchase and thanked them. Next to the meat were vegetables. The shopping duo scanned the selection of various shapes and colors. Hey, Larson. Merlice called his attention. Larson's eyes fixed on the greens. Yeah. Did you ever regret what happened between us? He froze. Why do you ask? Just curious. She sighed, pulling back the tears. It's okay if you don't want to answer. He didn't reply or even looked at her. They resumed their browsing in silence. After acquiring the rest of the ingredients, they walked back to the inn. Each step produced a heartbeat. Both of them wanted to know the content of each other's heart, but they couldn't bring themselves to ask. Was it a mistake, after all? They both thought. Larson and Merlice placed the groceries in the kitchen, and Edwin worked on them. The former couple joined Nyatalia and Travis on the table. So what brought you here? Nyatalia asked Travis, both hands curled under her chin. He answered, hands fidgeting on his lap. I came here to look for something, but it seems to be gone. What is it exactly? Larson grabbed the steak simmered in red sauce along with potatoes and other round vegetables and parked it on the table. An elder mage from a nearby village told me that dark wizard Umbra was sighted somewhere around here yesterday. Merlai stabbed a spoonful of savory meat and slurped the tomato-based sauce. Why are you seeking the wizard? Travis took a moment to gather his thoughts and bit his lip. With a deep breath, he picked up his fork. Edwin served him his portion. The sweet scent didn't entice the robed man's appetite. Because that monster started the Dark Age. The healer furrowed his eyebrows, poking at the potato. Most of my people from the nearby village either became monsters or vanished without a trace. My parents were among those who disappeared. By Dark Age, you mean? Nyatalia gasped. Yes, it started in the kingdom of Luxene. He turned his head toward Nyatalia. From what I heard, a shadow plague has been haunting its residents. The king, the boy curled his fists. The slurping sound of Merlai's drinking the soup from her bowl didn't disrupt the silence. Nyatalia stared at her food, eyes drilling a million miles away through the red liquid. Larson slammed the table, disturbing the equilibrium in each bowl. All we can do is pray for his health, Edwin told him. The bunyard girl nodded in agreement. The innkeeper sneaked out his portion of the dish with no one noticing. Chapter 35, Embrace. Gray birds flew above the cloudy sky. Children retired into their houses. Some had tears falling from their eyes. Businesses closed for the day, but the grayish-silver light remained. Inside the inn, Merlais kept her eyes on Larson while he scrubbed the plates. Would you like to join us on our quest, Travis? Larson joined the table after finishing his task. I don't know. The robed man brushed his nape. Besides, I will only get in the way. I cannot wield weapons or punch monsters. Your healing talent can save lives. Nyatalia held his hand underneath the table, green eyes searching his face for answers. We need you, Travis. Travis' face turned red as beet. Inside his head, he had been cursing. Am I dreaming? This radiant girl needs my help, he thought. Don't get ahead of yourself. She's the queen, for God's sake. The robed man cleared his throat and replied, If that's what you want, milady, how could I deny such a request? Yeah, why would you deny such a request? The strawberry-haired girl mumbled. Did you say something, milady? No. I was admiring that dream catcher around your neck. Her eyes landed on the circular pendant with interwoven thread that ended in the center. 3 colored feathers outside the circle pointed downward. Oh, you mean this? It certainly looks like one, doesn't it? Travis presented the item to her while scratching the back of his head. Actually, it's a relic blessed by the lunar god Dion. Helps me see dark energies. Nyatalia latched her arms around his. Ah, so that's how you found me. More or less, yeah. Sweat dripped from his forehead. His heart skipped from the sudden proximity. Larson, Merlais, and Edwin looked at each other as the bunyard girl laughed hysterically as she squeezed the healer's lean arm. Her hand roamed on his lap and Travis flinched from his seat. His soft fingers brushed her hand, but her grip won't come undone. Edwin cleared his throat. Say kids, how about we hit the road? I thought you were never gonna say that. Nyatalia snorted. This shady town's brightness dries my skin the longer we stay here. Where to then? Larson chimed in. Travis touched the white and brown feathers of his pendant and breathed through his nose. The wind brought a vision of blue and gray into his eyes. Howls and wails made him jump from his seat. What is it? Merlais touched his shoulder. The healer gasped as if he was drowning, his vision returning to the dining table. I sense a dark presence coming from the northeast, where the ghosts of wandering seafarers sing their song. Nyatalia gulped, clawing Travis' arm. Ghosts. There's nothing to be afraid about. We all become ghosts when we die. Travis tapped her curled hands as if asking for a timeout. She squealed, hitting him lightly on his arm. That's not reassuring. Good thing I bought a map from the library yesterday. Edwin threw the colored paper on the table and walked on it as if tracing his step. If my guess is right, we should head toward Cyclone Port. The bearded dwarf walked from center right of a greenland where the inn sat toward the edge of the land in the northeast. His tiny steps passed images of trees, mountains, and animals. At the top right corner of the map, cardinal directions pointed in 4 directions. This might take us about a week or so on foot. Edwin scratched his chin. Along the way is where my people used to live. Merlais pointed to the group of trees. We can stay there for a while. The boy wound up his arm. We could also use some training. I have been feeling rusty lately. I should be able to gather some ingredients while we traverse the land. Travis double-checked the map. You may never know when your stock runs out. Nyatalia pulled his arm, dragging him out of the door. Great! Off we go. Whoa! Slow down, milady. My bottles might break. The robed man pleaded, his bag swinging behind him. The tribal girl, the sword-wielding boy, and the bearded dwarf watched the new couple dash away. Stopping a few feet from the exit, they realized they had no map. An enthusiastic smile from the bunyard girl returned to the rest of the team. I have never seen Her Majesty so happy, Larson said. Edwin added, she's livelier than ever. A warm touch embraced Larson's upper limb. Her orange hair danced with the wind coming in from the opening. Larson, can I hold your arm? I might trip along the way. I don't mind. He smiled at her. That's what friends do, right? Ouch. Straight to the heart. Edwin placed his tiny hand on his chest, squealed like an overworked machine, and faced away from the two. Merlai snapped at him. What did you say? Nothing. I choked on something. The bearded dwarf faked a cough as he tucked the map back into his tiny brown bag. It must be the grains again. Merlai leered at him, which Edwin deflected with his high-pitched whistling as he hopped on Larson's shoulder. Like an escort guiding his muse, the former couple walked out of the door, embracing the light of day. What took you so long? Nyatalia groaned while latching herself on Travis' arm. You better not be talking behind our backs. No. It's nothing like that, Your Highness. Edwin vehemently shook his head. We were organizing our things. Do you have everything with you, kids? Travis raised his green-gloved hand. I think I forgot something. What? Nyatalia asked. The healer simulated with his hand the organ pumping inside his chest. My heart. Larson smacked him in the face with the force of a rushing train. The man's vision spun. Images of Nyatalia circulated above his head as he fell to the sandy ground. Boys, don't fight over me. Nyatalia gasped, approached their fallen comrade, and placed him under her chest. Her sense switched his lightheadedness into drunkenness in a second. I have reached heaven. Thank the gods. His words slurred out of his mouth. She squeezed him tighter into her chest until the man's soul left his body. Staring at the unconscious boy, she said, Oh my, his nose is bleeding. They all laughed, but Larson maintained his guard, keeping his eye on the... Chapter 36, Beyond the Mounds of Gold. A wooden slate sat over Larson's bed. The bearded dwarf carved some human illustrations on it. Larson's eyes glowed, seeing the cup-sized artisan at work. Each detail was clear on the single-foot piece. Welcome to Edwin's crash course on talking with women. The bearded dwarf held an inch-long stick. He pointed at the words written on the topmost portion of the slate. The boy raised his hand. I have a question. Yes. He gestured toward him. Why am I here? Edwin tapped the stick on his palm. I thought you wanted to mend things with her? Yes, so. The boy's eyebrow rose. Talking is the first step, my boy. Larson's team walked over the sandy mound. Sweat slid down their neck and forehead. Travis provided them with a green liquid concoction. It tasted sweet, like honeydew infused with lemon. As they began their descent on the other side, the wind blew from behind them. Merlai's foot slipped. Ah! Edwin's words replayed in Larson's mind. When she trips, help her. There's a high chance of having a conversation with her. I got you. Larson caught her arm in time and hoisted her up to his chest. Are you all right? I think I'll manage. Merlai's heart wanted to scream, but she must maintain her composure, the thing she learned from noble women outside Luxene's castle when she was a younger. She removed herself from his hold. Next, women tend to say and do things they don't really mean. In Larson's mind, Edwin pointed his stick at the carving of a woman with a speech bubble. Give her something unexpected. The boy offered. Do you want me to carry you? That's not necessary. The tribal girl shook her head and wiped the dust off her clothes. Edwin's words encouraged him. If she says no, surprise her. Without warning, Larson dove between her legs and positioned her on his nape. Merlai felt the warm pulses of his neck between her thighs. Her eyes grew wide when she saw her body floating. Unsure what to do, she stabbed Larson's head with her bare hands. Ah! Put me down. Put me down. It's safer this way so I don't have to worry. The boy brushed her legs, attempting to calm her down. The memory of their special night resurfaced in her mind. A surge of heat rushed from her toes up to her face. Merlai tugged his amber hair. With her cheeks red as an apple, she embraced his head. Larson couldn't stop smiling as if somebody infused sugar into his lips. The other couple intently watched them as if seeing a romantic play. Nyatalia locked her arms on the robed man. Ah, look them. Don't they look cute together? But they are not as radiant as you, milady. Travis stroked his thumb on her chin. The bunny-eared girl jabbed him in the gut, then touched her face. You're making me blush. Irk! Travis fell to the ground, coughing. His face reeled. Ooh! She gasped and helped him up. Oh my gods! Are you all right? I'm okay, milady. The brown-haired man recovered himself. 'Tis but a scratch. At the base of the mound, they walked toward the area where the sand ended. The clouds were darker than before. Flying bugs with light on their tails flew about the trees. Travis took out a white medium vial from his bag. It shone brightly like a modern light bulb within a 2-meter radius. All I wanted to say was sorry, Larson admitted, dropping Merlice to her feet. I'm a fool for setting your feelings aside. I didn't realize you were hurting. She turned her neck toward him, eyeing him with suspicion. Who told you that? I could feel it. Larson flinched. Prior to this, Edwin had briefed him at the inn about how she felt, according to the bearded dwarf's tiny eyes. Her minty pupils bore through the grassy ground they strolled on. Why are you saying this now? I might not have another chance. His midnight eyes gazed directly into her as the boy spun her shoulder toward him. The former couple stopped in their tracks. An electromagnetic force tugged between them. Their palms connected as their faces approached. Merlice closed her eyes, waiting for his arrival. Then a loud sneeze disrupted her concentration. What was that? She asked, looking around them for the source. Travis' light dimmed by half at this point. It's probably a cat passing by. The boy shrugged. You go on ahead. I have to take a piss. She nodded and joined the source of light. It maintained a few meter distance from where Larson stood. Great work, my boy. The bearded dwarf peeked from his vest pocket. You certainly got her this time. You were in there the whole time? The boy whispered to him. First, declutter your pockets. There are some fibers clumping together like a dust bunny. He took out a handful and threw it in his face. Second, I thought you might need some help, but things turned out well. You really think it worked? Yeah. From this point onward you are on your own. Follow your instincts. The bearded dwarf dove inside his vest pocket and nestled himself there. Thank you, he said to him. Larson reunited with his team. In front of him, the other couple doted on each other. Merlice, on the other hand, strolled next to the boy. She asked, Did you take a dump? Ah, yeah. Larson scratched the back of his head. Yeah. I had a big one. You don't touch me. She distanced herself a little from him. They all laughed. The team stopped in the middle of the forest where no tree stood. Larson chopped the nearest tree with his sword, slicing them into wooden chunks. While gathering some sticks to burn, Natalia and Travis also collected some available ingredients for later use. Is it just me or is it getting colder by the minute? Merlice sat on the chunk, brushing her fingers against her arms. Maybe your body is adjusting to the weather. Edwin explained. We have been in a steamy place for quite a while. Right. Merlice and Larson agreed, heat radiating from their faces. The boy brandished his sword and went into the darkness. I'll go gather some meat. Creatures with red eyes flew above the trees as soon as his footsteps disappeared. Merlice's heart thumped. Should I follow? Chapter 37, Dreaming of You and I Under Crimson Shades. A boy's pained voice echoed through the darkness. Larson. Merlice called out with her golden bow in hand, walking toward the sound. An inhuman screech came from the north. Reedy creatures flew past her. Ah! She shot her golden arrow through the abyss. A faint light of fiery hair on her left side caught her eye. With her ear placed near the bark, she heard leaves brushing against each other. The boy sounded like he struggled with something big and heavy. Gah! A haunting, monstrous cry pierced her ears. The boy groaned and a little thump followed. She loaded her bow with 3 golden lines and struck toward the northwest. They stopped short at a soft object. Red splattered all over the place. Are you crazy? Larson screamed at her. He carried the boar above his head where her blazing shots landed. The tribal girl folded her bow behind her back. I heard you screaming back there. I thought you needed some help. I screamed for the meat to approach me. He toned down his voice. It's difficult to navigate without light. Oh. She approached him with curious eyes. But how did you defeat the boar? I used my dragon senses. Let's head to camp before any more of them comes back at us. The boy latched his hand on her slender arm. Larson rested the boar on his shoulders as they treaded the darkness. White light flashed before them. Lively chatter lured them closer to the blazing fire. The innocent-looking boy dropped the table-sized boar and poked a thick branch through its body. Merlice helped him place it over the flames. So, did something happen in the dark while we were gone? Natalia spun one end of the branch. They both jumped, heat crawling up their cheeks. What? No. Your faces say otherwise. Edwin teased from Travis' shoulder. When they finished eating, the healer doused the fire and everyone chose their sleeping places on the grassy ground. Larson rested his head on the log while Merlice occupied the adjacent one. Larson, can I hold your hand? The tribal girl asked. The boy turned and offered his palm to her. It's getting quite chilly, isn't it? Thanks. She searched for his midnight eyes. For what? The tribal girl linked her fingers with his. For being there for me. I cannot abandon a girl in danger. The boy pulled her closer. The warmth of his body put Merlice's heart and mind at ease. His manly scent hadn't changed since her nose last touched him. Her hand landed on his chest. It thumped harder than a sledgehammer like hers. Larson blew his rhythmic breaths over her head. I'm in his arms again. Oh, lunar god, if this is a dream, please don't wake me up, she thought. Her consciousness melted into dreamland where they frolicked over roses and carnations. Their hands locked tight. Larson also had the same dream as her. The sun shone brightly above them with not much cloud to cover the endless sky. The scent of flowers toyed with their noses. Bluebirds sang the song of spring. The couple stopped at a nearby tree. Its branches flourished with life. Grass beneath their feet rustled their heels with softness. A mixed scent of almonds, hazelnuts, and chestnuts flowed in the air. One could taste the wind through his nose. Larson lifted Merlice on the exposed root and sat next to her. As if the world ceased from spinning, everything went still. The tribal girl closed her eyes while the innocent-faced boy leaned in closer to her. When their lips met, Larson parted her lips and let his tongue do the talking. His body burned, flaming even. A drop of moisture rolled down Merlice's forehead. Then her body melted from her toes up to her head, saving her tongue for last. Looking at his hands, the boy's skin chipped away, revealing crimson grain-sized scales. The smell of rust and metal devoured the nutty scents in the air. His brain pumped, expanding from his head until it exploded. He felt something pushing out from the hole of his skull. From Larson's peripheral vision, a beast emerged and went for his face. No! Larson sprang up from his slumber. When he shot his eyes upward, the dark sky lightened by half, enough for him to see his surroundings. Black-feathered birds with red eyes craned their necks from nearby trees as if inspecting him from afar. No other soul remained in the temporary camp. He squeezed his palms in his face. Gods, it's just a dream. After setting aside his things along with the others, the boy looked for the deepest dark shade in the area. Behind the closest tree seemed to be the best spot to meditate. After setting himself in a cross-legged position, he faced the bark and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw the dragon grinning at him with its overlapping teeth. What the heck was that? He marched toward the beast. Crimea crunched his eyebrows. What did I do this time? He accused him. You crafted that dream to corrupt me from within, didn't you? I am honored to have made an appearance. He laughed at the boy. But I had no hand in your twisted fantasies. What do you think I am? A dream wizard. Quiet, you. Larson pointed a finger at him. I made a promise, remember? Crimea swiped his hand away. Now that you are here, we shall continue with the training. You have stalled this long enough. The crimson dragon breathed out a red sphere from his nostrils and passed it to Larson. The lean boy's body contorted when the ball phased through his chest. Lines of crimson ejected from his mouth. His shrills could scare away even the vilest of beings. Grit your teeth, boy, the beast encouraged him. Accept it with all your being. Allow my essence to permeate your veins. Gra! He crawled toward the dragon and grasped its leg. I will never succumb. Suit yourself. Crimea kicked him toward the center. Irk! A pool of blood formed from his mouth, then the red liquid reversed its flow. The boy gasped and coughed. Crimea smiled while marching toward the boy. You have done it, puny human. Larson stood up and wiped the blood off his lips. The dark plane collapsed and a powerful force hoisted his body up. Chapter 38, Roses and Thorns. Travis emerged from the trees with the bunyard girl hanging by his arm. They happened upon Larson wedged between two trees not far from the dining area. The healer squinted his golden eyes. What's the boy doing? He's been at it for days. I think he's talking to the beast living within him. Natalia casually explained. What? She told him of the story about how the busy town outside Tommen met its ruin and showed him the slashes on her arm and neck. After hearing this, the healer pulled out a green paste from his bag and lathered it on the affected areas. As if nothing happened, they vanished without any residue of the scars. Amazing! Nyatalia shrilled and kissed him on the cheek. You really are a master of healing concoctions. So I was told. How about we concoct something for ourselves, milady? He gave her a wolfish smile. She struck him in the gut and giggled, placing both hands on her cheeks. You haven't even courted me yet. Irk! So strong. Travis kneeled to the ground, gasping for air. She sat by his side. Why didn't you dodge? For you, milady, I would take anything you give me. He groaned. Her heart stopped for a second, face turning beet red. Oh, stop you. Travis poured out the contents of his bag. Nyatalia helped her count each vial containing leaves, liquids, and miscellaneous stuffs that are hard to distinguish. After that, they set up the cooking area. Merlise dipped her toes in the dark pond 1 mile from camp. Her mind wandered about that night's events. She still couldn't believe she locked hands with him. His fingers almost cobbled up her hand. Bonus, he braced her in his warmth with other. I'm melting again. Is this what love feels like? Involuntarily, her cheekbones rose as she spoke to her blurred reflection. Her pinky formed ripples on the water's surface. I wonder what he thinks of me. Does he feel the same way? Suddenly, acid rose to her esophagus. She rushed behind a tree and let out the undigested mass. This isn't good. It was one night. She paced back and forth, biting her nails. What should I tell them? This can't be happening. Edwin slept like a rock in the pocket of Merli's skirt. Supervising the minty-eyed girl's morning archery training must have tuckered him out. From the loose cotton of her clothes he formed a pillow for his head. The pocket's fibers embraced him like a cocoon. Her stomping feet caused the bearded dwarf to spin inside her pocket as if a tornado landed in such a small space. Is there something wrong? Edwin roused from his slumber, peeking out of her pocket and rubbing his eye. The tribal girl jumped. Ah, I was talking to myself. Man, it's getting darker. Shall we regroup with the others? You're becoming weirder by the day. It's more of a warning than a statement from him. She sheepishly laughed. Am I? The bearded dwarf gave her a suspicious look, but Merlise brushed it off as they walked. Maybe I ate something bad last night. Yeah, that's it, she thought, but she could not shake the feeling that something in her changed. Back at camp, Travis prepared their lunch from the leftover meat. He seasoned the handfuls of finely chopped mass with some herbs and spices he found in the area. Opposite of him, Nyatalia watched him work his magic. Not far from the cooking area, Larson's shoulders quivered until his eyes opened. They glowed blood red with a slit black pupil at the center. Crimson scales covered most of his body. In his lungs, his breath burned. After breaking from his cross-legged position, he approached the couple. Oh hey, Larson. Nyatalia waved at him. Travis grabbed her arm, preventing her from approaching the boy. Wait. Something's not right. The boy's brows clashed. Magma excreted from his mouth like a rabid dog. From his left hand he summoned his burning red weapon, Bloodsword of Ares. With his scaly calves coated with a crimson aura, he rushed at the couple. Jaya! Travis squealed, hiding behind Nyatalia. She slammed her fists together, pushing the healer aside. Don't worry, dear. I got this. Larson raised his sword above his head and landed a slice on Nyatalia. She rolled to his side and punched the boy's ribs. A horizontal slash followed, but the strawberry-haired girl ducked and connected an uppercut to his chin. Larson maintained his footing. The crimson scale boy wiped off the blood from his mouth and smirked. Puffing some wind, his neck flashed red, and a fireball escaped from his mouth. Nyatalia flipped in the air and kicked the flaming mass back at the source. Before it hit him, Larson reappeared behind her. His crimson tail snatched her leg and a volley of punches struck her body. A bone cracked from her chest. Nyatalia spun her body toward his tail and bit it. The crimson boy released her as he roared in pain. The counterattack charred her lips. Before she landed, he smacked her face with his tail. She crashed toward a line of trees. Suddenly, 3 lines of golden arrows flew at the boy. He caught them with his bare hands. Whew! My reflexes have gotten 10 times quicker. Larson stared directly at the cackling arrows. Travis went for the bunyard girl and found her under piles of wood. Milady, are you all right? A few pieces of log rolled at him and he barely dodged them. Then a hand emerged, followed by a head. After the robed man helped her to her feet, she charged at the crimson boy. Wait! Milady! Ugh, she never listens. Whoa! The fight's over. Larson caught her fist. She punched him in the gut. He didn't flinch, but her fist bled. Ow! Don't scare me like that. I thought the dragon possessed you once again. Sorry. The boy scratched the back of his head. Your punches gain more weight, though. Natalia squeezed Travis' arm closer to her chest. It's because of my handsome healer here. He's been watching me take down trees with my fists. I did nothing, milady. His heart thumped. He contained his urges as much as possible. I only applied some cream to your wounds. Preserving your radiant glow is my top priority. Merlise emerged from the woods. I have also been training myself. Her accuracy and agility definitely had gotten better than before. Edwin added, poking his head out of her skirt pocket. I'll be the judge of that. He dropped the sword and closed his fists. Come at me. Chapter 39, Burning Arrows. While calming her breath, Merlise drew a handful of golden arrows from her quiver. They flew like shooting stars at Larson. The crimson scale boy grabbed her shots, spat some flames on its sparking ends, and threw them back at her. Is this how far your training got you? So basic. The orange-haired girl rolled away from the incoming shots and fired another one. This too was thrown back at her. The dragonoid grinned at her, removing his black coat. 2 fingers gestured for her to attack. Merlise closed her eyes, feeling the direction of the wind. It blew behind her to the east. The screeching crows disrupted her concentration. When she opened her eyes, the dragonoid was gone. Larson jetted wings out of his back, dashing toward her side, swiping his overheated tail to her face. The tribal-clothed girl barely had time to dodge and slammed against Travis, who was tending to Natalia's wounds half a kilometer away. Bottles of varying colors of liquid shattered under the bunyard girl's feet. Natalia gasped, then clapped her hands. Nice catch, dear. I give you a perfect 10. Too heavy. The robed man coughed. The tribal girl snapped at him. Are telling me I'm fat? No. You misheard me, little lady. He chuckled nervously. I said the grass looks greener on this side. Oh look, a scarab beetle. Merlise got up and brushed the dust off her body. Her minty eyes flared at him. Stop bullying him. You already have Larson under your finger. Natalia clicked her tongue. Ugh. She rolled her eyes and returned to the battlefield. Stay clear of our path. Understood. Let's go, milady. Travis grabbed Natalia's arm and dragged her into the woods. Ooh, easy tiger. Foo-foo-foo. The bunyard girl giggled in a high pitch. Larson flew at Merlise, clawing her with his shard-like crimson nails. A roundhouse to the face and a low tail sweep to her feet followed. He ended his turn with a spinning heel kick. Each slice of his hands whistled in her ear as she dodged them. When a high kick fast approaching her face, she ducked in time. Before the final kick connected to her chin, she swerved in the opposite direction and smacked his half-human face with her golden bow. Blood ran down his nose. Not bad. Thanks. Then a swift punch on the temple knocked the tribal girl off her feet. Ugh. Next, Larson spun upward and buried her head to the ground with his tail. It weighed down on her like an anvil falling from the sky. A long crack spanned the diameter of the open area. He switched in a swift motion from tail to foot. Merlise grabbed his soul, attempting to remove it from her face. No matter how much she tried, her hands either slipped or stabbed on his scales. Finally, her limbs gave up. After sensing her loss of breath, Larson lifted his foot. He couldn't believe what he saw. His knees trembled, and he dropped to the floor. The tribal girl's face had been mashed like a potato. Blood formed a pool on the newly formed crater. Tiny bubbles formed. The dragonoid checked her pulse, and it was slowing down. Then it stopped. He went to the forest to look for Travis, but he couldn't find him. Panic was on the rise of his temples. Merlise brought out her slingshot and picked up a pebble by her ear. After struggling to pick herself up, she aimed the pebble at him. It chipped a piece of crimson scale off his neck. The boy turned his head from the source, confused and shocked. How come you're still standing? I'm not done with you, you monster. She scowled at him. Are you sure you can? An arrow struck his ear, a near miss of a millimeter. You asked for it. He charged at her, blasting toward her like a speeding bullet. Merlise slid under him and aimed an arrow at his tail. Larson lost his balance and crashed to the ground. When the dragonoid recovered, he ran and locked hands with her, pressing against the slight girl. The other was gaining against him until his heel stepped on the puddle. They both fell. Merlise landed on top of Larson. Their eyes met like how a lamb would fall for a wolf. 2 heartbeats synchronized. From her damaged face, he saw the toughness he saw in her when they first met. The boy averted his gaze when he realized blood dripped from the openings. You should run, little lamb. I might bite your head off, he thought as the veins on his neck expanded. But he couldn't bring his pointed teeth to her neck. How tempting it must be to feed on flesh, especially when it's so close. He put his lean arms around her, pulling her into his chest. Merlice wanted to strangle him, but she melted once again in his arms. Give it up, lovebirds, let's hit the road. Nyatalia appeared out of nowhere as she clung to Travis' lean arm. Right, we should get going before it gets dark. Larson picked themselves up and passed Merlice to the robed man. Travis, if you would? Oh my gods. She looks like a chewed rag doll. Were you trying to kill her? Travis raised his voice. Larson shifted back into his human form, shaking off the dust and dirt from his black coat and dark pants. Just do your magic on her and make it quick. He clicked his tongue at the boy. You're not the boss of me. What was that? He turned his neck toward him, slit black eyes burning through his skull. I said I'm on it. The apple-green clothed man folded his bravado and scrambled his fingers inside his traveler's bag. He wrapped a bandage around her face like a cocoon and chanted a brief prayer. Straight lines of green light escaped from the wrap and it popped like a balloon. Merlice's breathing eased and she fully recovered her smooth face, complete and unfractured. Larson looked back at her, and his heart stopped. The wind brushed her orange hair, and her minty eyes speared through them. When she gazed at him, he diverted into the woods. Hey! Where are you going? Travis called to him, but he never answered. The bearded dwarf popped out of Merlice's skirt pocket. Don't waste your breath on him. They'll come back. Chapter 40, Love at Last. Nyatalia placed her hands on her waist. What on earth were you doing inside Merlice's pocket, Edwin? Don't I deserve some rest? I need a break from your whining, kids. The bearded dwarf copied her pose. Besides, things get resolved after fighting among yourselves. He does have a point. Merlice cut in. The robed man rearranged the potions and other healing equipment from his brown bag. He looked up at the tribal girl, pushing her hair behind her ear. As if stars landed on her face, she sparkled in his eyes. Her scowl danced with the wind, but Travis kept his sights at eye level. How's your face, little girl? Travis sipped his bag and touched her cheek. Does it still hurt? It's stinging a bit, but I'll live. The orange-haired girl reeled away from his hand. That's good to hear. The robed man kept his hands to himself. Can I ask you a question? You're already asking. Right. His tone changed from slightly bothered to highly concerned. Why do you torture yourself? I mean, you're beautiful like a morning daisy. I'm sure there are other guys who would fall for your charm and bravery. Merlice debated to herself whether or not to answer his question as his hand slipped on her shoulders. His fingers gave her confused signals and her skin crawled. She looked at strawberry-haired girl who caught her worried glimpse. What are you hinting at, darling? You're not cheating on me, are you? Nyatalia realized where their conversation was going. No. No, he removed himself from Merlice, bent on one knee, and held the bunyard girl's hand. I pledged my loyalty to you the day we first met. Your radiance never fails me, milady. Stop it or I might hurt you again. She giggled so loud that the birds with red eyes from nearby trees flew to the west. Merlice walked away from the couple. I'll leave him to you, is that all right? Sure. Go to your man. She nodded at her. Leave the dwarf before you go. I'll have him hear my piece. Merlice scooped out Edwin from her pocket and dashed to the woods. Hey, don't leave me here. The bearded dwarf sounded like a child receiving punishment. Help! But she was long gone before his voice could reach her ears. Through barks and leaves, she saw Larson breaking thick branches into halves and quarters with his bare human hands. His muscle gains became prominent, about 50% more than his usual toned physique. Hey, how are you? Merlice crept toward him. He turned his neck slightly. How's your face? It stings a bit, but I'm fine. She held the boy's hand. Not when I'm around. He tossed her hands away from his. Can't you see I'm a monster? You're confused, Larson. She held his face. His abyssal eyes stared directly down at her and saw stars twinkling in her eyes. His heart squeezed through the veins inside his chest. A demon like him did not deserve her touch or her words. I'm not. He turned away from her minty eyes. Please leave me alone. The tribal girl forced his face to look at her. I can't. Why can't you? His tone sounded like a plea. She whispered, voice trembling. Because I love you. Her words stunned Larson. To him, this was either a dream or an auditory hallucination. When he saw a drop of tear fall from her eye, he removed her hands from his face and strolled away. You can't love a monster like me. She caught his arm. But you're still Larson. Nothing's really changed about you, and my feelings didn't veer one bit from you. I might hurt you again. Merlice didn't respond. Was I wrong after all, she thought. As she spun her heels back to where she came, a warm hand pulled at her wrist and she ended up in his chest again. Her ears heard the strong beats of his heart. Each thump drew her closer to him. I'm so sorry for hurting you again, the boy whispered and kissed her head. I have fallen for you since we first met, and I do love you. She wrapped her arms around him and warmth touched her eyes once more. After calming themselves down, Larson produced fire by twisting wood against wood from the broken branches. Merlice whistled a tune like how a bird sang during its flight in spring. I smell death in the distance. Larson gazed into the dancing fire. Alongside it was the perfume of a budding lady. Crimea said it's the essence of Princess Lucy. Speaking of which, have you met the princess? The tribal girl asked. The boy shook his head. What I learned from the gossips of my neighbors, she's been missing for 17 years. She hasn't even reached a year when she vanished. Have you wondered who did it and why? No. But I hope the princess is doing okay. Larson doused the fire with his foot. Let's join the others and leave before the clouds get darker. As they all traversed through the vast forest, Larson took Merlice's hand, swinging it. A smile stretched across her face. So what does this mean? Should this mean anything else? Come here. He placed his arm over her shoulder. Merlice leaned in for a surprise attack on his mouth. When their lips met, his breath tasted better, the magnetic pull became stronger. Her head spun, but she couldn't get enough of him. A mountain of emotions washed over the boy at that minute. It's like receiving a kiss from an angel he had long abandoned. Want to taste my fireball? He whispered and blew in her ear. Stop. She jerked from the tickling sensation. The memory of their first night together sent hot flash to her chest. It's not even funny. Then why are you laughing? An impish grin projected from his lips. She playfully punched his chest. Because you're a lost cause. Ouch. A lace of pink ran across her face. But that's what I like about you. Yes. He pumped his fist in the air. Finally, I earned some points from you. They both laughed. Edwin sighed over Natalia's shoulders with a bump on his head, and the other couple held the vial emitting white light. Larson hugged Merlice tight and thought to himself, even though this only temporary, I want to make it last. Chapter 41, Haunted Port. After a few days of walking, they have made it out of the forest. Stepping on dry land until their soles clacked, the group realized they walked on wood. Each footfall sounded like ghastly moans. The dark clouds ended above the trees. The moon's shine dawned on them like a spotlight. Water splashed against the shore like huge hands grabbing at them. Cold blue floating transparent objects roamed the harbor. They either howled or wept. Dark violet light glowed at the center of the eternal midnight blue liquid. Then blackish-violet shark fins circled the source of luminescence. Now what? Merlice asked. My dragon nose points toward the light. Larson answered. There's no mistake about it. Why? What's down there? Natalia tilted her head at him. I'm not sure, but the smell of death is strong. I can also sense the princess essence. The boy added. Finally, after years of suffering, I will be able to liberate my people from the plague the Dark Age has brought. No, that's not what's important. The bunny-eared girl butted in. My daughter. At last I can see her once more. I wonder what she's like. Does she even remember me? Don't worry. We'll make sure to save her, Larson assured her. Merlice locked fingers with the boy. I'm with you. Travis added nothing after being shadowed. Instead, he handed each member a cerulean vial from his brown traveler's bag. Larson gagged upon consuming it in one go. This crap is nasty. What is this putrid liquid anyway? Edwin hacked, but he couldn't recall the cerulean concoction running down his throat. I hope you earned some units in swimming class. The robed man gave them all a stern gaze. You're gonna need it. My throat is drying. What did you do? Merlice gasped for air. The healer didn't explain further and crossed his arms, eyebrows clashing together. When his sights glanced at Natalia, he flinched and faced his back toward her. She sighed and called for him. All right, I'll go first. Be sure to follow me, okay? Edwin clasped the black fabric on the strawberry-haired girl's shoulder as they descended with a loud splash. Milady, with a surprised look on his face, he turned around, but his lover already jumped into the dark water. He followed after her. Larson hasn't recovered from the foul taste of the potion when Merlise pulled his hand, dragging him into the midnight blue water. Blue whales, each the size of a cargo ship, swam in herds. They aimed for the roaming hammerhead sharks. After an exhausting chase of tails, the great colossal beasts of the ocean chomped their targets into pieces. The scent of fresh blood awakened Larson's dragon essence, sending ripples above the surface. The blue whales shifted their attention to the rest of the group, diving at them like torpedoes. The boy's human body transformed to that of a crimson-scaled creature. 2 crimson horns protruded from his forehead. His waving tail sizzled like a fish being cooked in oil. On his left hand he summoned his blazing red weapon, Bloodsword of Ares, and slammed the rushing sea creatures with it. The blue whales flipped some meters away from them. Their sky-blue eyes changed to bluish-violet and blasted bolts of deep purple from their mouths. Passing blackish-violet sharks received their shots, evaporating them into a gas similar to squid's ink, obscuring the battlefield. Then it cloaked around the group, giving no space to escape. A single line of bluish-violet light beamed along the dark inner edges of the circle. One eye flashed at Nyatalia. She dunked her hand in, but caught nothing. Instead, her entire arm got dragged as they dragged her along the round boundary. A bone cracked from the darkness. She screamed in pain. Merlise drew 3 lines of golden arrows from her quiver and struck through the black fog. One shot barely hit the strawberry-haired girl's arm. Another shot from her bow and it ricocheted back to its owner. Edwin jumped in and swung his titanium hammer, rallying the shot at the dark menace. A flurry of returns later, a mushroom explosion disturbed the water's equilibrium. Nyatalia was freed, but the dark fog remained. Larson blasted fire from his mouth, but nothing happened. A pillar of searing hot breath ejected from his lungs. A haunting squeal like an emergency alarm cried from the smoke of black. A black ball of energy banged toward Travis, whom the team guarded in the middle. When the bearded dwarf hammered it upward, the healer chanted some words under his breath. The black ball quivered and expanded into an invisible force field, absorbing all the dark fog. A handful of blue whales revealed themselves, a fifth of what they used to be. When they opened their mouths, black spheres formed from their mouths. Before pillars of black light escaped from them, Merlise pulled 5 arrows from her quiver and released them from her bow in rapid successions. One by one, their mouths exploded, shaking the waters like an earthquake. A dark green dome rose from the seafloor after the quake. A door with the deepest hue of violet stood in front of them. Its surface had mossy skeletons holding the sides with barnacles clinging to them. A smiling slit with eyelashes sat on top of it. Phew! That took some work. Travis groaned. We're not done yet. The smell of death lingers stronger behind that door. The eye above it opened and beamed a red line of light scanning through their bodies. Its surrounding sides hummed with black and violet circles, stretching at the base and shrinking toward the top. Warning! Unauthorized personnel. Commencing execution. A female teenage voice echoed through the red lens. Prepare to be obliterated. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. Edwin said. Run. I mean swim away. Larson warned them. Glowing rings from the dome chased them and clung themselves on their waists, shocking them until they fainted. Larson felt someone holding his hands before things went dark. Was it Merlise, he thought. A blurred figure of a girl with silvery white hair caught Larson's black lenses. Princess. He didn't see her smile when his vision went dark once more. A sweet giggle permeated the air, adding to the chillness of the area, but it failed to reach his ear. Chapter 42, The Princess of Darkness. Larson woke in a place where the sun shone brightly on the horizon. No dark clouds, no black birds either. Flowers of May added color to the greenery before him. The wind breathed sweet scents into his nose. But where's everybody? At the farthest end of the greens and flowers, a man wearing platinum armor sat, gazing at the setting orange light. The man placed his winged helm to his right. A brush of grass hinted at the boy approaching him. Acknowledgement flashed in his eyes as he motioned for him to sit by his side. Larson's head drooped. He felt as if his burden was lifted, but at the same time, something was off, like he didn't belong. Next to him, a glowing presence had a silver cape dancing in the wind. The boy looked at him. He seemed to be at peace. We meet again, my boy. The man with fiery hair broke the silence. Larson asked, Am I dead? It's been a while, hasn't it? The man exhaled through his nostrils. The boy shrugged. I guess. How's the girl? The princess? We were close to the enemy's hideout when we got ambushed. Larson felt a sting on his sides as he recalled what happened. At least you tried, right? The platinum-armored man leaned forward, placing his crossed fingers on one knee. The boy wondered, do I still have a chance? It depends if you still want to pursue her. Nothing's lost yet, son. The man casually responded. Larson stood up with a confused look on his face. I don't understand, father. It's time for you to wake up. Your girl needs you. He flashed a smile at his confused, younger mirror image. Remember, you won't get another chance in life. But I have a lot more things to ask. A pair of human-sized doves grabbed the amber-haired boy by the arm and lifted him out of the grassy plain. The man in platinum armor waved him goodbye. Until we meet again, son. Larson opened his eyes and found himself inside a bricked room with no door. Vials of different colors, shapes, and sizes lining the top shelves of each wall provided light. A shadow-like chain hanged the charred knife in the middle of the concave ceiling. Across from him sat a girl with silver hair, pink eyes and knees crossed in a charcoal chair. Her dark violet dress radiated an ominous aura. She stared intently at the boy as her fingers tapped impatiently on the armrest. Who are you? Where are my friends? The boy struggled in his invisible binds. She bent forward. You don't recognize me? Should I recognize you? Larson tilted his head at her, clashing his eyebrows. Didn't you come for me? No, a swift denial from him. All right then, I will make you remember. Mom, she called out from the darkness behind her. A bunny-eared girl wearing a deep purple serving dress appeared beside the chair. Her clothes hugged her shape. From her hand she placed a pineapple with a straw drawn from it on her armrest. What did you do to Natalia? Larson forced himself forward, but the invisible chains pulled him back to the wall. Natalia. She took a sip of her drink before pointing to her new servant. Isn't that your mega status when you graduated from Netherware's magic school? The highest honor given to the cream of the crop. The strawberry-haired girl proudly said. The silver-haired girl shut her down. Yes, yes. I also graduated with the same status in the same school with the name Lucinda Darkcrest. I'm so proud of you, daughter. The servant clapped her hands. And what a wonderful name you have given yourself, Lucy. The portrait above the king's throne back in Luxene's castle struck his mind. A girl with golden locks circling her head like a crown and cherry eyes clear as day, she looked almost similar to the girl sitting before him. I believe she's exactly your age now, taking a liking to her mother. The king's words cycled in his mind. The boy stared at the girl on the charred throne in disbelief. Princess Lucy? It finally dawned on your mind. She shook her head. Not too sharp, hero. Stop this madness, princess. Come back to the castle with us. Larson pleaded with his black eyes. The girl smiled menacingly at him. Why? Your father has been gravely ill. Aren't you at the least bit worried? His plea turned to worry. Her eyes widened for a second, then returned to her masochistic grin just as fast. Might as well let him die. He wouldn't last long anyway. Walking from the shadows was a man wearing an apple-green robe. He had golden eyes and brown hair. Standing on the silver-haired girl's right side, he placed her arm around her shoulder. Travis? You knew this all along. Larson snapped at him, eyes burning. The robed man replied, busted. You were poisoning Natalia behind our backs. The boy scowled at him. I should have known better than to trust you. I only gave her what she wanted. He walked toward Natalia, caressing her cheek. Now she's united with her daughter. Forever. The bunny-eared girl blushed. The amber-haired boy swore. I will never forgive you for deceiving our queen. All bark, but no bite. Oh look, what do we have here? Travis plunged his hands behind the charred throne. The deceitful healer threw a girl in tribal clothes across the floor. Lashes covered her body and her lips turned blue. Above her shoulder, a bearded dwarf paled into a grayish hue, motionless like her. Merlies. Edwin. Continue barking, boy. No one's gonna hear you. Travis proceeded to kick his face. He groaned as if a human stepped on a dog's foot. What did you do to them? I drained their life force and transferred them to Princess Lucy's dark crystal. He placed his hand above Lucy's head and a human-sized crystal materialized. Once we break your body's magical barrier, you'll be next. The sight of the glowing floating object was enough for Larson to vomit. He veered his eyes away and sank into the wall, his mind wandering in despair. All is lost. Is this the end for us? Suddenly, a faint glimmer of yellowish-white light flashed before him. It felt warm and comforting, like heat from the fireplace under winter's embrace. Chapter 43, Hope Shines Faintly. Hope. Larson broke from his invisible binds and caught the floating yellowish-white light. I'm giving you a chance. Travis lifted his emerald staff over the boy's head. If you can scratch the gift of Ramon, I will restore your friends and the princess shall follow with you as a bonus. And if I fail? As I mentioned before, once we dissolve the barrier protecting your body, your life force will become part of the crystal. The robed man placed his hands under the floating crystal above Princess Lucy's head. Next to his feet, Merlise and Edwin reanimated, but retained their paleness. Larson helped them to their feet. Since I'm so generous, I restored a fifth of their lost lives to aid you. The silver-haired girl got up from her charred throne and walked beside Travis. The robed man kissed her blackcurrant lips, then turned to Larson, pointing his staff to the air. Let hell break loose. Dark violet light enveloped the menacing duo and vanished. The walls trembled as the area stretched twice the size of a football field. Assorted vials on the top shelves served as torches, dimly lighting the arrow's straight path. At the very end of the room, the black, human-sized crystal floated on a raised platform, glinting like a precious dark stone. On either side of the platform, pink and gold eyes flashed. A heavy pressure blew from the goal, pushing them against the farthest wall. The tribal girl attempted to put her foot forward, but squeals of pain escaped from her mouth. Picking up 3 golden arrows from her quiver, she flicked them from her bow, but they shattered like yellow glass. After a few more attempts, her arms gave up. Edwin pulled his titanium hammer from his sling bag and pressed forth against the pressure. Halfway in and his footing slipped, the invisible force flinging him toward Larson's chest. The amber-haired boy choked from the stone-like force on his chest. He called for his dragon, but it didn't answer to his summoning. Without it, it's less likely for him to draw his blood-red sword or even harness his draconic strength. It's no use. The bearded dwarf grumbled as he hoisted himself up. Larson mustered some determination. We mustn't give up. There has to be a way. A school of blackish-violet fish, about the length of a healthy man's arm, darted from the darkness, directed at Larson. They missed his heart, but they pinned his lungs and limbs to the highest part of the wall. Gah! Larson! Merlise and Edwin scrambled to their feet, attempting to set him free from impalement. Time is ticking, Princess Lucy reminded them. The tribal girl tugged at the tail of the blackish-violet creatures. They wouldn't come off. Colors on Larson's face faded as his energy drained from his chest. What do we do? At this rate, he will die. Merlise's eyes widened in horror, heat rushing to her eyes. Edwin jumped off her chest. There's one way we could save him. Are you prepared? I would do anything for Larson, she declared. Give me your hand. Silver light covered his teacup-sized body. I'll handle the rest, but you have to trust me. Merlise nodded and held his tiny palm. Current-like energy outflowed from her slender fingers. She collapsed to her knees, face whiter than a sheet of paper. Her breath couldn't catch up. It hurts, she screamed. Edwin shouted back at her. Bear with me. What are you doing? You're hurting her. Larson snapped at the bearded dwarf. The tribal girl gritted her teeth until her eyes went blank. Edwin whited out as well, and they both fell to the ground with a nerve-rattling thud. It's the best we could do, boy. We are all out of options. With his last breath, he placed his faith in him. Good luck, Larson. It's all on you now. Larson struggled against the sinking teeth of fish through his flesh and bone. Merlise. Edwin. No. 2 fist-sized glowing blue wisps floated from their fallen bodies and flew like a speeding jet toward the boy's forehead. Upon contact with his skin, he saw and felt Merlise's thoughts about him until her last seconds of breath. From the moment she helped him slay the charging lion until their underwater captivity, there was not a time she didn't think of him. Tears fell from his eyes as he reached the end of her memories. Edwin's fatherly thought surfaced in his mind, as if he still had control of his will. The boy found his resolve and promised to save them all. The blackish-violet fish clinging to him dissolved into gas, and Larson's wounds closed. After collecting himself, he set his sights on his targets. His abyssal eyes burned with hatred and hope as he charged against the opposing pressure. Ah, so that's their decision, Princess Lucy nonchalantly said. What a pity. Travis' manic laugh echoed through the room. They wasted their lives on a boy who couldn't even release himself from such a simple bind. I will never forgive you for toying with our lives. Larson swore against them. The robed man and silver-haired girl combined their bodies into a single dark-cloaked figure. Their voices intertwined. Bring it on, boy. Larson split through the weighty pressure as he rushed toward the menacing figure. On his nape, 3 stars forming Orion's arrowhead glowed in ethereal blue light, gave him more strength to push through. Black hand surfaced from the floor, grabbed his leg, and slammed him against the dome ceiling multiple times. The entire area rang like a gigantic church bell. The cloaked figure screeched like crows in the night, shaking off the mind-shattering vibrations. Make it stop. The shadowed limbs let go of the boy's leg. Gravity reclaimed him down on the rocky ground. A rib close to his heart snapped, but was too numb to feel it. The floating black crystal from the raised platform wiggled, but it maintained its integrity. A few seconds more and it might have collapsed. When the cloaked figure saw the crystal move, it placed a dark violet barrier as protection. That was close. Yet, you're so far from achieving your goal. Care GH. Larson closed his fists and pounded the ground. The tiny but negligible vibrations walked the area. It grew stronger by the second. What's the meaning of this? The cloaked figure rattled his teeth as it pointed an index finger at the boy. Larson laughed as he watched the menace stumble from its feet. What's so funny? The cloaked figure kicked him in the face. Red expelled from the boy's mouth. Chapter 44, Shattered Glass. Up in the heavens, a collection of stars forming the legendary Archer's formation fell from the sky. They formed an arrow as they plunged into the midnight blue ocean and through the underwater dome. When it reached the collapsed boy on the ground, it merged spirits with him. An ethereal blue aura coated Larson's body. He felt his strength returning twice more than before. From his face-down position, he regained his stance. The onslaught of unseen pressure became nothing but wind passing by his ears. A man's persuasive voice called to him, "Rejoice, my child, for I have come." "Who are you?" Larson asked using his thoughts. "I am the Archer of old, but my tale spans generations." He detailed his story inside the boy's mind. Though my death was of different accounts, I succumbed to the scorpion sting. Oh, how I watched my lover Artemis weep as she furthered my demise with the tip of her arrow. The boy sounded confused. Why me? Why now? I had regrets from watching your father meet his untimely death at the hands of a demon. I swore to my next descendant that I will lend him my assistance when the time comes. Blue light flashed from his mind after explaining himself to the boy. Burning flames flowed through Larson's veins and the dragon's presence became known to him once more. Its beastly strength supplemented him, but it remained silent. The boy's skin shed, revealing his crimson scales. I released the chains within your body, but I wish I could do more for you, child. The rest is up to you. The voice in his mind disappeared. No, you have done enough for me. Thank you. Larson felt the icy presence detach itself from his ego. An ethereal blue light shot through the domed ceiling. You've got to be kidding me. Orion of all the dead people. The cloaked figure huffed. No matter. I, the dark wizard Umbra, together with the gift of Ramon and Princess Lucy's magic, shall destroy your very existence. En garde. Larson summoned his blood-red sword. From Umbra's grey palm, a dark sword jetted out. It had human bones and veins lining from the handle to the blade's tip. It reeked of famine and death. Agonized souls loathed its wielder. Curses exhaled from its sharpness. Shadowed hands rose from the ground once more and latched themselves onto Larson's legs. The cloaked figure floated toward him before the boy had time to unbind himself. A line of darkness sliced his face from his left eyebrow down to the tip of his right cheekbone. An unimaginable stinging sensation no human in the world could ever experience stung his face. Crimson dripped from the wounded area of the human portion of his face. Flaming rage braced his arms as Larson lifted his sword, slashing the cloaked menace in front of him crosswise. Its hollow body vanished just as fast. More shadowed hands appeared from the ceiling on doubled in on his upper limbs. A sharp stab from the dark blade struck the boy's abdomen. Larson's blood sputtered from his mouth, melting the cloaked figure's hood. It backed away from him. Larson spat more of his blood at the binds. They hissed away from him like snakes. As soon as he was free, he cut a wound on his arm and ran the escaping red liquid onto the edges of his human-length sword. The smell of rust and metal permeated the air. Arg! You reek of rotten eggs. Umbra winced at his scent. Larson shrugged off the remarks as he charged at it. Umbra evaded his flurry of blows, pushing the menace toward the floating dark crystal. The boy's skin crawled from the cloaked figure's impish smile. His breath labored for each succeeding strike. Surrender your body to me and I shall end your suffering. Umbra offered in between slices of its dark blade. Larson blocked each swing. What kind of fool do you take me for? Oh, I don't know. Someone who uses his brute strength more than his brilliant mind? An insult from the cloaked figure followed by cackling laughter. I'm not a primate. The boy clarified. I'm far advanced than that. But your mind's not even close to a human brain. What are you then? He floated, evading an earth-shattering slash. He confidently answered, a beast with a human heart. Their clash of words ended there when he chopped off the floating menace's head in a timed fashion. It growled at the amber-haired boy, almost piercing his ears. Then the headless figure grew another head and split into multiples. They circled above his head, chanting incoherent words. 3 black swords about 10 feet tall formed beyond their reach and directed themselves at the boy below. When the black blades poked the ground, Larson boosted his legs and flew toward the handle of the middle one. From his hand, his blood-red sword reshaped itself into a bow and he shot randomly at them. A piece chipped off from the floating dark crystal when a flaming arrow struck its edge. One cloaked figure plummeted to the ground. No! Umbra's eyes turned from dark gold to deep pink. You've done it this time, boy. Larson landed perfectly on the black sword's handle and aimed his transformed weapon at his new targets. I have more from where they came from. How dare you mock me, you mutt? A nerve twitched from the cloaked figure's temples as they rapidly spun around him. From the hems of their cloaked arms, a dark ball of light appeared, blasting pillars of black light at the boy. Larson jumped in time and pierced the crystal on the raised platform with consecutive shots of arrows. Tiny cracks formed until chunks tore off. Finally, it exploded with the shards puncturing the flying figures. Collective shrills converged toward Larson, shattering the blade he stood on. 2 boulder-sized wisps separated. One sank inside Merli's body while the other in Edwin's. The natural colors in their faces returned, but they haven't opened their eyes. I'm possible. The dark wizard's clones puffed into thin air, and it split into 2 separate beings. The silver-haired girl and the robed man laid flat on the ground. After the collapse of the raised platform, dark mist lingered. Assorted vials from the shelves flickered. Some of them fell off while others imploded. Larson approached the fallen duo, pointing his flaming bow at Travis. I destroyed the crystal. Release the princess and my friends from your spell. Do you think it's that easy? The robed man's shoulder trembled from ecstasy. They are mine until my last breath. Chapter 45, Madonna and Her Child. A force of air pushed Travis back to his feet. His emerald scepter cracked from the tip. Beside him, Princess Lucy leaned on his shoulder for support. A few meters behind them, the strawberry-haired girl tried to piece together the shattered pieces of the dark crystal. It was the demon of dark arts' gift to her, after all, for her dedication in studying black magic. Her eyes maintained themselves on the black shards. Nyatalia. I mean Queen Solera. Please come back to your senses. The amber-haired boy in a prince-like coat and vest clothing rushed toward her. The king has fallen gravely ill. Have you forgotten about our mission? Larson. She looked up at him, a moment's recognition. The silver-haired girl closed her fist and retracted her arm, sending Larson back to the opposite wall with unseen force. Don't be fooled, mother. He's trying to take you away from me. But Nyatalia hesitated after her failed attempt at reaching the boy's hand. Listen, dear. The robed man walked toward her. He closed her reaching hand in his with forlorn eyes. Your daughter needs you. Yais, for a second, a dark essence took a hold of her mouth. Shaking her head, she returned to her senses. I mean, no. This is wrong, Travis. He squeezed her fingers like soft petals of marigold. Listen to me. You don't want to part from your daughter again, do you? Especially since you've come a long way. The years of waiting end here. But I have a husband who also needs me. I'm not leaving without my daughter behind my back. She scowled at him, her previous infatuation swallowed by the fury in her green eyes. Princess Lucy retaliated. I belong here, mother. And you belong by my side. Don't you understand? Stop listening to his lies. Nyatalia shook her shoulders, her eyes searching her daughter's face. Travis is the sole person who understands me. He has been there by my side since you and Dad left me when I was less than a year old. Oh, my daughter, your mind had been washed. The strawberry-haired girl's head twisted left and right vigorously. This man stole you from us. Your father is currently reeling away from death's door waiting to see you. The silver-haired girl's ear rang as if church bells reverberated from her mind. Her breath stiffened upon hearing those words from her mother. With a hand pressed on both of her temples, she calmed herself. Black rays of thunder escaped her hand, electrocuting her mother. I have heard enough. Sounds of agonizing pain crawled out of the bunyar girl's mouth. Her body jerked, tossed, and turned, and her green eyes spun out of control from their sockets. A line of tear crawled from Princess Lucy's pink eye. Your Highness. Larson called for her, but Merli stood in his path. The silver-haired girl ordered the robed man. Travis, take care of that abominable boy and his lackeys. As you wish, Your Highness. He bowed before her and winked at Natalia before facing Larson's team head-on. I will be seeing you, milady. It's just you and me, mother. Princess Lucy challenged the tightly dressed girl. I should have seen this coming. I shall take you home, even if it costs me my life. Are those your final words? Natalia didn't respond, but refined her fighting stance. Lifting one knee at abdomen level, she pulled her body back. She breathed the stale air and charged like a bull at the pink-eyed girl. She's not my daughter anymore, she thought. Princess Lucy corrected her stance. After opening her legs, she formed a vertical circle with her arms and braced herself against her mother's attack. Upon contact with her wrist, she overturned the green-eyed girl's body like a flying rag doll to the ground. The silver-haired girl removed the dark violet belt from her dress. It stretched like a vine when she whipped it at Natalia. The bunny-eared girl hopped left and right until the vine caught her leg. Her body flew to the ceiling and the adjacent walls. When the assault ended, her world rotated faster than a blender on pulse mode. Princess Lucy tugged the handle of her dark violet weapon with her fist, ready to receive the strawberry-haired girl. Instead, a ton of force hit her face, sending her body to the farthest wall. Natalia had raised her foot when she was a second closer to the pink-eyed girl and planted her face to the wall at the end of the room. Like the sound of bricks breaking, her heart echoed the same, but she promised herself not to shed a tear. A cluster of shadow hands from behind her yanked the mother away from her daughter. As if invisible strings latched onto the fallen girl, she rose to her feet without effort. Her back faced the greeny girl. Turning her head 180 degrees toward her opponent, an exaggerated smile and a drooling tongue plastered on her face. Her once fair complexion paled like a sheet of paper. With inhuman speed, she rushed toward her mother with an abyssal ceremonial dagger she summoned in her hand. Shards of the broken crystal accumulated at Natalia's feet and shaped themselves into a dark barrier. She took the dagger sticking out from the crystal and stabbed through her defenses. With a war cry, the blade extended into a sword, puncturing the pink-eyed girl's chest. The crystal barrier shattered like glass, revealing a girl with bruises on her face and a waterfall of blood dripping from her mouth. A line of tear fell from the green-eyed girl's sockets while her heart tripped in pumping oxygen to her body. Guh! A horrified gasp escaped from the silver-haired girl's mouth. How? Natalia pulled out the dagger and caressed her face. I'm sorry, child. I don't want to die. The other pleaded, help me, mother. Shoo! Be still, my daughter. She forced her eyelids to close. Everything's going to be fine. The silver-haired girl said nothing more. Natalia's eyes overflowed as she laid the princess on the ground. Holding the motionless girl closer to her body, she damped her lips on her forehead. Heaven and earth landing on her soul wasn't enough to describe her sorrow. Whispering to her ears, she woefully said, It's time to come home, Lucy. She dragged the princess toward the door, then waited for the rest of the team to join her side. Chapter 46, Bleeding Blades. On the other side of the battle area, Larson, Merlise, and Edwin came face-to-face with Travis. All right, kids, time for you to sleep. Forever. Travis cracked his neck and knuckles. Larson summoned his blood-red sword. Are you ready, guys? Right by your side, hun. Merlise lifted her bow, filling its string with golden arrows. The bearded dwarf grasped his titanium hammer. Alive and kicking for the third time. For Luxene. Arg. Larson pointed his weapon toward Travis as he dashed toward him. The tribal girl and bearded dwarf followed. The domed room trembled. The deepest hue of violet emanated from the robed man, enveloping his body. His brown hair turned black and his golden eyes became rose gold. From his 5'4" stature, his body grew to 10 feet. Horns poked out of his forehead and his skin darkened to char. Merlise shot multiple arrows at him. They deflected off from his body, ricocheting through the room with shimmering yellow light. Some of them grazed Larson's shoulders while Edwin shielded himself from the recurring strikes. An arrow struck the tribal girl's thigh, pinning her to the ground. Travis grasped her orange hair, plucking out the golden weapon like uprooting a tree. Her lungs wanted to give out from the pain. You really are hopeless like your boyfriend. The dark-skinned creature flashed his mossy teeth at her. Your people died offering themselves to me as fuel for my gift, which I gave to the rightful wielder of dark magic. Get your hands off her. Larson successfully evaded the shots and stabbed the giant's foot. A door-sized hand flicked him away as if he was a buzzing fly. Monster! You monster! Once again, Merlise shot her golden arrows at him, but they bounced about the room like before. Wait, you don't mean Edwin's words trailed off. You caught on, tiny bearded man. Yes, I am Ramnon, the demon of dark arts. The dark giant introduced himself. Nabbing the princess was the first step in dominating the world. With the soul of the fated one in my hands, I shall have the ability to destroy the world and create another of my own. Larson winced upon hearing the words fated one. Ramnon threw Merlies at the boy with the speed of a landing comet. Larson gasped for air when she landed on his chest. Every breath juiced his lungs. Next on my list was the so-called sacred water, Zelana, from the kingdom of Zaharia. The airhead fairies played with it until the water turned dark, thus attracting my blackish-violet minions. Ramnon continued. I made them believe their kingdom will fall down in Terravia, a wasteland beneath the kingdom, if they did nothing about them. But all that awaited them below was an endless fall. Have you no heart? They were living their lives like us humans. Merlies stumbled to her feet as she attempted to regain her balance. I commend you, boy, for invading the fairy god Queen Frisia's body without her permission. The black-horned demon cackled at the crimson-scaled boy. But did you have to violate her body beyond recognition? It was you who killed them. Larson accused him. Your devilish sea creations corrupted their bodies. The charred demon smirked at him. Don't blame the fish. You enjoyed every inch of the fairy god queen's warmth, didn't you? The boy's face turned red as beet. He gripped his burning sword. Red horns protruded from his forehead. Larson, he's taunting you. Edwin warned the boy. And with that, Ragnheim fell to its ruin. The demon gazed at the bearded dwarf. They were connected like a child on an umbilical cord from her mother. When one falls, the other dies. Lies. Edwin snapped at Ramon. The bearded dwarf dashed toward him. Thunder and rain rapped above the demon's head when he raised his titanium hammer. He jumped and yellow pillars of light struck his hammer. His tiny arms aimed for the space between the horns. I wish I was. But such was necessary for the enhancement of the crystal's power. With the click of his giant fingers, the brewing storm dispersed. He caught the weapon, crushed the bearded dwarf in his dark palms, and discarded him like a piece of tissue paper. Edwin! Larson boosted his legs with flames and flew toward the falling dwarf. The tiny man's body was as thin as clear plastic. The boy placed his crushed friend next to Nyatalia, who rested by the exit with her daughter. He learned from her what happened to the silent princess. After assuring their safety, Larson returned to Merli's side. I will never forgive you for playing with Her Highness's thoughts and feelings. Vengeance colored his abyssal eyes. Ethereal blue light mixed with his burning aura. His blood-red sword split into 7 copies. 6 of them formed wings on his back. Merli's arrows guided him toward the laughing blackhorn demon. The boys slammed their ends, boosting their speed. The demon's invisible barrier shattered. An excessive repelling force activated in his defense. Larson's sword exploded upon contact with it, burning his face and upper garments. Edwin's soul left his body infused with the tribal girl's bow. It emitted a serene blue light as thin blades formed on the bow's edge. Merlies felt the tiny dwarf's phantom touch on her hand. Her vigor rose. She raised his bladed bow at the beast, hopping from Larson's shoulder. Her blades cut through the opposing pressure and chopped off Ramnon's horn. Dark violet liquid oozed from his forehead. The demon reeled in pain, weakening the force of defense. You worthless pieces of trash. Larson took the chance and fluttered his blade wings at the demon. Another set of 7 burning blades appeared above the demon's head and landed on his skull. All at once he dragged them down to his chest, revealing a moon-sized, throbbing charcoal sphere. Merlies shot an arrow to the heart of Ramon. The demon of dark arts stumbled to the ground, chanting healing magic, but his wounds wouldn't close. Seconds later, his body exploded like fireworks. Each color represented the souls devoured by the crystal. Everyone smiled at Larson and Merlies with a grateful nod. The couple hugged and kissed each other. The warmth of their breaths accentuated the blushes on their faces. When the flashing lights vanished, a robed man came into their view, slumped on. Chapter 47, Light After Dark. I failed once again in breaking the chain of destiny. Celebrate this day, boy, for you have survived. But won't last long. A grim warning from the robed man before his mouth ceased to move. His golden eyes shifted to blue as black smoke escaped from his nose and ears. The same color of gas exited through Princess Lucy's eyes, merging with the other. By her side, Nyatalia mourned with Edwin's body laid on her lap. The entire room shook like a magnitude 7 earthquake. A deep buzzing sound echoed through the walls. Grains of debris from the dome ceiling showered down on everyone. Larson latched his red claws onto the ground while Merlies gripped on his shoulders as if her life depended on it. His spine felt the weight of her chest and the thumping beats of her heart. Nyatalia whispered incoherent words from the bony hinges of the sealed door. The tremors worsened. Soon, gravity forced their bodies to the ground. What's happening? Merli's knees buckled around Larson's scaly legs. The dragonoid replied. I think we're ascending. Hold on tight. As if I have other options. Her chest flattened on his back. The tribal girl could care less when her life was on the line. A different kind of heat rushed up the boy's face. He swallowed the forming lump down his throat. This is bad, he thought as his mind drifted from their current situation to his unsettling predicament. The shaking of the entire room stopped for a moment. Sharp whistling from the walls followed as their bodies slammed onto the dome ceiling until the entire room crashed by the shore. The dome skeleton and coral structure shattered like disassembled toy bricks. Larson kicked away the large chunks of walls that formed a pyramid around them. He hardly felt Merli squeezing his neck. The moon receded, taking with it the dark clouds from all the lands. Warm mustard yellow light touched their skins, giving them renewed vigor. The flowing water splashing against the shore sparkled and the trees from the forest showcased their green vibrance. When she saw light beaming on her face, she unhinged himself from the boy. Apology spilled out of her mouth when upon seeing her choke hold on his neck. Larson shook his head and shivered back into his human form. After picking up Edwin's flattened corpse by the shore, he folded it and tucked him inside the pocket of his white vest. Thank you for everything you have done for us. He whispered to him. He also says thank you. Merlis walked up to him. Larson sighed. Yeah, I knew he would. No, he really did, the tribal girl insisted, pressing her golden weapon into his chest. Listen to my bow talking. Merlis, no jokes, please. We must pay respects for our deceased. The boy dismissed her claim. Buddy? Larson put down her weapon and shook his head. He then approached the queen, carrying her daughter on her back. But he really did say thank you, Merlis murmured under her breath. Her golden bow glowed, and Edwin's soul materialized from it. He smiled at her, his tiny bearded face at peace. He jumped toward her shoulder as if he was still alive. Don't worry, child. You have done enough for me. Thank you. Are you leaving? Merlis asked. My people are calling me from beyond the blue sky. It's time I return to the true Ragnheim, heavenly abode of the fallen. The bearded dwarf looked up. The minty-eyed girl whispered to him. I will miss you. And so will I. Edwin's feet floated from her shoulder. Tell Janice my thanks and farewell. Rest well, Edwin. You have been a wonderful friend. She waved at him. Take care of your man, child. I wish you and your incoming baby a prosperous life. My baby? Merlis gave him a confused stare. I must part now. Good luck on telling your man. His soul vanished with the wind. Instead of peace, thousands of thoughts littered her mind. Then acid from her stomach rose toward her esophagus. She ran to the nearest tree and expelled her mouth's contents. How are you? Larson asked the strawberry-haired girl. Nyatalia didn't answer him. Her green eyes focused on her limp daughter slumped over her shoulders. Let me carry her for you. The amber-haired boy offered. Rest your shoulders, your highness. The strawberry-haired girl hesitated at first, but relented after having some thoughts. Princess Lucy's silver hair draped on Larson's broad shoulder. The wind revealed her innocent face. His heart restarted upon seeing her elegance. He swept the stray hair from her face toward her ear. His abyssal eyes fixed on the unresponsive girl. Nyatalia sluggishly walked toward the edge of the port. After drawing an upside-down star, the sound of a screaming woman rattled the clear blue ocean. She raised her arms and shouted, Obram. A 6-foot rich blue portal opened above water. It spiraled continuously like a coffee gently stirred with a spoon. The image of her gray-haired husband with a tarnished crown resting on the side table of his bed popped up from her mind. She hissed at the oblivious boy before entering it. Let's go home. My husband is waiting for us. Larson snapped out of his trance and signaled for Merlis to join him. As she saw her coming, he limped to the other side of the glowing blue light. Princess Lucy exhaled softly under his neck. The boy shuddered when he felt her warm breath. She'll make it, your highness, he thought. The tribal girl gazed through the portal. Sunshine rained down on the ruby exterior of the castle. Flowers flourished from where the blazing orange knight stood. Bluebirds dashed toward her. She stepped away and her eyes followed their flight above the trees. She roamed her fingers around her stomach. Heartbeats vibrated on the surface. She wasn't sure what to do. Then the sun's ray flashed on her face. Her mind became clear. You shall have both a mother and a father. I promise you that. Bliss washed over her and the weight on her heart lessened. All she had to do was tell him, but how? This will work out, right, little guy? She rubbed her stomach. It responded with soft rumblings. She took a deep breath and entered the light. It quivered and disappeared into nothing. White koi fish hopped from the water with joy. Chapter 48, Rainbow over the Silver Clouds. As soon as she arrived at the castle, Nyatalia placed Princess Lucy in the care of their new breed of royal healers. She kissed her daughter's forehead goodbye and hoped for the best. After receiving an approving nod from the queen, these handful of blue-robed graduates examined her body using thick vials with a green candle inside each of them. They immediately closed her wounds with silent prayers. Then the melted candles were poured all over her body. A thin blanket of shadow sizzled out from her skin. A few days of this repetitive process, her pale face regained its natural hue, and her eyes opened. The silver-haired girl had no memory of what happened or why she was there. Naturally, she wanted to escape the castle, but Larson burst through the room and talked her out of it. She recognized his innocent face and black eyes. Their chatting about her origins continued until she calmed down completely. A bulb flashed inside the amber-haired boy's head. He held her hand, hoisting her out of the healing room. The princess' heart fluttered as she let him take the lead. Inside her chambers, Nyatalia transformed into her original form. Her blonde hair braided into a crown with cherry blossom eyes as clear as day to match. Her tight dark clothing she exchanged for a flowing platinum white dress. She discarded her bunny ears and green lenses out of the open windows as she hurried down the steps. Glee painted her face as she neared her husband's room. That day she was Queen Solera. King Noel's face lightened when he heard a gentle knock on the door. Those soft, non-intruding taps he recognized. "Come in, dear. Have you been waiting long?" The queen overlooked his drying and paling features as she brushed his graying, grimy hair, or what's left of it. His livened-up face greeted her. "Much so. How's our daughter?" "She's doing fine." She crept up to his bed as if riding a horse, hands trailing down his hairy white chest. "The brave young knight is taking care of her as we speak." "Ah, that boy? He is quite something, isn't he?" He grabbed her hand and placed it on his face. "Speaking of which, has he decided on my offer yet?" "I'm in no position to comment on that." "Why don't you ask him directly?" the queen suggested. "I will as soon as I am able." The king licked her finger and playfully bit on it. "But for now I want to make love with my pussycat." The blonde woman giggled in high pitch. "Oh ho ho. Has your strength returned, my dear?" "Not quite, but my wheels are up and rolling." The white-haired man sucked her finger. A romantic shrill came out of her mouth as she dove into him. "Oh my." The guards patrolling the king's room blushed as the scenes of the royal couple's private time played in their minds. Larson and the princess traversed the twists and turns of the castle. They stopped at the life-size sculptures of King Noel and Queen Solera, one raising a sword, prepared for duel, while the other held a book, drawn to its contents. These two statues placed on either sides of the fireplace. Princess Lucy, in her silky white gown, held the boy's hand. Their heartbeats synced like two cogs inside a machine. No words filled the air for a while. The silver-haired girl broke the silence. "I learned so much from you." "Thanks." Larson bowed. "It's a pleasure to serve Her Highness." "Why do I have a feeling that I knew you from somewhere?" Princess Lucy marveled at the curves of the king's statue. The boy recovered his stance with hands behind his back. "You must have had a strange dream." "It felt so real though, like my fighting with you actually happened." She pushed the topic further. He deflected. "Dreams can make us feel a lot of things." "But how do you feel about me?" The princess turned her attention to him. The abrupt change of subject tripped his heart as she waited for his response. Her innocent smile radiated from her face, similar to her mother. A reddish flush marked on his face, the same way he felt from her mother when they first met. "Well," she prompted the boy. Suddenly, two chaperones in formal Victorian clothing entered the room. "Excuse us for intruding, but His and Her Highness have called for both of you." "He's been saved by the bell." "Can I answer that later?" he asked. The princess smiled, lips tightly shut. "Sure." Inside the throne room, a red carpet rolled out toward the door. The portraits of His and Her Highnesses placed side by side above two golden thrones. These seats were decorated with platinum and diamonds and stood in the middle of the silver-bricked room. On the left, King Noel sat with his newly polished platinum crown embedded with rubies resting on his head. His graying hair and beard had been trimmed and colored black. His platinum white armor masked the thinness of his body. Next to him, Queen Solera held a ruby scepter in her right hand. Her crown was white with small beads of rubies. She called on the two servants behind Larson and the princess to have her daughter prepped for the next day. The king's face brightened at the boy. "We meet again, Knight of Wolf." "The pleasure is mine, your highness." He kneeled before the royal couple. The king stared at a servant by the door holding a golden box. Upon receiving the item, he opened it and raised the platinum lightning bolt-shaped medal above his head. "I, King Noel, hereby present to you this medal of Zeus's thunder for your unparalleled service to this kingdom." The boy bowed his head as his highness pinned it on his black coat. Uncontainable happiness filled his entire being. "At last I shall honor you, father," his mind spoke. Queen Solera clapped her hands with class. "Rise, Knight of Wolf, and rejoice, for you have completed your mission." He ordered the boy. "Tomorrow you shall take my daughter's hand." "Can I think about it more?" Larson contested. Queen Solera added, sealing his fate. "Nope. It's already been decided. You are dismissed," the king said. Larson's heart sank as he walked out of the throne room. He didn't know what to say. Going against their decision certainly meant death. He paced back and forth inside his windowless room on the floor above the throne room. "This is all I wanted. What's the matter with me?" He debated with himself until morning came. Chapter 49, A Song of Trumpets. Merlise visited the oracle of the first dawn of the sun, Janice Weatherknots. Before the tribal girl parted from Larson, she snatched Edwin's folded body from his pocket. She unfolded and presented it to the oracle, who sat outside her violet and yellow tent counting her coins. "Hey, is that?" The vile-robed woman's index finger trembled at the bearded dwarf's flattened corpse. "I'm so sorry," she regretfully said. "A demon did this to him." Janice's world shattered upon hearing those words. A transparent liquid crawled out of her eye as she received him in her arms. "He promised he would settle down with me." How can I?" The oracle collapsed to her knees on the grassy floor. The wind carried her tears toward the afterlife. Oh, if only Edwin could see her earthly woes. "I should head to the castle and have your payment ready." Merlise turned her back to her. Janice pulled her wrist. "Wait. Do you have his titanium hammer?" "It's inside his sling bag," she pointed out. Janice stuck 2 fingers inside it and took out the glowing silver and blue object. "This shall suffice as payment. Thank you for returning him to me." "No, it should be me who must thank you." She gave her a sincere smile. "Without him, my team could have severed ties long before we started and never found the princess." Janice nodded and hugged the bearded dwarf's corpse. She bid the oracle farewell and wandered through the forest. Her orange hair swayed with the wind. She didn't bother reclaiming her violet headband that Edwin wore. The next day, Merlise went to the castle to claim her share. The density of people visiting the castle boggled her mind. What's all the commotion about? She stopped by a stall selling glossy silk and cotton within the castle gates. When the woman in loose pink robes wasn't looking, the tribal girl's hand snuck out a blue shining cloth and she joined the elegant crowd. Blending in was not a problem. The minty-eyed girl wrapped the cloth around her body in such a way that she looked sophisticated. A patch of tiger skin from her morning kill she folded into a purse and filled it with rocks. Her bow and quiver she repositioned on her back, naturally following her shape as she walked. Ahead of her, white balloons tied to the golden pillars supporting the silver roof of the entrance. A 10-foot-tall opening welcomed the castle's visitors. Green little birds carried a satin sash in their beaks above it, saying, come ye, for everyone is invited." Another set of birds below them held a sign that read, "Observe proper decorum. Clothe thyself like a don or a donna." The room's interior had ever-expanding tables lining the walls. Steaming scents from roasted beef and braised pork filled the air. An infinite loop of chocolate from a child-sized fountain sat in the middle of the rectangular room under a sparkling chandelier. Merlise's eyes fixed on the ladyfingers hanging by the fountain. A bite wouldn't hurt, right? But she couldn't stop herself from digging in until none was left, but it didn't satisfy her stomach. Male servants wearing tight tuxedos hugging their muscles and black shorts to match served another batch. The tribal girl's eyes glistened, but she shushed the rumblings of her uterus. A group of women in their 40s whispered among themselves when they saw her devour an entire batch. Such an act was seen as an atrocity of a woman. Merlise wiped off the chocolate lingering in her mouth and pulled the blue cloth toward her face. Long golden trumpets bearing a crimson dragon's symbol called the crowd's attention from the second floor. 4 royally dressed figures stepped down the twin staircases, halting at the base floor. Among them, Merlise's eyes fixed on the boy's innocent face. His hair was brushed back. A slick cerulean groom's attire embraced his muscular body. His pointed shoes stiffened as the boy held the princess' slender fingers. His abyssal eyes bored deep into the red carpet, miles away from where he stood. By his side, a girl in a white dress with a hint of yellow tint waved at their guests. Her mother had braided her silver hair into a crown under her veil. In her hand was a bouquet of a yellow $1,000,000 flower. Her pink eyes sparked concern at the boy as she looked at him. You are all gathered here today to witness the union of two highly important figures of Luxene. King Noel in his platinum white armor gestured to everyone. Larson Wolfe, the brave young knight who saved our daughter and brought light back to our kingdom, Queen Solera, wearing a silvery white balloon dress, placed her hand on the boy. Her other hand landed on the girl. Lucy Lumiere, a princess who was lost from us for so long, was found. The succeeding words were foreign to Larson. He knew he wanted this since the beginning, but something felt horribly wrong. The anticipating crowd made his heels quiver. Darting his eyes through the sea of people, the tribal girl's minty eyes struck him. Merli's? His eyes widened. Upon recognition, she ducked and stormed out of the room, wrestling through the sea of people. Princess Lucy held his arm down, hissing at his shoulder. Larson, say your vows. Excuse me. The boy released himself from her grip and chased after the other girl. The crowd gasped as their eyes fixed on the pursuer and the pursued. Everyone, let's dig in. Don't waste a single piece of meat, I tell you. Queen Solera guided their guests to the table. She whispered like a slithering snake to her husband, do something. No, let me handle this. You see to it that our guests are well taken care of. Lucy offered and chased after the two. The royal couple joined their guests in the feast. The queen touched everyone's shoulders except the king's, and white smoke exited their ears. Each person her fingers brushed stared at her as if there was something on her face. Then they returned their attention to the slabs of meat landing on their plates. She slumped into King Noel's arms. I hope that's all of them. With the sun god's radiance, I wish their memories of today's events never happened. You shall rest, dear. He took away her plate. I will handle things here. She smiled at him and closed her eyes as the servants carried her to her chamber. Chapter 50, An End to a Beginning. Larson caught up to the girl in blue silk before she entered the forest. Merli's, wait. You got what you've always wanted, right? The tribal girl stopped in her tracks. Why do you keep chasing me? The amber-haired boy grabbed her shoulders and spun her toward him. It's not what you think. Then what am I supposed to think? It's not me whom you should be with. I have given it enough thought. His abyssal eyes bore into her lenses. When I'm with you, my heart flutters and a powerful force pulls me into you. Those are the things I have never felt from anyone but you. Merli's released herself from his grip. Why are you saying this now? Don't you get it? I'm in love with you, he declared, failing to contain himself any longer. His words stunned the tribal girl. She placed her hands behind her back and pinched her arm. Sure enough, she wasn't dreaming. I thought I had lost everything once more. Merli's looked down and brushed her hands around her stomach. I promised our child that he or she will have both parents by his or her side. I don't understand. Larson tilted his head at her. Tears rolled down her face. I'm pregnant with your baby. His world stopped for a moment. Insurmountable amount of joy filled his face. That's great. He walked up to her and kneeled on one knee, kissing her hand. I will do whatever it takes to be the best husband to you and the greatest father of our child. Merli's face could explode from so much heat surging up her head. Her heart wanted to leap out and scream. She pulled him closer and wrapped her arms around him. The princess in her white gown heard everything from behind a bricked house. Her heart tripped for a second. She swallowed the pain down her throat, dragging her heels back to King Noel, who continued accommodating the guests in the castle. My word, child! His father exclaimed at her crumpled skirt. Your dress is ruined. Father, can I have a moment with you? She whispered into his ear. Sure. He gestured to the crowd and made his exit. Everyone, fill yourselves to your heart's content. A group of knights escorted Merli's and Larson back to the castle by the order of the king. The tribal girl's heart rattled. When the boy took her hand, her fear transformed into determination. Through the mindlessly munching crowd, the blazing knights led them into a chamber, a floor below the reception area. Inside the purple room, the princess sat on her queen-sized bed, still wearing her wedding gown. The knights shoved them before her feet. Here they are, your highness. You are dismissed. Reassemble the receiving area for me. She instructed them. Yes, your highness. They bowed and left the area. The silver-haired girl leaned forward, biting her lips. Crossing her legs, wind blew out from the hem of her dress. Her eyes burned with rage. Larson's head kept low from the glaring intensity, as did Merli's. They had no words to defend themselves. Suddenly the princess sprinkled silver dust in the air. The tribal girl's blue overalls vanished into nothing. Raising her arms, platinum elbow-length gloves hugged her upper limbs. Cloths of white cotton danced in the air as they formed the body of her dress. Frills lined the hems and pearls made her clothes shine. "Rise, both of you," the princess commanded them. The tribal girl scanned her body and examined her new dress. What could the princess be thinking, she thought to herself. Her orange hair folded into a neat braid. Larson's jaw dropped upon seeing her wedding attire. The silver-haired girl instructed him to wait in the reception area. With the flick of her fingers, she had changed into her red spaghetti attire with killer crimson heels to match. Merli stepped forward. "I don't get it. I stole him from you. He was yours first." Princess Lucy sprang up from the velvety bed. "I knew it from the moment he laid his eyes on you during the ceremony." Merli's heart stopped for a moment. She had always wanted this, but she thought Larson deserved the princess more than her. "There's no time to assess your worth in currency, child." "Are you sure about this?" the tribal girl asked. "My decision is final." The princess shoved her toward the door. "Get him, tiger. You won't get another chance like this." When Merli stepped out of the room, the reception area's roof and walls disappeared. Rows of seats had people lined up for another upcoming event. Gossips filled the space as nobody had any idea what's happening. All they knew was they were eating when a bright white light flashed from above. Queen Solera took her hand and brought her to the opposite end of the red carpet. Her voice shrilled. "Are you ready?" "I can't feel my knees, Your Highness." Her breath quivered. "Relax. Think not of the guests but your end goal, the love of your life at the other end of the aisle." She motioned her toward the red path. Her minty eyes gazed at the amber-haired boy standing by the altar. Her heart slowed in tempo as she placed one foot over the other. Angelic voices filled the air as she made her approach. On the other end, King Noel patted the boy's shoulder. "Isn't she lovely?" "She is stunning," Larson corrected. The king chuckled. "I pray to the lunar god that he blesses your child with strength and courage." "Thank you, my king." When the bride reached the altar, a man in white robes wearing a tall domed hat occupied the table. He opened a thick, crumbling book and read its contents to the couple as they joined hands. After saying "I do," Larson peeled off her veil and pecked at her lips. Both of their faces flashed red, and the priest pronounced them as husband and wife. The crowd cheered and said their best wishes to the newlywed couple. A year passed and Merlis gave birth to a healthy baby boy. He had the same eyes as his mother but had the face of his father. Larson prepared the room for his wife and son from his reconstructed home on the outskirts of Luxene's castle. He made it from reinforced brick and straw. Back at the castle, Princess Lucy assumed the throne as the new queen of Luxene when King Noel passed away. She ruled the kingdom with kindness and equality. Maybe someday she would have her king. Queen Solera started a new adventure on her own, donning Nyatalia's strawberry hair, bunny ears, and green eyes. She had tiny bluebirds by her side as her extra pairs of eyes. From time to time, she looked up at the clear blue sky. Her husband must be watching her from up there. Janice closed her tent and visited Ragnaheim, or what's left of it. Through the crumbling rock entrance, she buried Edwin's body near a silver hut where he used to live. She spent her last days in that distorted world, tending to the distraught residents in crisis. Merli served as the prime advisor to the throne. The princess frequently asked her for advice, usually on how to be a proper lady. The two would practice under a Croat instructor every week. Larson served the castle alongside his wife. He became the new head knight, replacing Alcaner in his early retirement. After his 21st birthday, Crimea, the god of sacred fire, claimed his soul, assuming control over his body. Queen Lucy had no choice but to contain him in the lowest chamber. He left Merlis to raise little Alan Wolfe on her own. Whenever possible, she visited his fully transformed husband from afar. She feared that, one day, a new hero will rise and slay her dragon husband. The end.